Happy New Year. Happy New Year, everyone. Welcome to Three Black Geeks. It's another fine year. This time in the year of our Lord 2025. You know what's really funny for me is that we're saying again, hello, President Trump. How you doing? And yes, our theme this whole year with Three Black Geeks is y'all getting these jokes. Seriously.
I like how
this whole year everybody's getting these jokes from us.
It's very fitting that we're talking about Metal Gear Solid 4 and that the basis of it was essentially Ocelot starting a proxy war to dupe an AI system into non-existence by the end. And I'm like, that's very fitting because you know how everybody now is going all in on AI, and then the reality check is kicking in that AI isn't what they thought it is and shit. It's actually stupid as fuck. Basically.
Well, he wasn't. Well, Ocelot was definitely not alone on this.
What was it? GW was the AI system eventually.
No,
I like how they made
no. It wasn't that. Yeah, first of all, it wasn't GW. GW was what they used to destroy the Patriots.
Yes.
By using Hal Emmerich's sister's worm cluster and just blew it up to take over, blew it up to take on the Patriots and completely wipe them out.
I'm just laughing that awesome. Folks, Metal Gear Solid 4 is a game that I said it before. It was like 1, 2, and 3 gave the illusion of a measure of yes, there's some technology here, but there was mysticism, right? It's like, all right, cool. You got your vamp is this androgynous vampire. All right, cool. He can walk on water. All right.
No more.
I know, but I'm getting to no. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm getting to. I'm just laying out certain things that we thought was like, oh shit, this is some crazy stuff, like androgynous vampire that can walk on water. All right, cool. Lady that can block bullets, which we found out in 2, she wore a device that can block bullets, and then at the end, she somehow magically blocked bullets. All right, Metal Gear Solid.
A nigga that can tell us, put your controller on the floor.
Yeah, I was gonna say, let's go back to
I'm just going all over the place on that, so I'm not going in order. Even Metal Gear Solid 5. Hey, if you speak, these things are gonna make you die and stuff, and you find out it's fucking nanomachines that somehow gets into
Chris.
What?
I'm sorry, CJ. Can I stop you there? We don't talk about that. We don't talk about that here. We don't talk about.
We're talking about it at some point, but
it
what
ain't
I'm
today.
saying, I know. But what I'm saying is, going back to 1, like you said, the guy Psycho Mantis, he can read your thoughts, and it's like, okay, this is some crazy shit. Like, all right, cool, we got Fat Man. Fat Man didn't have anything. He was just a nigga on skates. That's overweight.
No, he was also
a nigga on skates.
No, Fat Man was a true arsonist. Dude knew how to make a bomb out of anything.
He was an audible. He was a fake out, man. He was a pump fake.
Can I just point out of everybody in that crew, he's the only one that's odd man out. Like, so do you have any special skills? I roller skate.
No, but he wasn't just. Listen, we are not going to breeze past the fact that the man made bombs.
Nigga that shot the fucking health guy shot a gun too. I ain't going to call him fucking John Wick though, am I? Thank you.
Probably.
Not really.
I would.
I can make a bomb. Is that going to make me Fat Man now? No.
But you won't make a bomb
Chris,
like Fat Man.
No.
You ain't gonna make it like him.
No. D, I got this. Chris, I would like for you to make a bomb. Hypothetically, in Minecraft, in video game world, internet, I would like for you to make, a device that goes off. But in order for it to go off, you have to deactivate 20 other devices.
That's cool. He is a run-of-the-mill terrorist on skates.
Hey, Chris.
Do you have the technical know-how to do that, though?
Hold on. I got you. Hey, Chris.
Taliban dude.
Hey, Chris. Stop
blanketing shit,
Chris.
Man.
That's what I'm saying, Chris. Stop. I can fry chicken. I'm not Colonel Sanders, nigga.
All I'm saying is, Fat Man is kind of.
I'm sorry. I'm not Colonel Sanders' slaves who made.
All I'm saying is, when you look at all the villains, Fat Man is kind of on the lower tier of all right, he could do something, but all right, cool, but it ain't fucking. it ain't like the end where it's like, oh shit, this man can blend in, and you find out it's nanomachines and bullshit, and that's 4 in a nutshell. Everything that you thought was all mysticism and shit, even tall and shaman guy.
I don't know.
No. Giant and shaman and the control of ravens. My man knew how to control birds.
That's not fair, man. He knew how to do that anyway, man. Remember, I am Inuit. I raise my crows and I sleep with ravens and I run through the ground on all fours, and the wolves, they like he's one of them niggas, huh? So of course he's gonna do some little.
But then you also,
we get it, sleight of hand, but still it's magic.
Then you also, but hold on, but then you have someone who was the super master of disguise that of course could never dodge fox down.
No,
decoy octopus.
No, Chris said it right. This is what happens when a white man tries to become a black man and it backfires on him. Sickle cell.
I would like to believe. I would like to believe that decoy. No, stop it, both of you. I would like to believe that decoy octopus was colorless.
Wait, he was colorless. He was colorless.
No.
All that blood out the dark.
No. I mean, absolute. No, I'm talking about from default. Colorless, meaning he's just a palette, blank canvas.
So what you're saying? He got like a smooth spot.
No, D.
Probably.
D. Recent times, he's the chameleon from that shitty ass Kraven the Hunter movie. All right,
leave him alone. You don't bring up bad things from other bad.
I swear, me and Sue were sitting there in that movie, and when my man cussed out his brother and he transformed into the fucking the chameleon shit, I was like, Harris, what the fuck did we just watch? What did we just watch?
I saw, dude, both of you and I saw this and said,
how is this movie better than Morbius?
No.
How is that movie better than Morbius?
Wait, stop, dude. Chris, you and I looked at you and I said, Chris, this movie earned nothing.
Harris,
I mean, the movie didn't even earn itself.
His dad gave him the fucking thing, and the only thing that was missing was, I shall call myself Kraven the Hunter. That's the only thing missing at the end of the movie. No, this nigga sat in his white chala fucking throne and just said,
the fact that he said, that's what people no, he said, oh, you're Kraven. And that's what people call me, I guess. I went,
I guess. Get the fuck out of my face.
I'm like, all right. Anyways,
Metal Gear Solid 4. For Metal Gear Solid 4, right? Metal Gear Solid 4, the fact that it's literally nanomachines the game, it took me like okay, let's rewind.
Hold up. I will, since Chris, you covered one thing, because I do want us to go on, let's get our initial grievance out, and then we go through the game, because this game is one of those games, this whole story is complicated. It's complicated why I love this game so much.
I mean, if you look
at this game is terrible. Let me make it very clear. This story, Eric said very famously on our first Metal Gear show 2 years ago. This story is this is amazing how this story really, truly went out of its way to answer every single question.
Shit that we didn't ask.
And because you do so, and because in doing so, it caused a couple of things. Let's just put it out there. I wasn't one of these people, but seeing everything for what it is. Metal Gear 2 should have never got a follow-up. It going to a prequel was genius. Yeah, there didn't need to be a follow-up after 2.
Because you were answering, because you were literally answering, because 3 was necessary. I think
Hold on. I'm not saying 3 wasn't necessary. Let me make that clear. I thought it was theatrically and story-wise, it made more sense to yank it back to a prequel than it is to go after the story, because really there should have been no follow-up to the second one.
I disagree with that. I disagree with that wholeheartedly.
But here's the thing, though.
Hold on. Okay. But because you went out your way and said we're making a fourth one, now you have no choice but to answer questions.
But here's
who are the Patriots? Who are doing this? Who's doing this? Who is doing that? That's why all of a sudden we got people like Eva who shouldn't be here. That's why we got people like Big Boss.
But if you think about it, it's a byproduct. I feel Metal Gear Solid 4, because if folks think back to the rollout of 4, right, when they teased it, one of the first things that popped up in people's minds when they showed it was Old Snake. And it threw everybody off because the thing of it is, up to that point, I always felt Metal Gear Solid 4 was a response to the message board era of everybody theorizing and making videos and posts about Metal Gear Solid, what was going to happen after Metal Gear Solid 2. Because you remember, after Metal Gear Solid 2, there was this rumor that we were going to get a Raiden side story of him wrestling Olga's baby and what was going to... But that was something that every interviewer that talked to Kojima, he kept addressing that, like, maybe we might do it. I don't know.
Eric and Chris, and that's my problem. That is my problem. Because you had to make a fourth one, you had no choice but to answer.
You addressed all the fans' speculation and
every single question with it.
And Kojima can't help himself because he's a man of the people and he feels like he has to.
And that's why we got shit. And that's why we got shit like the Patriots being Zero, Big Boss, Paramedic, and Siggy. It's like, stop it. If you would have said that in 2005, after Metal Gear Solid 3 was over with, if you said, I bet the Patriots are those four, everybody, their mama and their dog would have laughed you out of a room.
Apparently, Ocelot.
And here we are.
And Ocelot.
And
Ocelot. But still, here we are. But all of that together, if you said that any other time, it was like, no, just make somebody new. Nope.
No, hang on.
Nope.
Now, listen.
Bring out the what you call it, Eris? Bring out the clowns, nigga. Like, that's what happened.
The reason I say that two needed it, feverishly, starvingly needed a follow-up.
I'm listening. Actually, I want to hear
So after going through everything that you went through, we're watching 2009, which is where this story takes place. We're looking at 2009 AI actively fucking up thanks to Otacon's sister's worm cluster. You come to find out the Colonel's not even the real Colonel because remember, he retired. And Rose is also another product of AI. But the real Rose does exist.
Eris,
the Patriots was already doing its thing even back then.
I wasn't denying nothing about the Patriots. Let me make that very clear. And hold on. And let me change something with that. Yes, I don't think 2 should have been followed up. More specifically, I don't think Raiden should have came back. Let me make that very. I think his story was done. You don't have to bring him back in there. That's where my main concern was. Him and Rosemary, we should never seen them again. That's where my concern is. Everything else is par for the course to me. And you're right. Because the Patriots was doing so much at the game, yes, you had to answer that question. And as much as I hated the answer that we got, you had no choice but to answer that question. Also, but as far as Rosemary and Raiden, I didn't need to see them no more. But there you go. I'm gonna let you keep going.
Now to side with your point, remember what happened at the after Shadow Moses? All the plans and blueprints of Metal Gears and other types of weaponry got thrown on the black market.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore, we had a whole story, which did not get made into a game, of Snake and Otacon running around the entire planet, dismantling Metal Gears, just destroying them.
But did we do that in 5? Shut up. Shut your whore mouth. Anyway,
I mean, I think...
And the other reason why that you needed these and why we needed a follow-up game is because number one, I wanted to know where the hell did Liquid Ocelot go after remember when he said I'm off to bury the Patriots for good, and I'm like, okay, where are you going, bro? Where's the location?
This is where, because it's kind of funny. Remember,
and why do you think I chose Ocelot as my host? You know something. Where are you going?
So this is the thing.
Still think that we didn't need a follow-up, D?
I still, like I said, let me make it very, make it very, very clear. I meant Raiden and Rosemary. We're
okay,
done
that's
with
fine. That's two
everything else, Eris, I'm on board with it. Because you want to know why? I was one of the people going, so what we gonna learn about who the Patriots are, my nigga? I was one of them. I asked for this. I was one of the many fans that wanted Hideo Kojima to answer my questions.
But here's the reason.
And in doing so, you didn't have to sacrifice Raiden. You didn't have to drag Rosemary out here and make her the worst psychiatrist of all time. You didn't have to drag none of it. You didn't have to bring Roy. You know what?
D.
I'm half and half on Roy.
No. And I got to stop you on that too, because it goes back to what I said before we even started this podcast. I said it from the beginning, gentlemen. Everybody had a role to play.
Well, that's the thing. If
no,
you
they
okay,
didn't.
Yes, they did.
No. But if you
no. Colonel Campbell, like Colonel coming back, Rosemary, Raiden, Ocelot, sorry, but like freaking Dr. Naomi Hunter, they all had a part to play.
Well, here's the thing.
Hold on.
You dare.
I'm bringing her into this because as time has passed, if there's anything that this game has taught me, is that you can fool the Patriots.
But
AI system.
But that's my thing though.
That's my problem, Aris. But you need to tell me that the program itself programmed it so somebody else could stop it from being the big old program.
But my thing is this though.
Remember it did go self-aware.
No, but here's my thing. Jokes aside, it echoes. That's what I say. It echoes real life because we tend to have this mentality that we think AI is like Skynet, right? And that's when you look at the Patriot system. The game makes it seem as though the Patriot system was this super smart thing, but to Sue's point, it's like Ocelot did a lot of fucking wheeling and dealing and maneuvering to dupe it.
What? I'm just gonna throw it out here. Emma, do you think Emma's worm cluster had something to do with at least part of this? A part of the system kind of setting up.
Her worm cluster
is the reason.
Hold on, her worm cluster, along with Otacon and along, I believe, with Naomi.
Studies at the as well.
And Sunny. Oh yeah, and Sunny. All of it, like all four of them put together, made the freaking digital death weapon to take out the Patriots.
Because the thing of it is,
it just seems, Aris, like a janitor waxing the floor accidentally hitting the cord would have done the same thing.
But the thing of it is, though, it's kind of wild.
No one knows where, but no one knew where it was except Ocelot.
Where said cord was. I know.
But the fact that 2 is where Ocelot starts his grand master plan of everything is what makes it so wild, right? Because you think about the fact that he fakes his arm being taken over by Liquid Snake, hence him being Liquid Ocelot. And funny thing,
I got a question. Why?
But here's the funny thing. We bought into that because of the fact that first scene, we talked about that in 2 about Ocelot, and then he transforms and he's speaking like that.
Considering that he legit used the entire arm that belonged to
and then you find out in 4 that through gene therapy, that's how he was able to kind of like put himself into this mental state of being Liquid Ocelot. So Liquid Snake actually was dead. It's just Ocelot was faking the persona of Liquid Snake the whole fucking time.
As Big Boss did say at the end of this game, Ocelot used a combination, a freaking cocktail, if you will, of nanomachines and hypnotherapy to convince himself to be Liquid Snake.
Plot hole, though.
Hold up. And the best part, and this is again more Hideo Kojima writing. Cats do love to play as snakes.
Plot hole, though.
I'm like, when simple as a video game. No. Shut up.
Plot hole, though. So when did Liquid and Ocelot become masters of CQC?
Okay, let me stop.
When they become masters of CQC?
Hold on. No. Can I answer that? Let me answer that.
Go ahead, Dave.
First off, you just answered that question. Ocelot, what is the one thing? Because if you listen to what Ocelot said at the end of the game about how he orchestrated all this, and you listening to it, it hits you. Hey, this doesn't sound like the boss. This doesn't even sound like the big boss. This sounds like something that Ocelot wants to do. Like what you wanted to do in the beginning of all of this. Wait a minute. So you mean to tell me you sat and cosplayed this man? You followed this dude to his oil rig in the middle of nowhere. You not only got to help raise one of his sons, you worked for the nigga, and when the nigga died, you said, give me that arm. You went out your way your whole life to be Big Boss. So yes, all of that is right up his alley. Yes. So him learning CQC.
He did Manchurian Candidate himself.
Yes,
basically.
he did. Yes, he did. Like him learning CQC is like a good friend of ours who likes Michael Jai White trying to do a high kick and he can't do it.
Did he just do it? Did he just pull a Taskmaster where he just pull up footage from Metal Gear Solid 3, 1960s footage?
Wait a minute. Wait.
He did.
First of all, Ocelot. Hold on. Let's consider a couple of things. Ocelot's very first encounter with Jack, if you will, Jack. Yes. His very first encounter back in 1964 with Jack was his very first experience with CQC.
Yep,
it's true.
And now after that was like after he learned about CQC just from that experience, and then going along with with Venom Snake and establishing the following two bases that came between 1974 and 1984 and 1999 with Zanzibar, like between Zanzibar Land and Zanzibar Land and Outer Heaven.
Mm-hmm.
And Ocelot
has been around all of this.
And Ocelot also too was a part of Spetsnaz, who for a fact was trying their best to be as close to America as possible when it comes to learning like old moves and shit like that. Yeah. So yeah, it doesn't surprise me he would know that.
Not to mention the amount of contact they probably still had with Eva from time to time.
Now, to be fair, now the thing of it is, I was saying earlier about the rollout and stuff. Everybody freaked out at old Snake because like what we remember of Snake was like basically the Kurt Russell looking dude from 2. So it was kind of like
Escape from New York.
Yeah, so it's like you're giving us old Snake. It threw everybody off because again, we're also coming off of 3 with Big Boss, so we're used to a youthful looking Snake. So it was kind of like, well, hold on, how many years into the future are we going? And if we're getting some old ass Snake, right?
It was, and
I can answer that for you. Going back to Shadow Moses was 2005 in terms of the story. The tanker incident was 2007, and the big shell was 2009. Guns of the Patriots was 2014.
No. I wasn't saying like I needed to know the answer, but I'm saying at the time that they were announcing this game, it just threw everybody off because we just had the assumption that it took place like 20 plus years into the future. Like,
and also this goes into Hideo Kojima, one of the many themes that are in this game of aging and decay. If you notice, that's the one thing you see in it. You see like when you go back to Shadow Moses, you see how decayed it is. When you go over to see like the beginning of the beginning poem in the beginning, war is change and all that. You can tell that that it's been taking a toll on the earth. And then when you finally get to see the reveal of Snake, and he's this old dude, you're seeing like that was done on purpose. Snake being old was done on purpose. Yeah, there's a weird thing. The nanomachines are eating up his body, yada yada. But the important part was for Hideo was to convey that things get old, things die off, things get wear and tear. That was one of the themes that he wanted to get through. And to be really honest, I think Hideo nailed it. I think he nailed that.
I get that. That was the theme he was going for. But as far as why Snake was old when he first shows up, well, as Snake has already said at the beginning of the game when he told Otacon, "I'm not an ordinary man." He's clearly a clone, and by him being a clone based off of Big Boss, and the fact that Big Boss's copies were made when he was in his late 50s while he was in a coma.
Yeah, I mean, because
And now why do we go from seeing him looking young, in the old Metal Gear games, and hell, even by the time we get to Metal Gear Solid as Shadow Moses, he was already kind of, old, but we're going off of PS1 graphics. We couldn't tell at the time. PS2, like characters kind of looked at him and say he was also aging a bit. Once you get to MGS4 and we see that he is like full old man Snake, dude, like is damn near a dead ringer for freaking Solidus at this point. No, think about it, because when Solidus showed up,
he's right.
When he first shows up, dude, he's grayed out. He's completely grayed out.
Solidus was looking like a Charlton Heston but buff.
Yeah, he was. But hold on, now wait, hang on. Both Charlton Heston, Jesus, both George Sears, aka Solidus Snake, and Solid Snake in MGS4, they both share something in common. They're both using suits, specially designed suits for the field that they're in.
Well, yeah,
and hold on, and one last thing. Snake's accelerated aging was by design. Yeah, there's nothing, and there was nothing you could do to even change that. Because once Naomi examined him and said the reason why that your body is the way that it is because that shit was made like that from design. You are really nothing more than a weapon.
Yeah.
Well, didn't the Fox die basically accelerate that shit too?
Fox die. No,
Fox die helped make it go nuclear. That's the only.
I was gonna say no. Okay, Fox die did not accelerate it. All Fox die did, because Naomi changed it at the last minute. It mutated over time instead of just deteriorating. It mutated and it would turn him into a walking nuclear weapon,
which is walking COVID.
Pretty much, yes.
I mean,
you can't do that, Chris.
Oh yes, he can, and I co-sign. I co-sign.
I mean, but I will say this: I think what made it great though is that once they died down on us seeing old Snake in that initial E3 trailer, when we saw the gameplay in action, I think a lot of us finally kind of softened on our stance on seeing old Snake. It was like, all right, I can dig this, because the gameplay and all that stuff was kind of smooth to where you're like, all right, let's see where this goes.
Actually, you want to know I'll tell you the earliest trailer for MGS4 that I saw. I believe it was a Tokyo Game Show, and I remember them showing it was like a wide open blank field, and you noticed that all the cardboard boxes was missing, and I remember there was a sign that said "No place for Hideo," no place for Hideo, but then it also said "No place to hide" for Snake, and that's what had every.
That wasn't three. That wasn't
no, it was 4.
Okay, whatever.
3. The thing for 3 was, you kept seeing Snake, number one, you saw him jump off the waterfall. You actually see him bite into a snake and eat it. And we see him, coming out of the freaking water with the gator helmet on and shooting at the inspiration for Star Wars floaters and shit. That we saw all of that, and we saw a bunch of cut content. But no, this show, it was like a literal video that they put together that wasn't even in the game. It was just a little video that they made saying, you're going to be everywhere in MGS4. That's why I said no place to hide.
Yeah, you're going to be everywhere. Just 4 places.
Yeah,
but everywhere. But you were everywhere. Just.
But I think the
but
thing
everywhere.
But the game changer for this game, though, that kind of had everybody really good, is that it kind of had a very pseudo open world aspect to it.
This game,
which is where it should have stayed.
And here's the thing,
it should have never went open world after that.
It's kind of funny.
I like the open world, but I mean that's a different conversation.
This game.
Empty world is what it should be really called.
It's
it's Afghanistan. You expect it to be a city, dude.
It's not even just Afghanistan. Chris, you do know that you travel to other places besides Afghanistan in 5. And even still, the place that you go to, there's nothing. It's still nothing. It's just one big open desert. Nothing.
It's desert.
You're not in the desert. You're in the mountains. You're in the jungle.
It's mountains, jungles. You expect it to be cities, dude?
I'm not expecting it to be cities, but I'm expecting different bases, different outposts, something.
This outpost is just not as. I get what you're saying about it being way spread out. I get that, It's just
No,
it's
it's
mountains.
just a clear. Chris, to me, I think it's a clearly there was more to put in the game than they didn't put in it.
It's like they had aspirations. It was basically like your ambitions were high and it was good ideas. It's just it didn't match it because of we already know what happened behind the scenes.
Hey, just like
remember,
Metal Gear 4. Awesome.
Remember Battle Gear? Remember that weapon that you were going to be given? They had a whole cutscene and everything. You never saw it again.
But bear in mind though, that's why I said Metal Gear Solid 4. It was pseudo open because it was like it was
perfect.
4, it was basically all right. We're gonna have pseudo open world, but it's going to be with respect to whatever's happening. So like in the game, the first 2 chapters of the game, one South America and one in Middle East. You kind of can align yourself either neutral or you can align yourself with the rebels.
You can.
Well, yeah, I'm saying it was neutral. Yeah, it could be rebels or you can go neutral. One of the two.
You can go neutral or in some instances, in my opinion, it actually makes the game better. Sneak around all of them.
That's what I'm saying. Like you have your choice of doing whatever. You can either roll with the rebels, or you can also, kill the rebels as well as the enemy, or you can actually just avoid all of them altogether. Just be like, hey, y'all go ahead and go this way. I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna cut between these buildings and just keep it moving.
And even Hideo, Hideo himself said he really wanted that to be one of the biggest functions. I think with a lot of stuff, they just lost the plot with it. You know what I mean? Yeah. Because to me, it really only works in the second act. It doesn't work really that much in Act 1. Yeah, it's a cool mechanic you can use, but in the second one is where you can really see the benefit of that.
Well, because it's South America,
and there's probably also, Chris, because go to what you said, it's so wide in that it's so wide. You could do so many different things in that area. So you have pretty much the playground of doing whatever you want with the game at that part of the game. Right?
Well, chapter 1 was basically all right. You're getting your toes wet in terms of the mechanics of the game. Like, all right, you can help the rebels out, or you can do whatever and stuff, and you're sneaking through. And I will say this: it was a dope concept of the suit that Snake wears, where he can like camouflage himself on the fly, the octo suit, which was actually a pretty dope suit because
there's a lot of what you call the quality of life changes in this one.
They took everything that you knew from 3 with the camouflage system in that one and stuff, and instead of having to switch different costumes, it's like the octosuit basically adjusts
now you can
to the environment.
You can do it in this one, and I saved some pretty funny ass colors, but yeah, you can do it in this one too. But that being said, because of that, and because we see how smooth the controls is, how many guns you can get in this one, I got a good question. What do y'all think is the better gameplay wise? Playing this one or playing the third
one? In terms of gameplay?
In terms of gameplay, you doing everything.
I would say
as far as eating, changing stuff, all of that shit.
I would say
which is the better game to you?
I would say 4 just because of how broken and fun it is.
Yeah.
In a weird way, it's broken and fun. I think 3 is more like the expert tier of like doing broken stuff. Cause I've watched gameplay of like extreme versions of the extreme mode of Metal Gear Solid 3 gameplay, and them folks be playing it like it's nothing, right? Before, it just felt like the octo suit kind of made you a bit broken in certain regards, and also certain guns just made it to where you can just blow through certain spots.
I can answer. Okay, I'm gonna answer it a little bit differently. The best way that I can answer for both, it's like asking which luxury vehicle do you prefer to drive, Porsche or BMW? And in the case of MGS3, that's BMW. MGS4 is Porsche.
Yeah.
See. You have the octo suit, you just press yourself up against the wall and it automatically changes into shit. Whereas in 3, you had to actively go into a menu, scroll down and pick out a freaking camo that you want to use and a face paint that you want to use, and you had to do everything manually. That's that right there was the was the BMW like for 3.
Now,
but with four just flatters your ego by doing everything automatically.
Now, I will say this though: the one thing about 4 that was great though is that it did present challenges for you, especially if you were trying to go for the big boss medal. Which I did get the big boss medal. It took me a lot of tries to do it, but you can get the big boss medal, and the game will put you through your paces because you gotta use every mechanic of Metal Gear Solid 4 to get that big boss medal. I'm talking don't get spotted or any of that stuff. Yeah. And it's a bitch and a half when you get to that final chapter of the game when you're on that big ass boat. What's the name of the ship?
Outer Haven.
Outer Haven.
Yeah, Outer Haven. It's a bitch because the frogs, they're the grunts of the game. They jump around on Outer Haven so much that you can't necessarily like sneak fast. You have to know their walking patterns and all that stuff. It's a pain in the ass, but when you do it, it's like, thank you, I'm past it. And you're pretty much home free at that point. So it's Sue's correlation, it makes perfect sense and stuff, but
it's literally just that. It's Porsche and BMW.
And also the system that they have in place where basically you're making money off of killing people and stuff, and you can buy weapons. It's like, wow, this.
Oh man, that's the one thing I like too. Especially after
not necessarily money. You're getting Drebin points.
You're getting credits.
War profiteering, if you will.
Picking up stuff, and it wasn't even just the soldiers. I mean, just run around and grab random shit. You happen to find ammo. You could sell ammo. You can tell that for MGS4, they were heavily inspired in some ways by Resident Evil 4.
You can tell that they were like, especially when it comes to the war economy, I really felt like they could have did more with it, but it was cool because you get to the end of the game and it's like, hey, get whatever guns you want. Why? Everything's right. Have you seen what's going on?
The world is bitches. Oh my bro, the world is on fire. I got everything on sale. Everything is half price.
Underrated.
Everything's on price. That's right. Come down to the convention center. Get all your guns.
Underrated aspect that was a
come down to Oarsman. We have you.
Underrated aspect of that actually got improved from the third game. Metal Gear Online had no business being fucking good on Metal Gear Solid 4.
I never got to play Metal Gear Online.
Me and my brother played the shit out of it. It was fun. Like, I played a little bit of 3. I got on it too late because at that point it was on his last lifeline on the PS2 for 3. But like when they did the beta for Metal Gear Online for 4, me and my brother were playing around on it, and I was like, my brother, he's big on first-person shooters and all that stuff, so he was like murking motherfuckers in that game. And like Metal Gear Online for 4 was just dope as fuck. It was fun. It had a huge community, and everybody was like on board with it. So I will give Kojima and his staff credit for actually improving everything that the highs and lows of what the third game was doing for Metal Gear Online, and just improving on it big time.
You guys want to know what my favorite weapon, one of my favorite weapons is in this game?
The sun gun.
That one's fun, but no.
I'm listening, but
it is the Tanegashima.
Oh yeah,
really? The tornado gun, nigga.
The flintlock, bro. That flintlock musket. Because one of the reasons why I loved it is that you have a 1 in a third chance of you pulling that trigger and that big ass tornado comes in and wipes everybody off the board.
I only got to see that once. I only got to see it once, man. It was actually one of the last times I actually played that game. I finally got to do it. And I was like, oh man, that's what it does. And I never got to work after that since then. I was so bad.
That weapon became a favorite of mine. I was like, bro, I don't care if I got to use it. I don't care if I have to shoot like 30 or 40 times just for it to come out. Once you got infinite ammo, I ran. I just had fun with the game at that point using the flintlock.
And that's what makes it great because, like I said, I think the third game, unless you shot all them goddamn frogs and stuff, or you just do what
where you get the infinite.
Or I just went to Sue and I just said, fuck it, give me the Game Shark shit so I can download the file off of damn GameFAQs and keep it moving because I am not shooting all them goddamn frogs. 4 actually made it, I ain't gonna say easy, but it was like at least you had a chance to get the infinite ammo and the stealth camouflage. You had to do some work to get it, but it was at least worth it.
a part of me, because
Well,
everything is symbolism, and I'm trying to secretly tell y'all still. A part of me is thinking that Hideo did that on purpose. Like in the third one, it was in the 1960s.
So
to
make
do
it
that,
hard.
So to do all that, it'll take more time. Now that we're in the future, everything is nanomachines. Everything should be click, 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 click. Yes, there is still a challenge within all that click, click, click. Yeah, you still got fast access and easier access to this stuff, but he still made it so there's a challenge to it. Like you started trying to get the big boss medal. Yeah, even with all that technology that's still helping you, it's still freaking hard. So I personally like 4 because it does feel like I'm cheating. And I think that's the reason why, because it is so it's a lot more funner to play. I will go that far. It's a lot more funny to play. 3, I have a deep appreciation for
it makes you work for your fucking victory.
Exactly. You got to work for your victory. You actually got to, if you do something stupid, you're going to get called for that and shit like that. I actually like that. You know, you put it on the wrong camouflage, and I don't know how stupid you can be to put on the wrong camouflage sometimes, but will actually get you spotted. You know what I mean? You're like, oh man, I'm Woodland, man. I'm 40%. Nobody can see you. Clint, like what?
But nah, if we're gonna so the summation of, if we're gonna start at chapter 1, is the Middle East, and yeah, they throw everything at you. We get the new enemy types, the mooing mini Metal Gear,
the
geckos, which I ain't gonna lie, if geckos existed in real life, I'd be scared. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, I'll scream.
Giant walking tanks. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? I'll be like, I'm done.
Giant walking tanks with legs like that, bro.
Because you know what's funny? The new RoboCop, the RoboCop remake, which was mid as fuck.
Like, yo, whose wife were you thinking about when you designed them legs, bro?
Because David, I think about it like this. Imagine, if you will, you from the Middle East, and all of a sudden you're in a conflict and you just see a giant walking leg tank just coming at you. You'd be like, I give up.
Actually, no, wait, CJ. First of all, they wouldn't even have to run. Remember, these things can leap. You just seeing them leaping after you, and don't think that just because you happen to go up a flight of stairs that you got away from them. Suddenly, the legs kind of like change and like go into transformer mode and start climbing up, and they're like hands and shit.
Scariest moment from the geckos, Shadow Moses, when you go into that area where you fought Vulcan Raven in the tank, and if you just run through and they just pop up out the snow, and it's like, oh shit. Like,
no, you know what he is for me? You be like, I got this nigga. They get dead in front of you and leg sweep you. Do you know how many times
your ass?
They just said, boom, boom, yeah. I got that so many times.
They went full Johnny Lawrence and sweep the leg.
Oh, dude! If you're trying to go through the run and not get killed, that moment at the end of 2 where you got to run through at the end of chapter 2 when you got to run through the market, that's a bitch and a half, because you better throw a shaft grenade just to get through it, because otherwise, no, them shits sweep your ass to death.
You stop to shoot 1 or 2 of them Jones, man. So I want to throw something out there. The one thing that's really good about this game is, of course, the music, because Harry Gregson Williams is a fucking beast.
Put his ankle on that shit.
I mean, all the original music on this junk that isn't him. I forgot who's the Nazuno. I forgot their name. But they're good. Like, he's good and all that shit.
Got an actual African woman to sing that.
Yes. And then no, Hebrew. And I'm about to get to that too. You and Eddie Morricone did the ending theme song to this joint, man. This game is full of good music.
If Metal Gear Solid 4 came out right now, them motherfucking grifters would have called this shit woke.
Of course they would.
Let me tell you something. I would give Kojima this. Like, we talk a lot of shit about him and how he has a love for movies, but he shouldn't be a movie director. I will give him credit that he will get some diversity going across the fucking board on a lot of shit. Like, he didn't have to, but he just did it.
No. Well, Chris, let me stop you there. He would only do it if it's necessary.
Necessary, I ain't saying he had to.
No. I'm saying if it's necessary to the game, he'll do it. Because you brought up something. Since Chris brought it up, we might as well go ahead and jump into it. Remember I think it was either UD that said it, that Hideo does not know how to write for women when it came to Meryl.
Five is where it really put a
showed,
huge magnifying glass on that shit.
Yeah. I think 4. It was the worst. I think 5 is egregious. Still bad. It's still bad. It's probably worse.
And I'm sorry, I have to come to the defense of Mr. Kojima by telling you, you guys are arguing with a man who is a fan of American movies that was made between the 1950s and wait, let me say it, between 1950s and like the best part of the 1990s. Even the people that he was inspired by didn't know how to write for women.
Okay, the thing of it is, Harris, I agree, but you still don't know how to write for women.
I know he does.
Harris, you get mad. Harris, I heard you get mad at somebody like, dude, just because you from the hood doesn't mean you got to act like it. Well, guess what? The same thing follows in. Just because Commando's your favorite movie doesn't mean that gives you an excuse or leeway, because that's like, come on, man. Come on, Harris.
Or what if he wanted to write it like that?
Look, then he shouldn't say words like jeans and memes and we aren't tied by our feet and crap like that.
Well, remember, it wasn't always him writing it from the beginning, you know.
No, you're right.
Which everybody, D-Fon looked up the whole thing about Fukushima, the dude who's the co-writer. Here's the thing everybody needs to know about co-writer. When you're co-writer, that doesn't specify what you co-write. Mm-hmm. So what a lot of people, this is what we know about what he did in the first 3 Metal Gears. He wrote the Kodak calls. A lot of people say, yes, that actually helped flesh out the characters, and I agree, it did. Also, after that, we don't know what he did. What a lot of people noted is that he clearly was the co-writer, because a lot of the ish that you can tell would have went off the handle in the third game and the second game, it didn't go that way. So in the fourth game, where he's clearly not there, and also that's the last time anybody has confirmed that he was anywhere, because he was like in the beginning of all that, when Konami was moving stuff around, they was telling Hideo, you better do this. He was like, I'm out. Y'all can have fun with this. We don't know how much. So we don't know how much of this script he even helped on. Now, where is he at now? Now, hold on. Last thing. Where is he at now? They say he worked on a couple games, but that's not confirmed. A lot of people say he just straight up quit the video game industry and went into something else. And yes, that 2% out there, sure. The Yakuza killed him. Sure. That's why I say sure. Now, if that's your fantasy, cool. Whatever.
No, let me also throw out something else. This is something else that's like extremely common, especially in Japan. When something happens, or when a decision is made by the individual, sometimes for whatever reason, usually it's by like great shame, or they really, really don't want to be a part of something anymore. They will straight up vanish. Whether it's whether the cause is like a failure of a project, of financial reasons, mental stress, or whatever the hell, they will straight up vanish. And we're talking socials gone, contacts gone. You have no idea where this person is. They become a literal ghost.
There were a couple of professional wrestlers out there in Japan that I don't know where they're at now. And the only excuse you get is they couldn't handle it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you mentioned the fucking Kodak and shit. I'm sorry. Like, I'm still thinking back to the fact that my man fucking Liquid Snake had Master Miller's dead body in a fucking corner, put them goddamn shades on, and he just...
Chris, it was ponytail, sunglasses.
Dirty t-shirt from the blood-soaked death.
Again, do you like my sunglasses, Snake? I didn't see you. I couldn't see you. Hear my ear.
Well, the fact that the Kodak imagery, the images of the Kodak calls was pretty much everybody on a Zoom call. And I love it too. Glasses off.
Hold on though. You know Ocelot was fucking hyping this nigga up like, yeah, man, you got Snake. You got him.
And I still say that it was awesome.
One arm. You got him, Steak. You got him. Yeah.
I still say that it was Ocelot that killed Miller.
Oh, Ocelot was the one that shot that.
I don't know. Wow. See, now you're fucking me up. I'm thinking Liquid did the shit.
No,
because we already had this.
Remember we had this discussion before. Because remember at the end of MGS5 when Miller found out that this whole time he's been working with Venom Snake instead of the real big boss.
Yeah.
Oh, he felt some way about it, and he said, "Okay, fine. As far as I'm concerned, he can rot in hell for all I care. I'm gonna take this son." You take the other one, and we're just gonna go our separate ways. I'm gonna train this one up to take out, I'm gonna train this one up to take out, Big Boss. And of course, Ocelot literally speaking in Sam Elliott. So that the next time that we see each other, we will be enemies.
Wow.
By me. And that's where they left it. They left Mother Base. Diamond Dogs, and that was it.
I'm still laughing.
Next time I see you, it's on site.
Fast forward about a good 30 years. Man had long since retired, got married, was a dog musher up in Alaska. Croak. That was it.
I just find it funny
Eris. Now I just see his house. There's a picture of him and his beautiful, she's big, Eskimo wife.
Japanese.
Japanese?
I believe he married a Japanese woman and they live in Alaska.
It's because of his first name.
Possibly. Very high likely.
That's racist.
But nah, like
I didn't have an answer for
the whole opening in chapter 1 of this.
That's the other thing I'm sorry. I never knew for years, I never knew what I was listening to, but now I do. When I hear that woman singing, that was Hebrew that we was hearing. That was Hebrew. And what she said was, and this was all written by Hideo Kojima, by the way. It reads, "Close my eyes to the sound of gunfire, uttering a howl. In a flash, I am switched into despair. Everything for the one who lives inside of a nightmare. Missing you from the bottom of my heart. Wishing for the world that ran out of tears. My heart is already dead. The hope, missing you hurts. Missing you so much, it hurts." In other words, I get what they call the love thing. This was Hideo saying, "I'm done with Snake."
Mm-hmm.
And when you really break down that that poem, it's fucking heartbreaking. You can tell that, this is the game. Snake is supposed to die.
Or as the grifters would say, what is this DEI nonsense down here?
So you mean to tell me you could get like a Western singer? No, because they're all woke too.
MGW, Metal Gear Woke.
Oh God. Oh,
I had to think because it's not like it's the kids thing. It's not like I want to bring that up. I had to really think about that because the current state of how stupid motherfuckers are. It's like, because again, it's not like Kojima is doing it on purpose. It's just, hey, does this person fit the need for what I need out this game? Cool, right? But it's just the way motherfuckers knee jerk. They really would have been like, this game is woke.
Though.
The Beauty and the Beast core would have been like, oh, women, the men can't be.
Actually, no. I'm stopping you right there. I'm stopping you right there, Chris. First of all, if the Beauty and the Beast core show up and they were the same women that we got from the game, they wouldn't say shit. However,
because they want to bang them, that's why.
Hey, Chris,
no.
Chris,
yes.
Saw how they reacted to all those Korean girls built like black girls in that one game. You saw it, right?
Now. Had they shown up and they all looked like fucking Abby and Ellie from The Last of Us, they would have caught a fit.
Well, that was never going to happen because it's Kojima. Well, that was never going to happen because that's Kojima. He would never.
No. Hold on, D. I'm sorry. Hold up. No, Chris. No, wait. Wait.
Pretty much.
Wait. CJ. First of all, that would never happen with based Kojima.
They would have called him. It would have went from this game is woke to base Kojima.
This is why.
Wait, this would have never happened if this was base Kojima. Now, if Metal Gear Solid 4 was made by Naughty Dog, We be having a different
Boy.
conversation.
I'm gonna be serious for a second here, because jokes aside, like I'm like, a lot of verbiage right now has been co-opted by white folks, and it's like virtue signaling. I'm getting kind of fucking tired of that shit being co-opted, because they don't know, because the word has no meanings. I ain't talking about those two brown motherfuckers. They're no.
I'm sorry. One is not brown. He just knows the truth about us now.
No,
that
it's just, my thing is this. It's just words have lost meanings. I want people to understand something about what virtue signaling is. Virtue signaling implies that everybody in society is just selfish as fuck, and they don't care about doing things because it's right.
No. Virtue signaling is being a hypocrite. That's what virtue.
No, I'm saying no, but the basis of it
like,
is
everybody. Let's hold hands together. We're one. Yeah, like it's like this. I'm trans. You're good. I'm black. Ew, faggot. Like that's
no. What I'm saying is, but it's lost all its meaning, because it's like no. When I'm saying that is because like Zuck came out and said, "Oh, people leave my platform. That's virtue signaling." It's like no, because your platform.
No,
is
that's
trash,
not virtue
bro.
signaling. Nobody likes you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, bro, that's not no people.
There's
No, you. It's basically you suck, dude. I'm sorry. Like, what do you want me to say? Like, it ain't virtue signaling. People just don't like you. That's just what it is, right? So it's like that woke is just. It's like, bro, you're white. You don't know nothing about being woke. Shut up. Like, stop talking. Like,
see, white people, we're trying to teach y'all how
to shut the fuck up. How about that? How about that? So going back to Kojima though, these motherfuckers would have been like, they would have been like, we love the Beauty and the Beast core. And then they would look at Sunny and be like, who's this ugly girl? And I'm like, she's a girl.
All right, Chris, calm down.
Chris, you really got Chris. You got to be swimming in the waters like I do to understand where.
It's just at the end of the day, there are certain things in the game that would have me rolling my eyes.
Old man snake running with the rebels.
But even past that, it's just there's a lot of things in this game that just has me rolling my eyes at people that were probably have felt differently on certain aspects. That would have been like, guys, it's a game. Like there are things you can call out this game for. Why are we keying in on this? That kind of shit. Because I
don't know. I think it's kind of funny. Yes. I think there are some themes of this game the grifters would have absolutely hated. Like, I can be honest with you. But
Mei Ling owning her own, Mei Ling running a boat, her own ship.
If you brought this game out,
I have problems with that. Hold up, I have problems with that.
I have problems, but it's more.
Wait, no, stop it. The game already answered the question about
that. No. And it wasn't a good answer.
No, but here's the thing.
My problem with you, tough break, nigga. There's always siphon filter you can play.
Here's my thing with Mei Ling running her own ship. It's like, okay, I guess bullshit. You kind of it's bullshit, but it only works because you were part of the crew from Metal Gear Solid 1, so I guess you got a huge fucking promotion. All right, I guess.
No.
She Joy Taylor her way to that position. No. We all know that. No. She Joy Taylor her way up in that position.
Let's understand a lot of things that took place after Shadow Moses. Let's just say a lot of people when they had to go in for the explanation, not a lot of people went into that shit exactly clean. You know what I'm saying?
Pretty much.
There was a whole lot of bullshit red tape that they had to clear up. And it took the one character that never came back to this franchise that named Nastasha, who wrote a whole book about the Shadow Moses incident. Hold on. The 9/11 decommission report. She literally wrote that, but on Shadow Moses. Declassified everything that happened. And that pretty much cleared everybody.
I mean...
Hell, Foxhound was pretty much disbanded at that point.
And I'm gonna be real with you, Harris. As soon as she put that out, and she was walking down to Starbucks, one of the Lolly Lule came out of nowhere.
What's that, nigga?
I'll be real with you. I know they didn't say that, but when I read all that, I was like this. So 2010, she was murdered, and we never found the body, did we? like
really?
Part of me, look, in D's headcanon, they killed Nastasha. They killed her. That's my headcanon. It ain't for everybody, I know, but me personally, 2 in the head, yeah.
I don't think so.
The jig is up, run, wastebasket, run. they caught her. She was on the current era. She was on the toilet reading Red Book. Pew, pew.
I mean, done.
I mean, the truth is already out there.
What these hit me?
No, I'm dead serious.
Fox died.
The truth is already out
That
there.
would be wild.
No.
Fox died.
No. Hear what I'm saying. The truth is already out there. Killing her wouldn't make a difference.
This is X-Files. The truth is out there. What are we doing here?
Yes, she wrote a fucking book. It was a bestseller.
Yeah, and she gotta go.
What is killing her going to accomplish?
Hey, Eris.
He has not been a part of any other mission going forward since Shadow Moses.
I understand it.
Killing her would do nothing.
But as you know,
she's not involved in shit anymore.
As you know, Eris, the Lale Lule Lo is the Central Intelligence Agency. Therefore, they don't need to make sense of the stuff they do. There is, you know why, Eris? Here's the one thing. I'll put it out there. Do you know that the CIA is still torturing people and shoving stuff up their butt? Even though it is
yes, I know they're using.
Hold on.
I know.
Even though it's been claimed statistically that doesn't give them no answers, they still do it. They don't need a rhyme or reason to do what they do.
I know that. Listen, I know they're still using. They're using that abandoned wing in Guantanamo Bay. All right, I know they're still using it.
Blood on the floor.
Now,
syringes everywhere.
If we're talking chapter 1, I call it
doo-doo all over the seat.
Chapter 1 to me was like an extended tutorial because you're giving everything up front. Like we see the geckos. We get introduced to Drebin, who tells you about the whole system that you have in place to get weapons and all that stuff. And Drebin, played by Kari Payton, is one of many Drebins around the world.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I do have a problem with Drebin.
893.
I only have one problem with Drebin, is that he's a little bit too perfect.
Exposition machine.
It's like he knows everything. I'm like, wait a minute. So if the Patriots set up for you to follow Stink around, that kind of contradicts what they're doing. You know what? I don't care.
Well. As we find out when he marks in the sand, Rat Patrol is Patriots.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I'm kind of confused. Hold on. He's out. He says my third favorite line in the game. Voila. Played like a damn violin. That being said, I do not like Drebin as far as how much that to me, he puts in way more questions than he needs to.
If Kari Payton wasn't voicing them, I would be like, this is some bullshit.
And thank you, Chris. That's the reason why I think at least we let it go, because it'd be like, all right, dude, you don't have to sit and wax poetic about war. You ain't got to sit here and tell me about the B&B unit. You just tell me the worst atrocity that happened to a young woman. You don't have to do that. I don't want to hear all this. But I say that, and at the same time, when they found her, she was barely alive. She was by herself all night. Only thing talking to her were the octopuses, all wrapped around her body. Is this about to turn to a porno? Nah, I'm going somewhere with this nigga.
I still say, and I will I will fight every enemy on this hill with this argument that Drebin is what I like to call what Raiden would have been. Yeah. Had Solidus had never killed his parents and taken them in the first place, because Drebin and I said could have been because Drebin was a child soldier, much like Raiden.
Now the reason why I say that is one outcome that could have happened to, because as we've seen with the Patriots, as long as you perpetuating the war, that's what we need you at. You know what I mean? And there could have been a version of Raiden where the only white child in the middle of the Serengeti, which again,
South African child.
I just find it
some random white kid in the middle of Tanzania.
You know what's crazy about the Metal Gear Solid world is also the amount of resources that goes into the villain's arsenal and stuff. Like, you look at 1, right, with the villains there, right? Vulcan Raven got this big ass fucking minigun and shit. Probably the only villain. I think he's probably one of the only villains that really had like a war arsenal that was like, there's a lot of money going towards this guy for all this shit. All right, cool.
I don't know. Her name was Fortune. Her name was Fortune.
No. I'm saying one. I was just saying one. Two, Fortune with that big ass rail gun.
Yeah, Fortune had Fortune had the rail gun.
Solidus in that suit.
Raven had, like you said, Raven had the giant minigun. And yeah, Solidus with the suit, and the fact that the weird ass tentacles that shot missiles.
The Fury in 3, like D said, because that's probably the most. That's probably he's probably the more extensive of the Cobra unit, because he had that suit that makes him fly. Everybody else that's weird.
No, the Fury was literally just a cosmonaut.
But his suit though, that's some money. That's some money.
It's an astronaut suit. That's all it is.
Eric, it's a jetpack too.
It's an astronaut suit with a jetpack.
That's money in 1960s.
He's a walking. Okay, listen. First of all, he's a walking fire hazard for one thing, I get that, Eric. And number two. I was also going to mention, what's his name? Who had guns? Can I put? Oh yeah, the technically the end.
Oh yeah. That's a lot of resources.
I don't think he had a lot of resources though.
Well, it's guns.
He just had one gun.
He just had that sniper rifle.
Yeah, and just a big ass eyeball.
But like,
he had the goes. I'm not even gonna butcher it. The Russian sniper rifle that was not Dragunov.
No. If we're talking resources, Volgan.
Yeah,
Volgan.
Yeah. Well, like the one thing, here's the thing. The one thing I learned, and it was actually during the time, Chris, where we was talking about G.I. Joe and how much that would have cost the real United States military to do an attack like that. Like that would have cost nearly $1 billion. So like, and you probably like, why would it cost $1 billion? Do you know how much it costs to fire off a missile? Now you really want to know the cost of war because it's stupid. And it's also one of the reasons why I hate it's one of the reasons why I hate America, because when you read how much it does just to fly a jet across over to the Middle East, you're gonna be like, but we can't put up no door, we can't put a doorknob on a school. We can't. No, yeah, I'm sorry. Fuck me. I'm sorry. Fuck education. We need it for the jet to kill somebody.
One other thing. There's someone else going back to MGS1 who had resources, or more like hijacked resources. Liquid.
Yeah.
Liquid.
Hind D.
Liquid's.
Do you know how much Hind D fuel cost? And you crashed it?
Liquid with the Hind D. He also had, once you went down to the bottom of the second tower, you go down to like the lower level of the second tower, and you find all of these abandoned nuclear warheads.
And my thing is this: when you look at the Beauty and Beast Corps, right? When you really look at everything about them, right? It goes back to what we were saying about Kojima throwing everything in the toy box at him. The Beauty and the Beast Corps is a culmination of all the villains in the Metal Gear Solid series, in all the villains. Because it's like basically, I think Laughing Octopus is basically Decoy Octopus with a little bit of Solidus Snake.
I'm about to say Solidus' arms. You can see that right there. And of course,
you got Raging Raven, who is basically Vulcan Raven with Fat Man with them bombs and explosions and shit. You got Crying Wolf with Sniper Wolf with a little bit of the Sorrow.
It's the Fortune. No, it's more the Fortune.
Fortune. Fortune. The only reason why I said the Sorrow because of the crying and all that shit.
They also said
Fortune, and the fact that Crying Wolf was played by a sister. But anyway, go ahead.
And then Screaming Mantis is Psycho Mantis with the fear and pain a little bit with the arm.
Now here's the funny thing. I think these girls are lame. Let me make it very clear.
They look cool in the suits.
And that's what I'm saying. I think these suits are cool. I think their characters are lame. And out of all of them, the only two that I actually legit like is Raging Raven and Laughing Octopus. The other two, wow, just underwhelming. And I think a lot of people, well, Screaming Mantis, no. Screaming Mantis is one of those things where you sit and think about it. You're like, okay, so is she possessed or is these nanomachines?
It's nanomachines, and it's a weird. And her fight is literally like a weird version.
Yeah, I know, and it's like, so why in the world is? Wait a minute. So they have the nanomachines of the passed on. Psycho Mantis, but what about the sorrow? Wait a minute. And I'm with Eris.
Can I say it?
Go ahead, Eris. Say what I was thinking.
So when I saw what went into Mantis, and after you beaten her, whether you killed her using lethal weapons or you put her to sleep using the tranquilizer gun, which by the way, the suits do not get burnt to a crisp if you use the tranquilizer gun to beat the bosses of this game.
Just eject out of them.
You're just they just eject Cxxdo and they go to sleep. But what I learned was seeing how Mantis, once she passes out or whatever, the suit actually takes on a life of its own, and you see the spirit of Psycho Mantis. And I had to ask, so besides that, them two dolls, you got a doll of Psycho Mantis. Who commissioned that? Who put that together? Do you even know who that is, who you're using as a weapon right now?
It goes to Psycho Mantis.
Yeah, thank you, Eric. No. Eris makes a point. Do you even know those people that, do you know that? Also, Chris, she uses Vamp's knives. Yeah. No, that is not me joking. She uses Vamp's knives.
By the way, speaking of Vamp,
God, these bosses are lame.
Speaking of Vamp, somehow Vamp and Raiden have a fucking rivalry that just came out of fucking nowhere.
Not really.
No,
I'm saying no. It's a rivalry. Don't count. I don't count 2 because 2 was just business.
No, it wasn't just business. You do know that Raiden did blame himself for not being able to save Otacon's sister.
Nigga, that's what the Dragon was for.
Lame as fuck, though, if that's their rivalry.
And he knew that shit was gonna haunt his ass for quite some time.
That's a lame fucking reason for a rivalry. Don't try to justify that. It's still out of nowhere.
You gotta think about it. You sniping this dude on a freaking oil tanker. And to see him come back to life, you're like, what kind of bullshit is this?
That's not a rivalry. That's just, you're back. All right, guess I got to kill you.
I got to be real, Eris. If that was the case, go to therapy, nigga.
Because this isn't like Chris and Wesker, where it's like, that's a legit rivalry.
Okay,
right?
And I'm with, thank you, Eric, Chris. Like, when they was fighting, like, all right, we're going to get to that part.
You're a Ranger. I'm a Ranger, too.
Like when they was fighting on top of Metal Gear, it was like, wait a minute, no. Is this that type of fight?
They weren't fighting on top of Metal Gear. They fought. First of all, they fought each other in South America, and the line was, "You two are immortal." No, I just don't fear death.
The knife.
Besides that being a cool line, because much like Snake. Everything that Raiden says is actually kind of badass. Besides that, no, seriously, this is stupid. Y'all shouldn't be.
Dude, the Patriots literally was trying to.
And hold on, I'm sorry, Chris. Don't get me wrong, Eris. Yes, Raiden needs something to fight, but the way they set it up is this ain't exactly the Lakers versus the Celtics. I don't know why.
Because the Patriots were trying to do the same thing from Metal Gear Solid 1, and they use Raiden as the Gray Fox analogy. Basically.
Hey, Chris.
He was always going to. That was always going to
say Hideo Kojima.
Hideo Kojima.
That was always going to be the case, though, because once Gray Fox was gone, then you brought in Olga disguising herself as Gray Fox. You need a cyborg ninja in a Metal Gear game.
Yeah, the thing of it is, they do the whole.
And again, Eris, that goes to my first theory. Y'all didn't have to do all these callbacks, but because you're coming after the second game, you have no choice but to bring in callbacks.
Ironically
that's
enough,
my only problem.
Ironically enough, I will say this though: like Raiden being in the game, it was badass because remember when that trailer dropped and they showed that ending part of the trailer where Raiden comes through and he's like, "I'm here to save you, Snake." And it's like, "Oh shit!" Because I'm gonna be real. Gamers at that time, before that trailer, were thinking Raiden was a pussy. That's just what it is.
No one liked him.
Yep.
And that's more so that's more so on Hideo and the writing that kind of fucked up Raiden than writing himself as a character. It was just, and I think the way they wrote him, it was like, you didn't like, I didn't have a hate boner for the guy like everybody else did at the time, but I understood why people were kind of
But you do know why that hate boner was justified. I mean, come on, you're playing through the first hour of MGS2 with Snake.
See, that's what I'm saying.
And then, hold on, Chris. And then, like, you play through the first hour of Snake, and then out of nowhere, we're introduced to this new guy. Like, I'm sorry, who are you? Like,
and that's
what
on,
is this?
And that's why I said that's on Kojima more so than it is Ryan.
And I don't know. And
it's
here's the funny thing: we talked about it when we did Metal Gear 2. I'm for it. We were for it. Seeing for what they were trying to do, the story you were trying to do, it wasn't supposed to be for Snake. It was supposed to be, doing whatever else. And it's like, okay, that actually makes sense. And I think because people really wanted to see some type of glow up from him, that's why they forgive a lot of the dumb, and I mean dumb shit that Rodney has to go through in this game. And his ending, people love his ending. I'm looking at them like, you know what? If you like the ending, I'm not going to take that away from you. I kind of can't, because everybody wanted to see this version of Rodney. It's just that you took so much.
Hold on though. Platinum Games says, yeah, we can do better, and they gave you revenge.
Platinum Games retconned the hell out of that ending.
I wouldn't even say it was a retcon.
Yes, it is, because it takes place after MGS4.
No. I know it takes place after 4, but like it's a retcon in the sense that it doesn't necessarily dismantle everything from 4. It was like, all right, we need to find a reason for why Raiden is still sort of like the pseudo cyborg. Well, he wasn't pseudo cyborg. He just had the suit on before he got his arm cut off by fucking.
He was still using the MGS4 cyber suit from from the previous game. He didn't go full upgrade until after Jetstream cut his arm off.
And also you gotta remember that was the whole game was centered around that he didn't want to be a war machine no more. And then finally when he snapped and said Jack is back, it meant something, because it's like, you know what? Why am I fighting this shit? But it was what I am.
But like I said,
hey doctor, turn off my pain inhibitor.
But that's the thing. It's like it was
what I am. I was made for this.
Revenge.
If LeBron dribbles a basketball, then give me my katana. Because
Revengeance was the most. I am now. Revengeance was like a comic book retcon where it's like, yeah, we're gonna retcon this little piece of the character, but everything from previous game is still intact. And it's like, it was a soft retcon. It wasn't a full blown, because like it was like, I felt like Revengeance real quick. I felt Revengeance. Platinum got notes from Konami like, all right, guys, I know what you guys want to do, but you gotta have to include some things from 4 so that people know where it stands at. All right, cool.
They do it because the dude that made that game, he wrote the Kodak in 4. He knows what he was doing. He already knew what he was doing, man. To give the homeboy some credit, he kind of cleaned up a lot of what Hideo was putting in 4.
Yes, he did.
He also did too. So good for him too. He had to pick up some of Fukushima's slack. So, but they had a plan for him, and I actually like what they did with him in our Revengeance.
But going back to the Beauty and Beast Corps, when you meet them in the Middle East, it's funny as shit, because you got Laughing Octopus using Snake's face, fucking up all the soldiers and shit.
And saying, when you see this face, don't trust him. Like, shoot on sight.
The one joke that creeped me out.
And then hold on, here's me. So you do know that once I beat the game and I get her Octo mask, which gives me full camo, I can go in using the Octo mask and change, or I can put on the young Snake mask, or even the decayed Big Boss skull mask, which actually scares the enemies. And you can put on the PS1 graphics young Snake face, and that also throws people off. So it makes going through the South America part a breeze.
Yeah,
because as long as you're not old man Snake, they're just like, oh, never mind. Yeah, go ahead.
But it was kind of like seeing them like fuck up all those soldiers and stuff. It was interesting seeing that, because it was this situation of like, yeah, if I was one of those soldiers in the Beauty and the Beast Corps did all that shit, I'd be like, yeah, this is hard. I'm done.
Yo, that one nigga got by that trash bin. All of a sudden, it turns out it's octopus. You grab that nigga. I'm like, yo, it is a creepy scene. First time seeing it, because you're seeing a troop with a tank getting taken out. A bulldozer.
Snake being in a truck with all those soldiers at the beginning was interesting too.
Like, who's
No.
this gruff old man? It doesn't matter. We got to fight.
Pretty much. I mean, just yeah.
Now,
And then,
all right. Since we're already going with the story and you're sneaking into battle, you run into somebody. I'm sorry, is somebody taking a shit in there? And you flip it over, and it's Johnny taking a shit. There are bathrooms like everywhere in this city.
Because spoilers, Johnny didn't take the nano machines, and what we find out is
we'll get to that. We will get to that because I want to stretch our legs when we get there. We're not doing it now.
okay. But we meet Johnny, which is something that they use in all the Metal Gear. And here's the thing about this: Rat Patrol. Again, the trailer for the trailer for the game gave off this vibe like, oh shit, Rat Patrol, they're gonna be support for Solid Snake. It's gonna be badass, and really, it's just Meryl and two big dudes and Johnny. That's about it.
Cool.
Pretty much. Like it's like you're thinking it was gonna be this dope thing, and it's like, yeah, you get in a gunfight. They work with you in a gunfight against the frogs. All right, cool.
I'm going to say this, and I mean when I say you were given one shot, one moment was all the game granted you to show off how badass you guys are as a team, how an unstoppable unit you guys are through the power of SOP, where you guys were totally in sync with one another, where I watch your back, you watch my back, like no one ever made a mistake. And bless your heart, Johnny Sasaki, for trying to keep up. Why Meryl keeps you around is a wonder for me. But I digress. After all of that, the moment you're given the opportunity to take out Liquid Ocelot, and your moments from popping this dude from a distance. Hold on. Your moments from popping this dude from a distance. Suddenly Ocelot gets on the freaking phone and says Alt F4 and shuts off SOP, and everybody starts tweaking, losing their collective shit.
Well, if you notice,
few errors for ruining one of my favorite lines of the game.
But here's my thing.
What's going on? All of a sudden, oh my God! Y'all remember that time we was rolling through for losing?
Now here's the thing.
So many people.
This is probably the scene where you find out there's something wrong with Johnny, because Johnny's looking around like, the fuck is going on with everybody? What's everybody tweaking out?
Like everybody's foaming at the mouth and shit. Like Meryl, what's going on? Like Snake, what's going on? Snake, his freaking nanomachine batteries are running out.
Snake
about to fucking call fucking what's the
calling life alert and
shit. He about to call life alert and shit, like press the button like get me Otakon.
Otakon, get me out of here. Yo.
Which, by the way, let me tell you something, folks. So apparently Snake and Otakon through US money are just flying on a big ass fucking damn B-35 plane up in the air.
You gotta understand that their donors are people that seriously want them to kill all these Patriots, kill the Patriots. And on top of that, let's just be real, y'all. And I will fight each and every one of you. Snake and Otakon got married. Y'all just have to
no. It's called
they got married.
No, sir. So it's called the 80s comedy My Two Dads.
That's what I'm saying. They got married got a little daughter together, and I'm just going to say it. They're the greatest anime husband and wife of all time. I dare anybody.
No, it's more like it's more like the sequel, 2 Men and a Baby.
2 Men and a Baby.
Well, and also, the same writers have been like, oh, 2 men have to raise a woman. What's going on here?
What they try to do, guys, is these little things that you just keep doing to insult us.
This is what I love about the 2025 is the year where I'm not the one starting the grifter shit. It's
I'm
this
starting.
one.
I'm starting it because it's the reason why I'm starting it because it's
Y'all gave me so much shit last year.
I gave you shit because you were putting up people that were full of shit. That's the difference.
Hey, and guess who's talking about him? You.
Habibi firebombing got a missile tuck. If them robbers come through, then I guarantee they give it a lifestyle.
The thing is, I'm bringing it up mainly because it's like finally everybody is seeing through the bullshit.
Again, you fucking idiots.
It's like finally everybody is seeing through the bullshit. It took people 3 years for them to finally pick up on the fucking grift.
Hey, Chris, you're gonna get into. Hold on. We get to talk about it a little bit more because let's back up a little bit. Let's back up a little bit. All right.
Wait a minute.
Go ahead. Say what you're gonna say.
No, I'm just saying, Chris, you're saying everyone is just now saying it. I've been the one telling you this.
You haven't been telling us. You just threw the video and just let us fucking argue. You didn't say anything.
No. Every time I do want to say something about it, you be the one to argue it, Chris. Hell, the moment I try to get 2 words out, here's Chris. Man, get this bullshit off my face.
No, it's because none of these people that put the video.
Okay, never mind. I can't say
having a conversation about like, well, see, Chris, you gotta understand the other side. What the fuck is the other side of it?
He never said that, Chris. Don't do that. Chris never said that. He never.
Everybody's still losing.
Me and Eris never brought up. We got to hear their side. We just said, "Did you hear this retarded shit?" That's all we said. That's all he did. Yes, every now and then, Eris is like, "Well, she needs to go back in the kitchen." This is not one of those times where Eris is doing that.
Like I said, the only reason why I'm bringing it up is because
hold on, Chris. This is not one of those times where Eris silence. This is not one of those times where Eris is like, "Well, D, just get a passport to leave the country." Those we can get mad at Eris for, okay? We can get mad at Eris where we're like, "Nigga, you don't make that money." We can get mad at him for doing crap like that. Anything else, though.
Nah, but the only reason why I'm bringing it up.
Enjoying my silence and the shit is beautiful.
Now, hold on, Chris. Like I said, we get to talk about it a little bit more because when we was mentioning Rapper Patrol, we forgot to mention one person. Now it's time for us to talk about Meryl Silverberg. Meryl, I like you, but why are you here?
You know what it is? You want
to
know
Snake asked that? Snake asked that same question.
No. You know why she's here? And I'm gonna say this. This is my personal opinion. I feel in the first game, they started her off as being this capable woman, and then when she got shot by Sniper Wolf, she turned to damsel in distress.
Okay.
They did that again. They did that twice.
Yeah. So my thing is this: in this game, though, it's like, all right, I felt that they had to make it up in this game for her by her being in this game.
I'm stopping you. You see, going back to what D said about, Kojima not knowing how to write for Meryl. It was something I said in our chat before we started this podcast. I said, that's quite true. I mean, if you really think about it, she was taking nanomachines, hypnotherapy, actual therapy, and God knows what else to completely destroy her interest in men when you first meet her, right? Mm-hmm. Which is why she has this whole tough as nails, I take no shit exterior attitude, like exterior and whatnot.
Won't you let the authorities handle this, Snake? This is my jurisdiction. All of that energy.
All of that energy until until at one point everything was all good just a week ago. Until Sniper Wolf decides, hey, you know what? I'm about to do some target practice on them kneecaps, your elbow, and your ACL, and whatnot. And suddenly, Meryl needs dick.
Then she got Yamcha'd in the corner in the first game.
She requested dick appointments on site.
Let me tell
Shadow
you
Moses, and in this game.
Now you're probably saying to yourselves, "Well, guys, how's that bad writing?" It's bad writing because it's how a man would write a woman. meaning that she's rough and tough. She just need a good penis in her life. That's the way, and she's written that way because the first game, oh Snake, I didn't know what would happen if I never seen you again. And in this game, take me home, Johnny. Really?
Hey,
really?
Hey,
you mean to tell me you coming to the whole set? I'm King Kong. Oh my God, my ovaries.
Hey, D. You know, there was a great movie that came out in 1982, like featuring a man who played a Vietnam vet, and he said something that really relates to this exact moment for this kid, especially for Meryl. You just don't turn it off.
I mean, but the thing of it is, it's like Meryl in this game.
Shut up.
You just don't turn it off.
No, but like Meryl in this game.
Because you mean to tell me, Chris, fighting nanomachines, shot, I need to reproduce. Like, wait.
That doesn't work like
not
that.
Like there's
I said, hey, look, don't get me wrong. Yes, everybody's gangster until a cockroach start flying. Yes. But
no, but my thing is like I can
go upstairs and talk to your fiance and give her a hypothetical. She's gonna go, ew, no. What woman would do that?
Dude, first off, right now, if I go upstairs, she's gonna look at me like, nigga, why are you waking my ass up?
No, she gonna say this. No, she gonna say this. What's a Metal Gear? What's a Metal Gear?
So you woke me up for this bullshit?
Why are those 3 words worded like that? Metal Gear Solid.
Also, then
she'll
then she'll turn around and tell me, take your ass downstairs with your friends.
What's a liquid?
Hold on. What's an arsenal gear?
Like, nah, but it's like
wait. I heard about that concept, nanomachines. Wait a minute, nanomachines don't do that.
Wait, how's a snake liquid?
No, it's like the thing with Meryl.
I'm confused. So is her name the boss, or is it like a different name? Like her name is like Janice or something?
No, but my thing is this: like, I can get with the idea of Meryl. Like, if you wanted to posit her as she's been so battle hardened that she needed to actually have a life outside of that, I can dig that, right? Because there are people that are very like hyper focused on military that they kind of like don't have a life outside of that. All right, you can do a story of Meryl being like,
Chris.
Wait.
She hinted that.
Chris,
she never hinted it though.
No, hold on.
That's the thing. It's like if they did that, cool, but they didn't.
Hang on. Chris, everything you just said makes sense. Let me stop you for 1 second. I just need you to help. Here, let's take Meryl, pick her up out of the bunch, yeet her ass out of there, put Johnny in place of everything you just said. That makes more sense. He never took any nanomachines.
No, you're missing the point. I was saying,
no, I'm not. That actually makes sense. He's battle hardened. Dude's been through wars and wars and wars throughout time.
Apparently, he's been doing this on Dante Must Die mode for the last 7 years.
No, but the thing of it is, but the inverse opposite of it is the fact that like it works in this instance with Meryl is that Meryl's battle hardened. Johnny is battle hardened enough, but I think it's one of those. Johnny to me comes off as the guy that only joined because he needed to get the fuck out, just to do something in life. That's what it felt like. He's just reluctant.
Chris, he was part of the he was there during the Shadow Moses.
But he came off as reluctant. He didn't come off like
remember, he's Gary Sinise in Forrest Gump. My daddy was in it, my granddaddy was in it.
But it never came off as serious. That's the thing. So you can't do battle hardened Johnny out the blue like that.
It's hard. Look. First off, let's get this right.
And he was also at the Big Shell.
Yep.
I know, but I'm saying
Shadow Moses incident.
But like I said, you can't. It's kind of hard to make Johnny battle hardened, especially when he's the butt of the joke. Literally.
Okay. I will give you that. Yes,
yeah,
it's really hard.
Well, if that's the case, you can put the blame on Kojima's bad.
I know it's Kojima, but I'm saying within the structure of the story, what they did with Johnny and Meryl, it could work. But the problem is with Meryl, it's like it was a very contrived reason for her to be in the same Middle East as Snake. So they had to find some reason for her to be there. It was just very contrived.
Hold on. I hate to be that person. this is Metal Gear. A lot of this was automatically going to be described.
Oh, I know.
Metal
It's just
Gear, because you gotta forget, Metal Gear has a tendency. It does go up its own ass a lot. In fact, to be honest with you, we're Metal Gear fans. That's probably when it's its best, when it's up its own ass.
But even when it's up its own ass, it's like Johnny and Meryl could have worked, but like to both of y'all guys' point, it just came off like, well, I need Dick, Johnny, you're it. And it's like, God. All right, I guess, sure.
How would I pass my genes on to the next generation?
Because David I can buy Johnny having a crush on Meryl to a point. I can buy that to a degree because it tracks. But Meryl being attracted to him, it just feels like he's the available guy that's just a nice guy. Sure.
Oh, no.
Cool.
No. I think it's a lot more.
Who's else just going to hook up with old ass Snake? Hell no.
Well, first of all, that already happened. Second of all,
Snake.
Well, not really.
After Fox.
Not really. Stop it. D. Stop. D.
First off, you're not doing it. You're not doing it like Kevin Hart. Like,
Hey, hold on.
First of all, both of y'all.
You ain't hitting it like a G. You ain't hitting it like a G. Pull.
Both of y'all. Stop. Decease. C and D, both of you. All right.
Snake butt ass naked, like my man Ving Rhames and Baby Boy sweating from the back.
Can we not?
Big ass cup of Kool-Aid.
Can we not? Please.
Red.
Can we not?
Red for the blood of liquid.
Can we not? Please. The only reason I say that is because all of that.
You got an Army Ranger tattoo on the back.
Stop! For the love of God, both of you. The only reason why none of this shit is even a thing is because of this game. Naomi blew all of that shit out. Like, blew all that shit out of the damn door. The moment she said, yeah, your body is like this, and they took away your ability to reproduce.
Reproducers didn't say I couldn't fuck.
Well, I mean, that makes sense though, because it's like, why would Big Boss
because he's a clone,
because he's reproducing.
But because he's a clone, who's saying he's not anatomically correct like a damn Ken doll?
No, put it this way. I think it's one of those things where it's like, because in science fiction, in certain stories, there's always that thing of like, all right, we're going to keep everything intact except you can't, especially when they do science fiction stories about clones. They always put something in there to where the clone can't reproduce, right?
Yeah.
So they keep everything intact. They keep all that stuff intact there. So it's like, it's not like they would have said, "Oh, Snake, you don't have a dick." It's like, that would be kind of stupid. Like,
and I'm sorry, Eris, you're trying to say that American hero's a tranny? Is that what you're trying to say?
No. See, first of all, he would be.
There was no transitioning.
There was no transition. The man was made in a lab. He wasn't born one thing.
So you mean to tell me that a non-Christian baby was made?
Given society,
I'm saying he was made in a lab. He wasn't just a full man one day and just decided, mental health.
Robin Harris said it the best. Test tube, baby.
Look. I'm just gonna be real. God has a sense of humor. You mean to tell me that because again, society makes it seem as though white people are the perfect race, which I have questions on that.
Man, that's what happens when white people get the lead in a baseball game, man. They just think they're running.
So I think Snake becoming old Snake just feels like that's some white people shit, because if the Snake brothers and Big Boss were black, they wouldn't have put some shit where it's like, oh, Snake grew old all of a sudden. They'll be like, black don't crack. Solid Snake still looking young as fuck. All right.
Solid Snake looking very debonair for a person that should be 70.
At most, Big Boss would be looking like Denzel in Gladiator 2.
Just like really skinny in the neck. Like,
yeah,
you can tell he's getting old.
He's getting old, but it's a very regal old. Like, just like, who's a regal old guy? Like Billy D. Williams. Billy D. Williams.
I think
Harry Belafonte? I don't know.
No, Harry Belafonte. No, I me and my wife got into it not too long ago. We don't think he's black anymore.
Look. He had a good running chance.
That's a running shot. I'm sorry. You had Eartha Kitt put her pussy on a platter for you. You going like,
white
I
woman.
gotta give me a white girl though.
Well, D, it was a business decision.
Business is what you know what? Here's my problem with Harry Belafonte.
It sucks.
I know this is weird. Harry Belafonte on this, we're talking about on Metal Gear, but I gotta get it out there. Harry, outside of Carmen and outside of Shake, Shonada, what did you do?
Activist.
Daylight come and we won't go home. What do you do outside of that, dog? Activist. You know what? Look. And this is coming from somebody that respects you, Mr. Belafonte. I know you're gone, but I'm just saying this is coming from somebody that knows your life, nigga. What did you actually do for me?
What have you done for me lately?
No, not even what you done for me lately, because technically Marvin Gaye did more for me than you did. So, nigga, what did you actually do?
But not like I feel it's just funny.
I know that sounds wrong, y'all, but look, I know history. I can say that.
But I just find it's just interesting too, because the whole Middle East is just the setup for everything that happens in South America. But like I said, it's so tutorial that you're just like, all right, it's the setup. We're going with everything that's set up. Rat Patrol is there, the Geckos, the Beauty and the Beast Corps.
Drebin. You know that there's this system now that where apparently people go crazy. And like you said, once you turn off SOP, everything that's suppressed, all the killing, all the war shit that you did that will give you depression, that will give you all that is bypassed. It's cut off.
Well, it makes
so
everybody.
When they cut it off, it all comes rushing back. And Chris, I fucking love that.
Here's the sick part.
Here's
the sick part, right? We are, as a society, look,
we live in a society.
The tech industry really sucks because it's a bunch of white guys that have no fucking imagination. It's gonna be real. They have no imagination. Because all three of us talked about at length.
All the good code has been snorted up at this point.
Yeah, because all three of what's funny? Like, look, me and Eris are in tech to a degree, and it's just wild to me that we have this imagination of watching anime and we think, oh man, we can get Ghost in the Shell future, and the tech bros in Silicon Valley just don't have no imagination to do that because they would rather do the short term. I want to get rich real quick.
Base level Blade Runner bull crap.
And it's the half-ass Blade Runner shit.
Thank you, is half-ass Blade Runner.
And I'm just like, because in my head, I'm thinking, in theory, we should have already had this sort of nanomachine suppressing emotion shit already, but we don't because stupidity.
It's hard.
Well, now
but,
it's going to be
also you got to figure out.
Chris, what they're trying to put out now is prosthetics through AI.
No, hey guys, did you hear the one that they wanted to do? They wanted to make a Cybertruck, right? But they wanted to make it really big that could fit 30 people on it, and it just rides around the city. Can you believe they actually made that? And you're probably like, are you talking about a bus? No. This is a Cybertruck. If it was bigger, that's a bus.
This is how
Elon Musk not too long ago was like, we need a new system to get stuff from point A to point B that doesn't take up the roads. You know what everybody said?
Subway.
Are you talking about a train? No, because it's Elon Musk. No, I mean something different. Yada. And somebody's like, no, you're talking about a train. Are you really stupid? Like, are you really stupid? This is like I mean that to Elon Musk because I was in front of him. First of all, I was in front of him. I punched him because I know a nigga that's still part of apartheid when I see it. But that being said, I will tell that Elon in his face, like, no, for real, Elon, you can tell me, are you stupid? Are you like really stupid and you just like hop on everybody's ideas? Like, because I really think
I need to be that. I guess I need to be that level stupid. Then if I'm about to become a fucking trillionaire,
you ain't lying, man.
Hold on, Eris, you're black. They ain't gonna.
I'm about to say that's the main ingredient you're missing, fella. That's the main ingredient. I'm sorry, you look too Nigerian. You look too Nigerian to do any of this.
You can't be a dumbass black person and get rich. Sorry.
Hey, I don't know what they do. Hey, buddy, I don't know what they do in Sierra Leone, but they don't do it around here like that.
First of all, you two ancient motherfuckers ain't thinking current year. No one said that I need to show my face. VTuber, son.
Look.
You still a brown VTuber.
No, I'm not.
Sir.
It's called changing the avatar. It's called changing the avatar.
No.
Yes, anime girl, big titties and all.
Sir. You have to show your face in Silicon Valley. That don't work, buddy.
No.
See, even Elon has to show his face.
No, I don't. It's called sending a representative, sir.
Zuckerberg has to show his face sometimes. Sorry. Them's the rules.
That's because the nigga made it. Now that he made it, he can show, show his face.
If you got to show your face, get the most palest white person you can find.
That's what I said. I would send a representative.
But my thing is this, though. And that's the thing that gets me like about video. It's just, it annoys me about just the real world thing of like at what point in Silicon Valley did everybody just stop using their imaginations?
Around about the late 2000s, because in the late 2000s, Steve Jobs did something that was pretty amazing, at least for the tech system, which he made every announcement they made super important, which was the phone, the iPod, whatever it may be. Every time Apple had a little thing, it was to show this brand new thing and money would flood in. Let's combine this with crowdfunding. Let's also combine this with just real talk. In the early 2010s, there was a rush in Silicon Valley to start a business. It was just a rush going on. And in doing so, that's how we got fucking Theranos. That's how we got Elon Musk. That's how we got all these God, what's the other one? That's the other one. There's all these stupid scandals, where when you look at it, like, how did anybody believe this shit? Well, media was geared that way. And just real talk, I hate saying this, and this is our generation. A lot of us were super gullible that the world was going to change like that because we all turned 30 years old.
Yeah.
A lot of us thought we're the precipice, guys, of the new generation.
It was before we turned. It was long before we turned 30.
You think so? You think so?
Yes. Remember how everybody thought that the moment we hit the year 2000, all the future tech shit was supposed to hit.
Okay, I'll give you that. I will give you that.
But it's just, but that's the thing. It's just that's the thing too.
By 1999, everybody should be like, "No, I don't think it's coming."
But that's
what actually the only reason why they did that was because remember Silicon Valley went through a crash at that time because of the .com crash. So they didn't really recover until around about, like I said, the late 2000s. That's when all of a sudden there was this this is a new way of thinking. We're about to change the world.
But that's the thing too, because when you watch this game, when you play this game and you see, again, this is 2014, it takes place in. To what you were saying, D, about Elon and that Cybertruck, it's like you would think in theory the Cybertruck would be matching what you see in this game with the trucks being so like future tech inside of it and durable and stuff. And then you look at the Cybertruck and I'm like, that shit just blew up just by looking at it. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like,
Chris, that's the one thing
they decided they wanted to build a set from RoboCop in front of Trump.
Pretty much. So it's like,
but
it just feels
weird. You
gotta
realize, Chris, we look at what Mercedes is doing, what Porsche is doing, what BMW is doing. Fuck what Ford is doing with e-cars. It's like these are actually cars. These are actually built and they're trying to be durable and they're trying to actually change the game. The Cybertruck is the most, I said it 5 times already, retarded ass truck. If the Cybertruck
came out in the 80s, it would be fucking game changer, right? You
know what it would be? You know what it would be, Chris? It would be
unobtainable.
It would be the DeLorean.
No, it wouldn't be the DeLorean. It wouldn't be the DeLorean. It wouldn't be the DeLorean. It would not be the DeLorean. Okay, it would be the DeLorean in terms of media.
Yeah.
But the thing it would be ultimately is unobtainable back then.
Mm-hmm.
Because
that's what I'm saying. Because like that's what kind of irks me is like fucking niggas be like, oh man, I got a Cybertruck. I'm like, that piece of shit fucking truck.
It is amazing. I thought that was a meme. I really thought it was a meme. But yeah, I was like, I'll never forget that, y'all. I was like, hey, what's up? Well, hey, yeah, man, let me get 40, my nigga. Yeah, so what you doing, man? I'm trying to get some weed because I'm trying to smoke something tonight, nigga. I'm gonna need to smoke something. What? You see that Cybertruck? Man, that look good for real. It look good.
Man.
Give me my weed. Look, Eric. No, next word that came out of my mouth. Give me my weed, nigga. Nah, that's just trash, man. A Cybertruck really does ruin your day when you see
Let me tell you something. Let me tell y'all both something. Ain't nothing. It's one thing to see a Cybertruck. There is nothing worse than seeing a Cybertruck that is decaled the hell out.
Oh,
you know what makes it even worse than that?
Who's that child that ate glue all through high school that did that?
I've seen 3. I've
That
seen
is
3.
Let me tell you something.
That is pathetic. You look, I'm gonna say this, and I hate this car. If you don't man up and get a RAV4, I swear, what is you
Here's
doing?
my thing. Here's my thing.
Ew.
Yeah, I hate a RAV4 too. But guess what? I'll take a RAV4 1,000 times.
The new RAV4 look dope as shit. But nah, like here's my thing. Hey,
I
look,
take it over a Cybertruck.
Dude. I was just in Charlotte during the
I'll give it to my
holidays.
cousin.
I saw 3 different Cybertrucks. I saw one with the fucking desert fatigues on it, which I'm like, what the fuck is that?
What?
I saw a
I'm sorry. Who's the cosplayer that wants to be in the army so bad?
I seen
put
a
camo on this thing.
I've seen a lime green Cybertruck, and I've seen a hot pink Cybertruck.
I seen a hot pink Cybertruck. Was it around here when you saw the hot
No,
pink?
Charlotte. All 3 of that in Charlotte.
There's one, hey Chris, there's one by around your old way around Largo, yeah. There's somebody that's driving around a pink Cybertruck, and if I see that nigga, I'm throwing a rock at that thing.
You know one that I saw that was kind of interesting, but because it's a Cybertruck, I said no. I had to deduct like 100 points off of that. A matte black Cybertruck,
Murdered out black. Ugh.
I'm like, well, I see what you're doing. The only lights is literally just the lights itself, but it's all black. It's a matte black Cybertruck.
You know that new Kia? Y'all know that new Kia was a Telluride?
Mhm.
The Telluride got almost like the same type of lights that a Cybertruck got, right? So
Yeah.
I was telling my son, like, I don't like the Cybertrucks. And we saw a Telluride come past us. And here he goes down. He's like, Dad, what about that? Well, you take that one over to Cybertruck? Like, yeah, why? Because it ain't a Cybertruck. And my son, who follows my words, but that's a Kia. I said it again, son. I'll take it over a Cybertruck.
Get out of my face.
It's only
Kia, Dad, really?
It's only a matter of time before we go to a car show and we see a Cybertruck with the color shift shit. That pink to teal. No, sorry, not pink. That magenta to teal.
I mean, just like, but anyways, gentlemen, South America. Let me ask you this: did you save the rebels down below the village from getting killed?
I did everything. I killed all them niggas, and when I killed all them niggas, I went on what I call psychopath mode, where everybody died.
Who hasn't gone psychopath mode? I have.
And then I did one where I helped out everybody. Oh, helping out everybody was the fun one, because it's like, oh man, ain't nobody gonna touch me. There his ass right there. Pit, pit, pit. We got this, y'all. Come on.
I one time, and it was a very rare occurrence. Like I said, I played the hell out of this game. The rare occurrence, South America turned into Kansas,
Nigga,
because one shot with that flintlock, that tornado came and it was a wrap.
it's like this
and you know
guy.
what? And you know what? That's what we see. Vamp. Hey, y'all, Vamp's here.
All right.
Hey, everybody, Vamp's here. The guy, yeah, the gay vampire. He's back.
Can't really call him.
Back, guys.
Can't really call him gay, seeing how
He's bisexual, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's very bisexual.
More so seeing how he was all bunned up with Naomi. Naomi playing the most. Hold up, wait, D. Naomi playing the most non-convincing ass villain.
I can't. When she did all that, you saw her hand all rubbing on his chest. Hey, Naomi,
you're not convincing nobody.
What?
You're not convincing nobody.
No. It's like this. I'm asking the wrong person. Hold on. Hey, Hideo, what's she doing that, bro? It's like the person I need to get mad at is Hideo. Hideo, what was the purpose of her even doing that?
Why do you got Naomi out here trying to go for the little mama award of the year?
Take care of him, daddy. What the fuck? What the fuck?
No, bruh, that was like legit Lil Mama hopping up on stage on Chase.
I'll let you take care of it.
I mean, like all of South America.
All right. But anyway, like you said, but hold on. Before we even get to that part, Chris, I got it for you. So you go to South America. like I said, it's my favorite part of the game. It's actually kind of fun to do and all the rest of that.
Very
Everything
open world GTA like.
Everything was going fine. All of a sudden, who is this? Snake. There's troops ahead. Wait a minute. Is this who I think it is? Watch your back, Snake. Hey, yo, Otacon. Who's that? I don't know. Y'all know who that is. Yo, and that's where you also, I forgot. This is where we also introduced to something that we didn't know. Now, in the last in Act 1, we had to learn from Meryl having a full-on moment right here. We had to learn that her biological father, who was once her uncle, is out of her life, and he got remarried to someone younger, and she still has an estranged relationship with him. And we're like, well, good for the Colonel. He got married. But you find out is,
and let's just say, once she found out, what the situation was, she channeled her 1988 Michael Jordan and took that very personally.
Because
same that
you found out that
egotistical pigs.
You find out that it's
also hold on real quick. Also, I'm gonna keep it real. While I'm not super attracted to Meryl, that earring sexy as hell. That bullet earring.
Oh yeah, the bullet earring.
That bullet earring worked for her, young. I like it. Anyway.
Well, because she has to show off her femininity. You see,
I'm a tomboy. Sure you are, Meryl. Let somebody shoot at you so you can go, oh my God, my eggs are about to break. Someone take them.
But nah, Campbell, Mr. One Roy Campbell is hitched up with Ryden's boo thing.
He's with Rosemary, and you're probably saying, wait a minute, Rosemary from the last game?
None of this is making it. This is not making any sense. Game, please explain to me, Morgan Freeman style. How is this making sense?
So apparently
apparently one day Rosemary was getting sick of Ryden going upside her head. Well, she deserved to get. Well, allegedly he went upside her head. But once a man starts drinking, a man starts not controlling himself.
So apparently that whole conversation that Ryden and Rosemary had at the end of 2, where it looked like, oh, they're going to have a bright future ahead of themselves.
No, you know what I think happened? Ryden was good for the first month. Had a dream, and he wasn't right since then.
Well, he's a guy.
Ryden screams of a guy that can't sit through 5 minutes of therapy.
You know what?
He looks like.
Can I be real? It's probably like Lorenz Tate and his girl from fucking Dead Presidents and shit.
Yeah.
Where Rosemary was like, Ryden, you've been screaming in bed. Shit's been keeping my ass up at night. The fuck is going on?
Get off me, bitch! Slap.
Which, by the way,
look. I think he put hands on Rosemary.
Of course,
more than once.
Come on now,
more than once.
You don't get raised.
Slapped her, kicked her. That happened.
You don't get
throwing it out there.
You don't get raised by a psychopath, a big boss, and not come out and fucked in the head. I'm just saying.
Exactly. One isn't raised by a man who looks like he's 60, but he was actually like 31 years old. Don't ask me.
Well, to be fair, that's some boomer aging. We've talked at length about our parents looking 50 and they're 25.
Big Boss is clone in his late 50s, man. So these niggas are going to
looking like the dad from 227 who was supposed to be 30 years old and shit.
And that's why I said that makes it so bad.
Looking like the cook from Different World.
Like, don't y'all got
he was 40 years old in a different world.
You could have fooled me. I thought that was 28.
Glenn Thurman.
Glenn Thurman. No. That's the Colonel. You talking about the cook?
I know what you're talking about. That nigga was all the way 40. Mr. Gaines was all the way 41 years old, looking like he served time in the Korean War.
Nigga, you 40 years old and you 41 looking 70. What are we doing here?
Glenn Thurman was always a good debonair looking Negro. And even he looked like he was in 50. How old is he?
Cooley High. This nigga was in Cooley High looking all of 40. What are we talking about?
Like, yo, man.
How are you 40 in 2 different decades?
Cooley High, he's supposed to be in high school. This nigga looking 40 years old with them glasses on and shit.
Yo. He just passed away too. I'm going to say it though. Lou Gossett Jr., always looked like he was in his 70s.
Oh,
Dude,
yes.
Even in the 80s, when he was 54 years old, he looked like he was.
I'm gonna
70
be
years
real.
old.
I'm gonna be real. Officer and the Gentleman was the most spry that you were gonna get out of Lou Gossett Jr. in a movie. Because after that, you be lucky to get
JD's Revenge. He looked like he was 50 something to JD's Revenge. He was like 30 in that movie.
again. There's some older black women like they don't make men like that anymore. Sure, Miss
Age.
Deborah. Sure, Miss Deborah.
Sure, Miss Renee. Sure, Miss Renee.
Look, I love my dad to death.
I like how we did
Again,
that. We picked two black women names, Renee and Deborah.
look, I love my dad to
One
death.
miss on front of that shit.
His 40 ain't my 40 now. I'm just saying.
I get it. I go on my dad about that. But they said, man, you getting old, ain't you, Sean? Like, nigga, I ain't look like you at 40.
Right?
Don't you play me like that, Pop? Gorgeous. What are you talking about?
Black don't crack until I got some gray on my chin and gray in my
Like,
hair.
man, I was talking about that. Nigga, you was the one rocking a push broom looking like you was 39. Don't do that to me, nigga. Like, yo, man, I know 1, 2, 3 gray hairs. Nah, nigga, I ain't look like you.
Gotta be real, man. This black men of a certain age, that mustache is like you get.
But here's the thing. So, okay.
I'm feeling like Negan. Ugh, I got shave
So-
this shit. I'm like, I got to shave this shit.
So here's the thing to get me. Let me get this straight. So after catching a tiger uppercut from this nigga enough times, Rosemary decides to leave. Also, she's pregnant. Also, the Patriots are looking for her. The Patriots are not looking for them. Just the Patriots are watching, like very, very, very fucking close.
Where's Ryden?
In the order to get the feds off her back, she has to go with Colonel Campbell. Now, here's the thing.
Nobody suspects Colonel Campbell. He's retired.
Who else
Here's
but
the thing.
Colonel Campbell?
It's Campbell. It's Campbell. You never really know what he's going to do next. He is Campbell. He is Gamble. I went out and fucked my best friend. I went out and fucked my brother's wife and made Meryl.
Ryden,
that being said-
yo, look, I'm just saying,
But that
when
being
Ryden,
said,
Ryden heard the news, this was all him.
Dog, that's my problem. So you mean to tell
Sure.
me that
Sure.
you no
Oh,
Eric,
mentally,
think
he
about
was
it.
broke. He broke.
Oh yeah, he was broke mentally, and that's my thing. This is why I don't like Rosemary. Rosemary, yes, she was hiding from the Patriots. She was trying to make sure everything was in control. She was trying to make sure Ryan's protected and she was protected. But in doing so, she gaslit this nigga for 2.5 years, making him think he was the worst person in the world, making him think that he was the one that caused her to have a fucking miscarriage.
Mhm.
Also said, I'm leaving you. You made this dude go crazy for 2 years and then have the nerve to go at the end. This is your son, Jack. We can be a family. That is level 10 white women tears. I don't know. And again, I get it for some people. If you think this is a good end, that was a good end for Rodden, I'm not going to fight you on it. But D's going to tell you right now, it was trash. You didn't have to put Rodden through a quarter of this. And they did it anyway. That's why I say, as much as I don't, I'm fine with Ryden being here because he's not the problem in this game. You took so much away from him just to get his character to be functional in this story. That's why I didn't like it.
Functional is relative because him going full cyborg has put him in, like you said earlier, we were talking about him and Vamp. Well, Sue mentioned about Sue and Vamp. He's just like in no fucks given mode. He will literally and that is kind of like, is it earned? I guess.
That's the gray area. I don't think it's earned. For some people, they do think it's earned. I'm not here to fight with nobody on Ryden.
Because they want to see him do badass shit. That's all it really was.
Him in this game.
It was it was just an excuse to make him look badass. But it's like there's a way to, you know what it is. You know what it reminds me of.
And hold on, Chris. And it goes back to what you said. It actually is the reason why Revenge is where everybody actually likes that game, because it takes what the game took away from him and gave him back something. And gave him back something that he didn't have.
The shit with Rod, you know what? Okay. And you guys will probably definitely agree with me on this. You know how people talk about like women characters not being written correctly, right? Raiden is the male equivalent of how do people complain about women characters being written as stoic and badass.
He was made to be edgelord. When you
Yeah.
make any edgelord,
It's the male version of
Mm.
you didn't earn your badassery. You're just making him look badass because it looks cool.
I think it's not. I don't think Raiden's the worst example of that.
But I mean, the allegory is still
That's what
there
I'm
to a
saying.
degree.
I know what you mean. That's what I'm gonna say. He's not the best one for it, but you're right.
Edgelordiness was something that peaked by the late 90s, early 2000s. For this to happen, for it to happen to Raiden going into the 2010s, you kind of late there, Kojima.
Yeah, and you know what it was? You truly was trying to make him Shadow the Hedgehog at that point. Like, we get it. It's Raiden, but he's badasser. It's more badasser, or whatever you want to call it. Like
the rehab for Shadow has been amazing, hasn't it?
Boy, Shadow went from being this is the most edgelord bullcrap. Oh my God, you gave the hedgehog a gun too. Oh my God, Shadow better be in the next movie. We love Shadow. We love Shadow.
Because I mean,
Shadow.
Because think about it, right? Because it is a correlation with Shadow and Raiden, right? It's like with Shadow, it's like, so you just made Sonic but black. All right, cool. You know, and then
it's like you just made the Cyborg Ninja again.
But except we know more about, because I mean, look, as much as we talk about we're Metal Gear heads,
Kojima going for the Hogan leg drop again.
but it's like, as much as we know about Metal Gear lore, one of the characters that I really had to like look up and read up on was Frank, Gray Fox, right?
Frank
and
Yeager,
his Frank Yeager becoming like Cyborg Ninja, and it's like, I don't know. It's just, I guess maybe I need a video game of seeing Frank Yeager turned into Gray Fox for me to appreciate the character. And I think that's what I guess Kojima was trying to do with Raiden, is kind of do his interpretation of what happened to Gray Fox, but through Raiden. I don't know if you would agree with that though.
Yeah, I would say that. I would say that that's something that I think he wanted to do. Like, we could have got like a side game or something, seeing how Raiden took on the Cyber Initiative, but the fact that he didn't and he just shows up, cyber mode is a bit jarring.
Yeah,
I feel like with a lot of the characters and how they're introduced to this game, the way that they're introduced, I look at them as, you guys could have been your own separate game.
Well, because and I think that was the thing. That's what makes this whole thing such a big toy box of a game, is because of just everything they're throwing at you. Because I think when you see Raiden doing all that badass stuff in your head as a gamer, and I think even the first time I played, I was like, I kind of want to play as Raiden now.
Yeah, now you want to play with him, and of course the game says no. Apparently, you don't like him, so you're not gonna play with him. And
I feel like Kojima did that on purpose.
Well, that's why
y'all don't like him. Remember?
No, and that's why they sidelined his ass, because like there's two things that happens in the South America thing. Number one, Snake ends up finally tracking down Naomi, and that's when we get the fucking info dump while she's giving this guy a fucking physical and shit. Which
I gotta say, Naomi, this is probably the only part of the game with Naomi I actually appreciate her character, because it is an info dump. Yes, Chris, it's a lot of words, but when you hear how she's explaining SOP and how it works, how the Fox die is actually breaking down in Snake's body, how yes, certain things, like the whole theme of the decay is in there. And another theme that's also coming in, where everything went from being a simulation to real type of thing. You remember, there's always been like a storyline behind that with simulation and all that. You remember that one shot where they showed Metal Gear 2, Metal Gear Solid. When you see that shot in her juxtaposed to what she's saying, it's like, hey, yo, Hideo, this shit hitting right here.
But even then,
though, this is good.
And to go into this nanomachine shit, Naomi apparently had cancer, and she suppressed it with nanomachines.
Also, she's walking around with no bra.
Yeah. Now, here's the thing.
But we're not going to complain about that.
Yeah. Here's my thing.
You see me, right?
This is why I said and this is probably another reason why I'm pissed off at just where we're at in tech. This should be a thing that should be happening now. Do you know how many people's lives would be saved?
I don't know.
This is no dead ass.
Unfortunately, this is just one of those things that would probably get canceled by insurance companies.
Yeah.
And also the CIA has
like, oh, you want these nanomachines? Canceled.
But then again, the CIA has been working with drugs since the 70s. And there's a reason why. Remember, back in the day when we were kids, we saw a lot of people on the corner. There's less of them because the CIA. No, seriously, the CIA would just go to these soldiers like, "Hey, we got you." Stick something in their neck. Drop them off in front of a liquor store. The government, they're coming after us. They're coming after everything.
Those are called NPCs.
But guys, in keeping with
those are veterans, Eris. Those are veterans.
Hey, veterans that became NPCs. They're the ones. They're the ones. Hold on, they're the ones that operate. In between that invisible wall. You're out there on your journey and you see them, but you know not to get near them, but you know that you're okay because video game logic. There's an invisible wall here. They can't get near you.
D hates when I say
you just see them from a distance.
I always say we used to be a proper nation. They would put those guys in an actual legit crazy house, not prison.
Yeah,
crazy house where they can get help.
Why? You know why? Because the CIA did correct the Ted. What was it? Who's the Unabomber's name? Was the Unabomber?
I would say Ted Bundy. Goddamn.
I was going to say Kevorkian.
One of them white boys out.
That's just Chefsky. Jesus, D.
Coach K? What?
That's what I'm saying. Coach KD. Anyway, no, but yeah, the Unabomber. They told me like
Ted
Kaczynski. Thank you, Kaczynski.
Sounds like a white.
They shot that nigga up with LSD. He was like, the government's going to kill us all. The government's going to kill us all. The CIA, get out of here, nigga. And they just dropped them all.
Ironically.
Like, what's he going to do? What's he going to do? Try to kill people? And that's exactly what he did.
Ironically, CIA put so many drugs and crazy people. One of them predicted the crack epidemic, and they had to really fucking put him down to sleep because it's
kill this nigga.
We gotta kill him.
Apparently, he knows our whole plot, and that's what. And that's the thing that's so wild. Now is D saying there's a parallel between crazy people and the CIA? No, but there was. That's
I'm just saying.
But there was. But Chris, you're absolutely right. Where we're standing at right now with technology, I would like to think they have drugs that do mess with your mind, that do alter your mind. Because so far, at least what we know, we have mind-altering drugs, but to have drugs literally suppress bad emotions, bad feelings, and all that, at least we don't know that we're close to that. You know what I mean?
People don't know this, and it came up. Fuck it, theme of this year: Trump and Elon. Like with them,
it's always going to be Trump and Elon.
Dude, with Doge,
that's the theme of the year.
With Doge finding out that $2 trillion budget cut that they promised everybody, it's like, damn, this shit's hard. Yeah, no shit, we fucking told you that. But anyways,
you don't know budgeting very well.
You really don't.
No. Elon really doesn't. He goes over budget on everything he does. Much like Hideo Kojima, but Hideo Kojima is at least trying to make art.
It's called cinema. Okay, cinema. He gives us
a video game. This is not cinema. Look, this is not cinema. This is a video game.
But nah, like there is so much shit that accidentally happens in science and tech, especially science. Like a lot of the drugs that helps people, it's by accident. Like people be like, why is the government spending money on focusing on bee mating patterns? Well, there is a drug that was made from what after a bee mates and produces honey. And it's like, that's a weird fucking shit. All right. That no bullshit. It's weird scientific shit that produces the drugs, including Ozempic. No bullshit. I'm not even kidding. Right. It's the most weirdest studies they do that somehow nets these drugs. It's insane.
Good example. Heart medication. Somebody was making heart medication. What's the side effects? Actually, it works pretty good. It only has one side effect. What? Gives you a massive erection. Viagra was made.
Thank you. It's like
That's why it's the funny thing about Viagra is like, you know, it's actually good for your heart, right? What? No, seriously, it really is.
until 4 hours later, you're wondering.
They do
why?
tell you though, you do still got to talk to the doctor because this probably could give you a heart attack. But
4 hours
but
later,
it's
you still
actually
got a
good for your
hard
heart.
on. Got a hard on 4 hours later. You might want to go to the emergency room right now.
Nah, I'm Carl. I'm Carl for Argentina. Call the neighbors. I want them to see this. Nah.
When she drops that bombshell of like the SOPs and the nanomachines and the fact that it suppresses cancer, it's like, oh shit. And which you got to realize too, it probably means huge implications once the nanomachines drop out your body, because now you're in severe pain that was otherwise like suppressed from that.
Yeah,
and it's like,
all
damn,
that comes scream. All of that comes
it
screaming
hits.
back.
It hits like a wide swath, and that's why I think it's like maybe that technology doesn't need to happen, because I don't think anybody ever wants the inevitable. I'm cancer free, and then next thing you know, you watching the movie and your cancer comes back and you dead. Like, it's funny, but it's like, damn, that would fucking suck, wouldn't it?
No, you're right. You're right. Now you're right. You're right. And like I said, it's one of the best things that work in this game is the fact that people really do have these mind breaks, and it's fucked up. And it's actually one of the
because the soldiers, like you said, the soldiers, nanomachines is suppressing their emotions to where they can do their job right. And when all them emotions flood in, it's like it's like Murphy and RoboCop, like doing that shit.
Now that being said, you're dropped into our first boss fight, and that would be Laughing Octopus. All right, just to get this out the way. I think she's the best boss to fight with because visually wise, yeah, and she does a lot of what makes Metal Gear cool. She does a lot of creepy shit to fuck with your mind, and you have to use your thermal goggles to see her sometimes. You know, I think she's just made cool. You know what I mean?
It's a mind fuck of a boss fight, because there's like moments where it's like you could smoke her out with the smoke grenade, and you get a false like decoy octopus moment because you're like, oh, there she is, and it's like, that's not it, and then boom, she comes up right behind you and shit.
Exactly.
And it's like, oh wow.
The one I hated what she did was she rolls up in a ball and she rolls. It's so stupid.
You have to jump on the bed, which Metal Gear Solid 4. Big ups to environmental damage and all that stuff, which I'm gonna be real, and this is a deep cut here. You don't get that unless Red Faction 2 existed. Red Faction 2 was the very first game.
Are you taking it that far?
Yes, because Red Faction 2, forgettable game, but the big get for that game was destructible environments. Yeah. You could take a hammer and break the wall, and the details was like great. And then after Red Faction 2, Metal Gear Solid 4 comes out, and it's like, oh shit! Like,
I give you that.
It's a deep cut, but
that's a deep cut to bring out Red Faction, nigga. Yes, I give you that though.
Hey, I was a fan of that franchise.
I played it. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
but like the destructible environments during the boss fights, especially like with decoy with raging octopus and stuff, like you can jump on the bed to avoid the rolling ball when she rolls through, and it's like, oh, okay, that's dope.
Yeah, like I said, from a design point and just the way you have to fight her, I actually like her. She's the only boss that I really felt like a Metal Gear boss, to be honest with you.
Had all the elements of like the mind fuck of her like changing faces and being invisible and all that stuff, and it had all the tenements of what you want out of a boss fight. The other three,
no,
not so much.
Until you run through her boss fight and you just discover, oh, turn on thermal mode and I can spot her.
Yeah, thermal mode takes away the suspense of the fight.
And that's actually the only downside about this fight. As much as I said it's my favorite one, if you fought her once, you know exactly how to beat her.
Yep.
It doesn't change,
especially if you
and that's true of all the girls in this game. But for some reason, it takes points away from this one because she was such a good boss.
Also, low key, if you're a video gamer, and I don't know if Kojima purposely did this, 4 felt to me like it was made for speed running, especially the patterns. When you know patterns of it, It's like, wow,
Yeah.
this game feels very made for
The
This
game-
was the only
like,
this was the
have
only
you-
Metal
has
Gear that
anybody
I
ever
beat on
seen-
hard and
has-
tried to do it as fast as possible.
Has anyone ever seen this game played by a speedrunner?
Dude, I watched
Yeah.
that fucking
I used
what's
to-
it
I
the
seen
what-
it
what's the
before.
name of the dude on Twitch that 24 hours, 365 days a week Metal Gear games?
Mm-hmm. I know you're talking about the Outer Heaven channel.
Yeah, Outer Heaven channel. I've watched like extreme European difficulty on this game, and it's like crazy watching it. Especially when one of them speed runs it, it's like, yo, this is like fucking insane. Because again, the patterns of the boss fights, it's RNG a little bit too, especially when you get to Crying Wolf. Because you can kind of manipulate it away, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like her, you can definitely manipulate it and get through that fight real quick, especially with certain guns too. Because I think can't you like kill her quick with the
If you already
you
have
like-
the rail gun,
if you like no,
can figure out
I'm
real
like
quick.
no, if you're doing like non-lethal, you can actually like kind of like quick reload in order to just keep hitting her with like tranks and shit to where
I wouldn't know that.
You
I
can
wouldn't
do
know that.
no, you can do it. You can do the quick reload using the train because you got to reload anyway. with the
yeah,
train.
like you can actually keep her in one place and keep shooting her with tranks, and then you can just win the fight, like, and skip all the like scenes where she disappears and stuff. It's very weird, but like it's crazy how much the patterns don't change, but it makes it for fun when you replay it because you can just basically you can tackle these boss fights any way you want if you play it multiple times and just mess around with it.
And yeah. After that fight, that's when you run it. That's what we talked about before. You run into you're running out. That's when you run into
The
Vamp.
chase
That's when-
sequence.
That's the whole thing with Raiden. He shows up, and you know.
Well, wait a
Her-
second.
Uh-huh.
Oh, wait a second. After you beat Laughing Octopus and you get her face camo, prior to that, whether you take her out lethal or non-lethal weapons, right before that happens, you do get Kojima female writing sexy time with these with these female characters, because it's weird and creepy because there's like no music. It's just the ambient sound and the echoes of them like seductively walking their way towards you, and them hugging you is sapping your
Energy.
stamina. And it's
Oh,
really
well,
weird.
well, so-
But hold on. But again, I mess around with this game, and thanks to the powers of the internet and learning the stuff that I learned about it, if you make Snake like lay down on the bed in the in that stage of South America, she actually gets on top of you.
Well, Sue, the allegories of the Beauty and the Beast core ladies out there suits coming at you and sucking your life force is to be symbolism of beautiful women that suck the life force out of you because they just want to suck all your resources. That's
Yes.
what the symbolism is.
Yes, the symbolism of every red pillar's nightmare.
Yes.
So here we go. I'm about to make myself retarded.
What I love the most about that is that Eris, that Chris, you're proof of Eris, right? He turned you into a monster.
I did.
I just want people to understand that Kojima.
Hold on. But Eris, I agree with you too. That's the edgelordy crap that I hate. It's like, really? So we had to make them beautiful girls, but no, you can't kill them and this, all of that. And it's like, oh, come on. But the part that gets me is that every time you got to get to the part where they're coming at you, arms out, trying to follow you around. Here comes Rosemary. Don't be fooled. She's trying to hurt you, Snake.
Yep.
Take her out take her out by any means necessary. Here's me, the psychiatrist who knows that these girls had a psychological breakdown, is telling you to kill them.
The psychiatrist who knows that these women are damaged goods.
Instead of finding your, that's the funny thing. She doesn't tell you to tranquilize them. Otacon tells you to, but the one with the PhD is like, kill them.
Now, the women that Hideo Kojima used to represent the Beauty and the Beast core, they are based off of real life South African models.
Good for him. He picked the 4 that he whacked off to. We understand.
Hey, look. I will give him this. If you ever get a chance to look at documentaries of like all 5 of the Metal Gear Solid games, it is interesting how he actually. It's not like he made up these girls on the whim. I give him credit that he will get like actual models and get them to do the motion capture for these games for these women characters and stuff. I forgot which model he got for Quiet in 5. That was
that's Stephanie Justin, who she has her own Twitch channel and everything. She still plays. She actually plays MGS5 to this day.
But yeah, like the fact that he actually got real life models to represent these women. It's like it was interesting to me because when you look at it, you're thinking, oh, he must have just got somebody to draw these women as just made up characters. It's like, oh no, these are real women. It's like, no.
If you got the Metal Gear Solid 4 collector's edition strategy guide, it has like a whole info.
Actually, I think I still have mine.
I got mine too.
Yeah, I still have
It's got the whole back sheet, like the whole info on all the models that was picked to play the B&B core.
Gotta give them credit though, because when they did the rollout for this game after it came out and they showed the pictures of the women, and I think they went to like I guess the Metal Gear Solid premiere somewhere. I think either it was the Game Awards or something, and they actually had them like in the suits and stuff. It was like, oh, fuck, all right. I see why Kojima, like he said, it's the ones he probably whacked off. Hey, cool, gotcha.
And if you've ever seen the I think what is it? It comes in the collector. If you bought the collector's edition of the game, it came with a Blu-ray that was like jam packed with hours, and I'm talking hours of like content on how they made this game.
It's crazy. It's worth. It's worth.
It is worth a watch.
I mean, even if it's background noise, I think that speaks to the game itself. Because, like I say, all 3 of us know it's a piece of shit game, but it's like the most entertaining, intriguing. It's the most entertaining. I said it best. It's the most entertaining playable movie that was made. If there's
the PlayStation 3,
if there's ever a chapter that illustrates the most insanity of Metal Gear, it's chapter 3.
Chapter 3. Let me
chapter 3. What, Eastern Europe?
Eastern Europe.
And let me put it out here, y'all. From this point to the end of the game,
buckle up.
Buckle up. Everything stupid and awesome happens from this point to the end. The most stupidest shit you'll see in this game happens after 3, and some of the best stuff that happens in this game happens after 3.
Because
it is actually, to be really honest with you, it is where, in all honesty, well, like I said, with all the best stuff that's there, this is kind of what makes the game unsavable. You know what I mean?
It goes up its ass and just keeps going.
It keeps going. And it don't leave that joint in nothing.
It's
like we're going for nostalgia, we're going for the stupid, and we're going for the fan service.
So
we're going for it all, y'all.
What we end up finding out is that apparently Liquid Ocelot needs a big boss. He's looking for big boss.
And I love it. They was like, well, he needs big boss for that. And it gets quiet. Naomi. No. Big boss is still alive. Me. Shut up.
I had my eyebrow raised on that. Like,
the look on your face was exactly the way both of y'all look was. What? How is he still alive?
So both of us.
It's like my white Chris, like my white girl. What?
So me and you bought that game day one. I think both of us went to GameStop together, right?
Mm-hmm.
Were you just as confused as me when Naomi said that the first time? I remember playing that. I'm like, wait a minute. Whoa. Big Boss got shivved. All right. He was dead.
Not just shiv, sir. Aerosol can and lighter.
Yeah, dude was everything. Done.
Dude got the sweet tooth special from Twisted Metal. All right.
So when Naomi says he's alive, I'm like,
when she says he's alive, legit. Pretend this headphone case is my PlayStation controller. I hear it. Big Boss. He's alive. I'm sorry. Huh?
Nah, this is me.
How did you put I know shit. Put the controller down and said,
Now here's the thing.
"Oh,
He's been kept alive. He's been kept alive
No, but
by a series of nanomachines.
and hold up, a series of nanomachines and his will."
No.
What was the reason?
I had a reason.
What was the reason?
I just explained the reason.
What was the reason, bitch?
It smacks against the opposite of what I thought it was. You know what I thought it was when she said that? I was expecting some like Destro from G.I. Joe. His face is covered up and like he somehow miraculously survived because of nanomachines, right? Like, all right, he's probably got the suit on, a new suit that's keeping him alive, maybe, and he has to wear a mask because he was burned in the face and something, right? That's what I assumed it was, or at least he'd be like fucking
Quit being
zero.
a smart person, Chris. Quit being a smart person.
Or I thought he was gonna be like his boy Zero, Stephen Hawking it up and shit, and you know something, right? Like he's just Saul. Just is everything all right? And it's like beep, something, right? Like
no,
that does.
No.
Well, Chris, hold on. That does happen. That happens to be the case for a certain character.
Zero.
So let me get this shit. So the first thing you see when you get into this time we're in Eastern Europe, you're at the train station, and they stop this man, and it's Snake.
Young Snake.
And it's young Snake. And I have to be with you when I look, dog. Thank you. Perfect. It was literally like Hideo Kojima was like,
yeah, nigga, shit.
All right. I guess I made y'all play as old Snake. You can play as a new one. And we was like, you fucking right. Give me young Snake.
And I kept that shit on the rest of the game.
Actually,
boy, I played
wait. Did y'all
all run through?
Did y'all see this? Did y'all see that shit when they showed the commercial? Because remember, there was a series of commercials for this game that came when it dropped, and I remember it was a split second where he had the cigarette in his hand, and we saw him like shift his face, and we just saw old to young Snake, and we're like, "Whoa, wait, when does that happen?"
Hey, let me tell you something. My folks, and I had older relatives. They're not into video games to older folks. If it ain't Mario, Galaga, or whatever shit, they don't give a shit about the new stuff, right? The commercial,
this is Madden, right? No, this is not Madden. What is this?
Madden to a degree. Yeah.
This is
so like,
when
the commercial rollout for Metal Gear Solid 4, even when the game dropped, it came out. I remember like my mom had saw it, and I think it was the commercial that Sue just mentioned, and she thought it was a legit movie, like a weird kind of like. Cause I think Final Fantasy Spirits Within. Yeah, that's people core. She thought it was like that, right?
Even though this is like 7 years after that movie came out.
Yeah. So, but it's like my mom saw that and she was like, "Is this a video game?" It's like, "Oh yeah, I've been playing it. It's actually a really good game." Because again, the way that they show the trailers, they cut it like a movie. So she was like, "What is this?" You know. And
look, dog. One of the coolest things I ever got was I was playing Yakuza Ishin, right? And my mother-in-law was watching me play it, and she was like, "This is a video game?" We were like, "Yeah." 15 minutes into it, here's her. So, all right, so he was a part of what? And he's a part of this clan now, and he's trying to kill somebody.
Hey, look,
the other one that I got from a bunch of people. Dang, this cool as shit. What's the name of this joke? Uncharted. Okay. This looks like a fucking movie, bro.
Look, them Uncharted commercials was hitting Metal Gear territory for a lot of folks because the way them cut that shit, that's with 2 with the train system. When he's on the train.
It was 2 with the train, hanging off of the freaking cliff and shit. And
3 was with the fucking plane, him flying out the plane.
Yeah, 3 was the plane.
4 was definitely the plane. Real talk, some of the best acting I've seen in video games. Yeah. It was like they put their whole foot in the floor. I say it all the time. What's the best Uncharted? Yes.
Yeah. Hey.
That's all I say. Yes. Here's the fun part. Hold on, Eric. Here's the fun part. Everything except the one with the 2 lesbians. Yes. Everything.
Sir.
You Lost Legacy.
Don't know. Sir, Legacy was dope.
Legacy was fine. It was fine. It was actually fine. It's fine.
Look.
But
I
let's
was
keep it real. 1, 2, 3, 4.
No. Look. You're gonna allow me to love
PSP game is fire.
Look. You're gonna
Well,
allow
PS
me.
Vita game.
Let me love ethnic lethal weapon that we got in Lost Legacy. That's all I'm saying. Just give me that.
Ethnic lethal weapon. Let me tell you something.
It is.
Let me
Back to 2025.
Habibi firebombing got a missile tuck. If them robbers come through,
Let me tell you something.
Women kicking ass. Come on, man. Like,
Chris, let me tell you something, sir. Did you know, since you've been the one that's now front running the hating the chuds that scream DEI, would you know that Lost Legacy is kind of like pushed into the corner a little bit of reasons to hate Naughty Dog?
yeah, I know. I've heard about that, and I'm looking at them like,
They kind of give the side eye to the brown one, and I'm not talking Chloe.
no. Here's my thing, though. Hey guys. Go to Last of Us Part 2. I will respect.
Like, just
I
stay
respect
at
the piling on. Stay at Last of Us
Stay
2.
at Last of Us.
All right,
Stay at Last of Us 2.
2.
I get it.
You made your
said the game
point.
all
I
was everybody is like. I
You-
get it.
You made
Okay?
your you made your point. You made your point. Abby is built like a PS2 graphic. We get it. Okay,
It's stupid, but I understand. What did Lost Legacy do to you, bro?
she's built like a pile of cinder blocks. We get it.
Yeah, she built. She
Apparently-
built like Zang. She
I-
built like Zangief, nigga. We understand, bro.
Apparently, they don't like a athletically built woman that can actually punch the shit out of a
No,
dude,
how is she
apparently.
gonna make a sandwich properly, Eric? I mean, Chris.
That woman since Uncharted 4 does not look like she will make you a sandwich. She would tell you to make the goddamn sandwich. And you know what? I would probably. And you know what? I would probably.
Eric's is gone.
And you know what? I would oblige, because why wouldn't I oblige to this beautiful, muscular Nubian woman? Why wouldn't I?
First off, she cackles like a witch. Second of all, she's I can't think of whatever. I can't think of the other reasons why they hate.
Why
Kamala
she got
Harris.
muscles? And
Well,
why she
she's
got
not even black. She's not even black.
God,
I like hold on, y'all. I like how white people for the first time in history use "she's not even black" as a negative. That is some full circle racism where you loop around the sun that much, where now you're not black enough is a problem.
You're not black enough, but yet the woman in the video game has the features of a nigga.
Oh,
What are we talking about? She's not black enough. Like,
Hey,
you know what I'm saying?
I feel like you
And that's
contradicting
what
that.
bothers you.
The woman that looks like a nigga is not black enough, I guess. But what?
Oh my god. Anyway,
Sorry, it's just
okay.
yeah, but nah,
So
nah.
So back.
So
back to
Snake.
a-
So basically, in Eastern Europe, you got to go through old school Metal Gear Solid 3 sneaking past people and stuff.
And the first person you see is, of course, Meryl. And Meryl does a very cool scene where Meryl and Snake are sitting down talking. And Meryl actually is getting stuff off her chest, which is straight up like, yo, Snake. Oh, look. You got a Wizards jersey on, man. You ain't the old Snake, bro. You should Shaquille O'Neal with a Boston Celtics jersey on right now, bro. You ain't the same person. Let me handle it, okay? You don't need to handle it. And of course, Snake is like, no, the mission, all that. And Meryl's like, Eris, as you know, your favorite part right here. She gets up, put a finger on this nigga's chest, and call that nigga old. And do you see the look on Snake's face right there? You got look. What? I'll show you who old, bitch.
D. That is a hold up. Keep the picture up. That is a future is now, old man. Finger
You
point to
ain't
the chest.
lying. The future. Do you see that? Do you see his stamina going at him?
The stamina drop was.
Snake
It
has
is
moments
one
in
of
the
my-
game. Snake
is
has
one of my-
moments in the game where it's like you said, there is moments where in interactive and stuff, when Meryl did that, his stamina did go down because it's that anger and stuff. And I'm like, wow, that's actually a nice little attention to detail in game interaction right there. Like your stamina meter actually goes down from that.
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay, cool.
Called your ass old and you ain't know. That's when men's testosterone hits us negatively and we overdo it when we're actually working at a deficit.
Moments like that I always found interesting because that's one where his psyche goes down. The other one, and again, you started to see more of Snake somewhat opening up in some kind of weird way because if you think back to which Metal Gear, I'm sorry, which part of the game was it? Oh yeah, the first one, Chapter 1, when Otacon shows up on the Mark III.
Mm-hmm.
He looks at it and he goes, Otacon, that's you? Oh, I wish I was good with gadgets. The way that he said that, I was like, oh, Snake wishes that he was good with tech.
He wishes his life went in a different direction. That is so wonderful.
Snake still has a fucking brick Nokia phone, so of course he,
Let's keep it real, y'all. Snake is
playing Snake on the phone.
Snake shut up. That's a good one, Chris.
Snake playing Snake on the phone. Half a tomato, Chris.
That's a nerd.
That is half a tomato I'm throwing at you.
Deep cut.
So it's like this. Snake is everything good about this game is coming from Snake. And what's so great about it is that Snake constantly through this game, because he's old, I know it's done on purpose from Hideo. That Snake, even when he's being old and everybody's like, yeah, to him, Snake has this look like, man, fuck y'all. And even when he's trying to be old, good example, when he was on the ship, and he was like, and they told, I forgot what was said, and you just hear him, and you see his stamina meter going down. What do you mean there's no chance of me? It's like Snake, stop.
Or probably one of my favorite moments is, again, I don't smoke. But when every time I see Snake pull out his freaking cigarette carrier.
Oh man, I need one of them. I don't even smoke like that. I need one.
He got a little carrying case for his cigarette.
You know what? I'm just gonna be real. We you know what? Nobody, we always get those people that
kind of want that joint low key.
People we talk about, like, people always had the conspiracy theory, like, the food is changed and stuff, because there is something to be said. And I probably said this before, but I probably said this multiple times. I have family members, some who died from lung cancer, but I got some who smoked like a chimney and lived to 102. And I feel there is something to be said about the cigarettes that they probably smoked probably wasn't as terrible as what we're getting today.
It's a yes and no.
And it's also probably luck.
Because back then they used to put actual tar in them. They don't put tar in them like they used to anymore.
Yeah.
Now they put the fake shit in it that actually is killing people.
Yeah, but and they put more ammonia into it now.
Yeah,
and they really put more base chemicals. Like, good example, like I don't smoke cigarettes, but the last time I smoked a Newport, I can tell that they changed up the recipe. That's the best way. There's no real way.
Because you're the third person. No, you're the third person. Because I remember my dad, when they told him he had to stop smoking or cut down on smoking, he had to go from Newport Greens to Newport Reds, and he immediately was like, ugh.
Like there's something different in the cigarettes now, but yeah, there's like it's always weird with health. What's going to kill one person is not going to kill the others. Sometimes it's just not flat work like that. Everybody's body is different. Yeah, actually, a good example is this game right here. Put anybody else in a power suit, they probably wouldn't do half of what Snake can do. Mm-hmm. But because Snake was already a super soldier anyway, you still put him in a power suit like that. Snake is built like a 60-year-old, but Snake he's gonna move like he's 34.
Snake is old Captain America if he didn't get put on ice.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Yeah. Like that's he
can still move around, do all the rest of the stuff because he was built for war. He was built for doing all this crap, man. So Snake, granted, he's not the young man he used to be, but thank God he got that power suit on. But anyway,
So
let's
Snake-
go into the worst part of the game.
Okay, so Snake basically has to go old school Metal Gear Solid 3 to sneak through Eastern Europe, so he can't really, go through it with like just going in camouflage and then keep it moving. So he is there to meet his Connect. Who is the Connect? Big Mama.
Now, yeah, Big Mama. Okay.
AKA Eva from 3. When they showed that when they were doing again, roll out for the game.
Still doing the titties thing, huh, Eva?
Yeah.
Okay.
When they did the trailer, when they did like the final trailer for Metal Gear Solid 4 before it released, they spoiled Eva coming into the game. And I was kind of feeling some way about that. Like, damn, you could have kept this tucked in there a little bit because I'm kind of shocked she's still alive.
Here's my problem.
Hey, Chris, it's been 40 years.
I know. I guess in my head, I'm thinking she would have just fucked off somewhere and not popped back up or something.
Yeah, and that's Dee's problem too. See, here's my problem. The reason why I like Eva was because Eva was always on business. Because all the
Catwoman vibes.
Because all the stuff that we seen from her in the game, being hurt, being all like, wow, you saved me, and all the rest of that shit, it was, oh, good. So you're gonna give me that dick, right? Yeah. Oh my god, he sleep. Dumb motherfucker. Let me take this. Let me take that. Oh, I'm sorry what I did to you. I'm sorry what I did to you, Jack. Real talk. But honestly, listen to me, Snake. I'm working for the Chinese. I'm gonna need that. I'm gonna keep it real with you. What they did to the boss was messed up because she was a hero. Let me tell you, no, nigga, I need you to sit down. She was a hero. Outside of that, it was like she did a job and she was gone. And real talk, she was one of the best written females in the game. Because all the time you think that Snake is the one that's putting on charm on her. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. It was the other way around. And for her to come back as, I loved Big Boss. Get out of here, Eva. Get out of here. And when they asked me to carry his children, it was no, shut up.
And that's the thing. It's like,
are you serious?
And it goes into like you already
good old Japanese man writing.
But that's the thing. That's the thing, though. It felt like, to your point, though, it was a regression because it's like you unknowingly or knowingly in 3 made her a very multi-layered character. She wasn't damsel in distress. She had her own motivations for doing what she's doing. So then when you make her Big Mama and she's like, I loved, it's like this kind of comes out of nowhere. Like, and why is she damsel-esque now? Like, what? Huh?
But here's my bigger problem with all that: the symbolism, the excuse, and all that. And also, she was the ones. That's right. Sigurd, paramedic, Major Zero. They were all the ones who formed the Patriots. What?
Yeah, Sigurd, aka the DARPA chief.
What? A regular what?
Yeah, and to your point,
and also, Eric, not Eric. Well, this is not so much at you, Eric. It's when the reason why I said I wanted new characters in here and used everybody old is because you made the world smaller. You made everybody way too special.
And coincidental.
That's what I'm saying. So I will believe Zero. I want to believe everybody else.
And that's the thing.
If that's a good way of saying it, Eric, that's the way I feel about it.
And paramedic, aka Dr. Clark, the one that was killed.
The one that got murked. Yeah,
the one that got murked by the cyborg ninja.
She was just like, sure, let's take a look. What?
And that's right. Decoy Octopus, by the way. Let me tell you something. It's that little fun story. Remember that whole Ocelot, you idiot! You killed the chief before we could get the information out of him. I'm sorry, boss. That was an accident. That was no accident. No. That was no accident. That was no accident. That was Ocelot taking one off the board. He removed one Patriot off the board.
And we are done.
It's like,
Now nobody's ever gonna know.
it was out of everybody in that room.
We did it. We did
Nah,
it.
he still had his hand, bro. Stop.
Okay, my bad.
Chris.
Sorry.
This is before Snake was even in the picture. He recognized he recognized the DARPA chief as Sigget and said, "Overdrive."
Sorry, Eris.
Now,
It's just
granted,
when you said
now,
Ocelot,
granted.
I'm still thinking about your joke from the other previous episode. So,
Check out that gun.
Nigga.
Drop.
We're going to play a game.
no.
my
I'm
joke-
talking about when he got his hand cut off. He said foot job or whatever. And I was like,
yes.
Got one hand and got the other nub working tandem.
1.5 handy. Crazy.
Oh, boy. Mm-mm. But
You want a one hand J?
But no, it's legit. It's
Stupid.
funny how
It's stupid. It's stupid, Eris.
it's so funny
It's
how
handy.
that. It's so funny how that whole thing worked. My man recognized Sigget as one of the Patriots and just say, "Yeah, let me go ahead and crank the voltage up."
Crank that voltage up.
I told you, and I said this, and we said this like the first time we had it. Your boy Dr. Chief was up there, liquid left. So you gonna let me down, right, Ocelot? No. Oh, I know what you
Starts turning the rigs and lethal weapon. You motherfucker.
It's like, nope, you gotta go, man. You gotta go.
Yeah.
So let me get so and here's my other problem. Here's my the South Park death. So Eris, let me get this shit straight.
So my brother Dominic out in the cornfield. Yeah.
So everybody around the world,
Mhm.
including Mother Russia, including the French and the UK, everybody just bent the knee to arms tech and got under SOP. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Pretty much.
Within the 5, hold on, within, and bear in mind, gentlemen, this was over the course of a 5-year period after the Big Shell incident.
And they all just said yes to that. They all just said yes to that.
Yes, the war economy. War economies, sir. PMCs became suddenly in demand, but of course, as Snake says, ID tag soldiers use ID tagged weapons and ID tagged gear.
Errors. And you're telling me that everybody just bent the knee to the United States on that.
Yeah, pretty
Hey,
much.
Hideo, come here real quick.
What's up, nigga?
You mean to what?
That's a problem to think about it.
Whatever.
No. Stop trying to write it off. When you have the whole entire philosopher's legacy, that entire cachet in the form of a microfilm back in the hands of the United States, that made them the de facto superpower of the world.
Hey, question. I know this is random as
You
shit.
took something that was a collaborative effort between the United States, Russia, and China, and just said, "Hey, we're America. We keeping this."
Because that's what we do as America, sir. We colonize.
No, look, again, I'm not
the American way
that America did it. I'm not, because that sounds like a very American thing.
But the
problem I'm having is, so is nobody else that got their own version of SOP. It's just America. That's the problem I have. But whatever.
That'd be real. Let me ask you this.
It's the Patriot system, dude. War economy, all that shit spread.
Stop saying a war economy. That don't make it better.
It does make it better.
Now, me and Sue have said at length about how we love. Well, all three of us have said how we love the different organizations because of their symbols, like Foxhound, dope symbol. Even the new Foxhound in this game has a dope little.
Oh, you mean no? The old Foxhound was the cartoony Sly Fox point the gun and shoot.
But the new one,
new Foxhound is the fox with the knife.
Yeah, I like that. I like that shit. It's dope as shit.
Shout out for Merrill, never giving up on that logo too.
I'm gonna keep it real with you. In fact, CJ was with me one time. We was hanging out at Arundel Mills, and I had on that Foxhound shirt, and because it said United States Special Forces on
I
it,
swear to God, that shit. Look,
no, remember somebody saw me and thought I was actually in it. They didn't.
I'm just saying. Look, all I'm saying, guys, is if Trump enacts World War III and shit, I'm just saying all three of us should just go ahead and just form a Foxhound with the actual unit and all that. Just saying.
Now I'm even gonna sue the shit out of.
And I'll be like this, and I'll be like, what type of American are you?
Hey, Chris, we're in Trump's America. This is going to be all black folk for the next 4 years.
Yes,
no,
nigga, I am driven.
I ain't no lolly-loo-lay.
I mean, hey,
that
look.
is my favorite lie. I ain't no lolly-loo-lay.
So what y'all guys are saying is all three of us just need to turn into like the Black Anaheim Electronics.
Exactly. I'll be the first. I would be the first one.
We're funneling weapons to all three sides or whatever.
Let me tell you something. I am getting full corduroy suits for all three of us. We're all gonna have a helper monkey for comic relief, and we're gonna be running guns. We're gonna be running guns.
The second you said that, I immediately so you mean to tell me that black people are going to be just jettisoning all of the, like, we're just going to be doing all these amazing things while white people are in squalor? You make me feel like Kendrick Lamar is walking to a dungeon. He opens it up and Drake is over in the corner. Looks like I need you. Here's Drake. You still short, nigga.
Little man.
And you broke now.
Here's Drake. Your mama ain't shit. Yeah. That's why she molested you. Get up, nigga. We gotta make songs to make the white man.
I'm sorry, man. Like I was really
we got terrorists. We gotta do a whole lot of rap music to confound a white man. Come on, let's go.
I'm just saying, it's like, because to me, it's really wild to me that Diamond Dogs and like the new Foxhound
I like the Diamond Dogs logo.
Both of those are just badass as shit in a way that's like, man,
they're basic, but they work. That's probably what it is.
See why everybody wanted to be a Diamond Dog. It's like, yo, that logo's dope. I gotta fucking join this shit.
Everybody ran after those damn Letterman jackets with the Diamond Dog logos on.
You know what I like?
I'm niggas.
Do you know what I like right now, guys? That we're not talking about the word salad. That is whatever Eva's talking about right now.
First of all, D, let me stop you right there.
First off, I was looking at the old tits for a second. It's right there.
First of all, the word salad.
It ain't cold out here.
Gentlemen, please, if you will. The word salad is the exposition info dump from Eva is the first of 4 of info dumps that dates all the way back to the 1960s up to this point. You know, talk about it. Ocelot does it. Freaking Big Boss does it.
Dog.
With the way
question. Who made that painting?
First of all, let me tell you something.
I need it.
No. Let me stop you right there. I'm gonna stop you right there. This painting was first introduced in the game, and that shit has been blown up to like an actual printable scale where you can order this as a print.
I want this.
I have been wanting this poster for the longest of time. It was a print that was
the question for me then. Thank you.
Yeah, it was a print that was put in the game, but you can find that print like anywhere. That shit's on the internet.
That feels like the most exaggerated. It's like somebody in game made an exaggerated version of Eva describing Metal Gear Solid 3 in a painting.
No, make my tits bigger. There you go.
I mean,
yeah. Put some put 2 F-14s behind them flying.
MiGs,
even though they were
two MiGs.
Put 2 MiGs in there, even though they weren't in the game in any sort of way.
Yeah, they were.
I don't have a scale
bro,
for this Jack character.
Okay, hang on. Chris, remember the MiGs show up if you take too long to beat the boss at the end of the game.
And also, we're gonna put white flowers because I saw, with Big Boss and her protege fighting in the fields, and the moon.
I mean, you want on a white horse? You want a white horse? Yeah, and make sure she has a cloak on. Make sure she has
The
cloak.
poncho. The poncho.
Poncho.
Because
That's more of a cloak to me. Whatever, it doesn't matter.
No, it was a straight up poncho because remember, every time she showed up with that damn horse, it was raining.
yeah.
Showed up on biscuit.
Sebastian, sir. That is
Sir, that was the boss's version of that horse from G Gundam from Master Asia.
Oh, dude, let's not. No. That's Farfried Kruger. Okay, that's Farfried Kruger from all Robin Hood Men in Tights.
See, I need people to understand this. This is why I love anime. To watch a fucking show where the goddamn horse has its own Gundam is just like, who was on LSD at Bandai when they formed this idea?
Sir, that was good old Japanese pressure to make anime. That's what that was.
I know Tamino was over in the corner like, this shit was about fucking war crimes. When the fuck did this happen?
when you said that let's take a break from doing the same damn UC war.
He came back and was like, I didn't mean this, guys. I just said
Too late now, nigga. This shit's already been animated.
Tamino was like this.
Is that a horse?
I'm sorry. So there's a ring around
Earth.
Let's try to get that one. Let's get that one guy like a big ass Mexican hat. Shut up. It'll be funny. It'll be funny.
I'm sorry. That is.
Let's make sure. Hey, hold on. And Eris, let's keep it real, y'all. Let's make rain thicker. Yeah. No. Hold on. It turned into the Kylo Ren jump. More. And then she got that plastic. More.
You will never make me hate anime. I'm sorry.
To this day, Rain was so average until she got that Gundam. Here's me.
The skin tight.
Sir.
And then she had to moan with it.
Thank you. Because they had to make the reason that she didn't know it was skin tight. So that was the excuse, you see. Because like Japanese men are horny on Maine 24/7, 365.
And any red pillar that watches it, based domino.
Based domino.
Also, can I ask y'all this? Look, obviously Kojima is just, equal opportunity because he will put women, regardless of breast size, to have a reason to have an open shirt in action for whatever reason.
Yeah.
I mean, mostly Eva, but
the boss did it for a minute, unless those.
No. So see. First of all, that whole thing when the boss said, "Take a look at this the scar." The scar tattoo is what she was showing to Jack, and it was it was a whole info dump behind that, but according to Hideo and Hideo's writing and his imagination,
see if he does it in 3.
No. In his imagination at that time, he did say that I wanted the way I designed the boss originally, and this is horny Hideo talking. The way I designed her originally, she was going to have a whole snake tattoo on her left titty. And every time she fires, and every time she fires the Patriot, of course, jiggle physics, and it would look like the snake is laughing at you.
That's some horny shit.
That was horny Kojima.
That man was on shrooms and came up with that fucking idea. Mind blown.
All right.
I just wanted to ask, Hideo, what 1970s or 80s movie were you watching at that time?
No, Sue, I don't think you saw it at San Diego unless you did. Remember when Hot Toys put out the boss figure and she had the shit with titties out and stuff?
No, that was a Quiet.
Oh, Quiet. Okay, Quiet.
Yeah.
Hot Toys put
out the Quiet figure, and yes, you can actually adjust and squeeze the tits.
That is peak horny shit if I've ever seen it, and I'm like,
the wildest shit ever.
Did I want to buy it? Maybe.
I should have bought it because you know how much that shit is going for now.
Need to be many. Y'all should have bought it. I would have bought it.
First off, PayPal and 4 wasn't active.
Yeah,
at that
paying
point.
for was not happening, and
That wasn't happening.
And even when I was living in Japan and that shit had dropped back then, that shit was expensive.
Yeah.
In fact, retail that shit was expensive, but of course once they stopped making it, and anyone who had any copies around that was flipping them shits for like $400, $500, $600.
Mm-hmm. I
They were flipping them shits for PS5 Pro prices.
Now here's the thing. We get to a point where after all the info dump, they got to take Big Boss's body.
Dog.
I mean, not Solidus' body. My bad.
Or so
But
they
they-
thought.
but-
So they
yeah,
thought it was Solidus.
And no, here's the thing to get me. No, we thought that was Big Boss's body.
It was Big Boss, but it was Solidus' body that was like being used because he had Big Boss's DNA.
But the part that got me, you get on the you get on the motorcycle. I'm like, okay. Eva, and Snake puts his hand around Eva's stomach. Eva. You know when I remember, shut up.
That is
Why
weird.
Are you still talking?
You're technically banging out your son. Not cool.
Yeah. I mean, you gave birth to a clone.
Yeah.
So finally, after no bullshit, 4 more minutes, I counted 4 more minutes of dialogue. You didn't go off, and then it's a real shooter scene.
It's fun.
And
It's very action. Here's the thing.
It ain't better than Plant 2, but it's all right.
It's 3.
Yeah. It's very. It tries to capture.
I'm in
the
Act
final.
2. I'm in Act 2. That's what I'm talking
Yeah.
about.
But
It ain't
it's
better than the one Act 2, but it's still.
This is
It's supposed to be referencing the bike ride from 3.
Because there's parts in this chase sequence where there's different camera shots, and this is where it goes into Kojima wanting to film stuff film this game as a movie in certain spots. But sometimes like the camera angles that they use, it's like, all right, if this was a movie, people would be pissed off that you switch the camera angles in certain instances and stuff. And it fucks up the chase in terms of you really enjoying it cohesively, especially like when you're fighting the Vulcan. Was it crap? About to say Screaming Vulcan?
No,
Raging Raven.
Raging Raven and the Ravenettes or whatever that's flying or whatever. And stuff.
That's all they are.
They're just wings, drone wings, basically.
Yeah.
And it fucks it up with the camera angles and stuff because it should be badass. Like, oh shit, your snake's shooting at it, but it fucks up in certain moments, and it's like, it ain't fun.
Well, Chris, I can understand where you're coming from because we never brought this up, and I'm gonna be the one to bring it up, being the tech nerd in this. The thing that really fucked it up was the spotty ass frame rate.
Oh, it'll slow down if you go crazy.
There, like throughout this entire game, there are moments where this game will be running at like 50 something FPS, and it just shits the bed going to like 25.
And that's if you got like 3 gecko in front of you. Oh no, the whole game's slowing down.
Mm.
Oh, my favorite. If you get caught in an explosion, we get to see Snake in like 10 frames a second floating up in the air.
Dog. So, what happens at the end of this? Say that it happened at the end of 3. Slip. Even go flying into a brick wall.
Yeet.
Well, no, she goes flying into a metal piece of like from a broken gate, and
somehow bleeds to death.
Well, she didn't exactly bleed. No, she didn't die from that. She did not die from that. But it is ironic that she got hit in the same spot that freaking tree branch got her in.
Mm-hmm.
So, and of
that
course,
that was God.
I say a part of that came from her saying, reenacting a line that she said 40 years ago, which is, "I only get off my bike if I fall in love or fall dead."
Well,
I was like, Eva, why are you saying this now?
Also, here's my thing. When she said that, here's me. The snake that you're talking to don't know a damn thing about you, right? Just gonna throw that out there. Whatever. Yeah. Anyway, boss time.
Deuce, this snake had almost no emotional attachment to Eva. Isn't that something? Solid Snake has like no emotional attachment.
All right, lady that birthed me.
I mean, Raging Raven, this fight was very just like,
it was okay. I didn't hate it, but it was all right. I like her. I like her on grenade launcher because you get that at the end of it. I actually like that, John.
You know what fight reminded me of this, but did it slightly better, but it was almost just as annoying.
What's up?
Chris, you know this. Resident Evil Village Dragon Lady D. I hate being in stationary positions and you have to fight a flying boss.
Thing of it is,
that's just circling the damn building.
When you first play it,
it's annoying.
When you first play it, you can definitely cheese her and stuff, and then Capcom is like, "Oh no, bitch, you're not gonna fucking stay in one place," and then they do the whole auto destroy this building kind of thing. Raging Raven, it's very much like, all right, cool, she's flying around and you can snipe her out the air, and you also got to dodge the other drone wings. But it just lacks the oomph. That's
really what it is.
And how about the fact that you had to work your way up the freaking tower?
I mean, it adds a little to it, but it really doesn't really do nothing. And like when I played the game on hard, it was actually better, but it wasn't really just better. It was just more annoying, to be really honest.
Yeah, I was gonna say that boss fight was more annoying than anything else.
So yeah, this a lot of this sucks. A lot of what we're doing sucks. And a lot of, oh my God, the game just got good.
Because we get what I like to call Ocelot giving everybody the fingers. Boom, 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 pew, 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 pew.
Favorite Russian cowboy showed
American Russian.
American Russian. Thank you, Eris. Thank you. Let's keep it on topic. I like how this is when he's talking to Snake, he just leans in a little bit closer. Blow all that snake in his, all that smoke in his face. I'm like, I love it.
You know what? I like how he decided to go into a mode of Liquid that he thought Liquid would act like, where he goes, "Father's cigars. These were always his favorite." Just blowing the smoke in his face. The disrespect.
No, the disrespect. CQC. Flip, 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 flip. Stamp. Nigga, what's going on? What is this, brother? What is this? What is this? Punch, punch, reach around that nigga, grab the knife, electrocution. No, I love it because
he went along with it.
He was electrocuting himself doing it. I'm like, this game is awesome. And then Eva, look, hold on. And then Eva throws an apple out.
Crush.
Anyway,
was that her Spike Spiegel?
I had to ask.
What is that?
No.
Like,
I had to ask the question. What off-screen glow up did Ocelot get?
It's called installing somebody's dead arm onto my arm. It's called, dog. Do you know? It's like here's the thing. It's called. Maybe I got like it's called. I'm trying to take over a system that's going to help me, take over the world. Oh, he already did that.
I mean,
he wanted to, because you know why? Ocelot already knows at that point the game is over. Technically, the game is over because all Snake got to do is walk forward and you know what I'm saying? It's amazing how it's so stupid, so futile at that point. So Snake is over there still feeling electrocuted on the ground. Ocelot hops on the top of that submarine and turns off SOP, and you see all those frogs just lighting everybody up, and he's over there with the fingers.
The fact that he's doing the classic movie shit where he points and says the word.
He
bang.
did this, Harris. He did this.
That whole scene was just,
that was wild.
I mean, and the thing of it is, it's also.
I needed a smoke after that. That needed a smoke break.
Cheese all look.
Oh
and
no,
so,
Rat Patrol! No! Oh no, Snake and Johnny and Marrow. No! Wait a minute, Eva, why did you hop in the fire? What is going on here?
Well,
that was so dumb.
No, she hopped in. Well, she got in the fire because remember,
Liquid picked up the body and threw it on the burning Volta.
Daddy, no! That's what she did.
She
Oh
really,
my
and
God.
she was, and remember, everybody was convinced that was the body of Big Boss, where even Liquid was like, I don't even need this body anymore.
Turns out, surprise, surprise.
Yeah, the
it's
camera,
all this.
of course, the camera had to make sure it zoomed and did like the 3x zoom on the face of Big Boss, and you come to find out, wait a minute, Big Boss got shot in the other. Oh, so whose body was this? Oh, this is about to get interesting. Dumb but interesting.
Oh yes, dumb but interesting. Good.
So
Snake dying on the ground. Otacon. I got it. Hopped on the top of that Volta and drove up.
That man with a burnt face.
Dog. So after all of that, you find out because he actually infiltrated where they was at Otacon infiltrated where they was at on the ship, and he was actually recording them what their next thing was going to be, and that was going to Shadow Moses. And
before that, Eva dies.
Eva dies.
He has one last moment with Snake.
That's 3 minutes. You're not going to get it back.
Hold on. Something else happens too before the Shadow Moses thing. Up to this point, Otacon and Naomi have been having conversations during the intermittence.
I forgot.
So in between chapters, you have like intermittents where they kind of do info dump of what's happening with the crew on the plane and stuff. And over time, like especially when they get Naomi, she teaches Sunny how to cook eggs properly because Sunny is their chef that just cooks the local homegrown chicken eggs that they have growing on the plane.
That they have named after the twins, Solidus, Liquid, and Solid Snake. That's cute. That's cute.
And it's also code word for getting, and it's also the whole thing with the eggs is actually code for her to actually making the code that's going to stop the GW program.
Yeah.
Was GW or is it JD?
GW. Well, GW. The main program is JD.
Yeah. It's supposed to shut that whole thing down. Yeah.
So in between that, Otacon and Naomi have been having conversations and butting together and stuff. And in typical fashion,
my favorite line, I was an anime otaku. Hey, yo, Otacon, I like Dragon Ball too. You gonna break that out? That's the first thing you gonna break.
That is what we like to call hey, Otacon, you're scaring the hoes. All right.
You're scaring the hoes.
Chill, dude.
Hey, dog.
Chill.
You try to show all your collection of anime girls, nigga. Chill, bro.
Wait. Hang on, both of y'all, because I think y'all might be jumping the gun here.
I like
Are we?
Wait. Let me wait.
All right, go ahead.
Could Otacon just said, you ever heard of psychonauts? Police knots?
He would have did that too. You know, Otacon would have broke out some old anime.
He would have. Well, no, it would have. No, see that.
Do you like Gunsmith Cats? He would have said something like that.
I don't even think he would have went with an anime. I think he would have went with an anime, but it's a game. That's why you say police knots. He would have said
Pokemon. He had a better chance saying Pokemon.
Fuck no. See that right there would have dried up the snatch. I'm sorry.
And police knots won't.
Because, dude, it's just obscure enough to where you're not looked at as a kid. Come on, what little kid? Chris, D, think about it. What little kid is gonna run around and say, "Oh man, police knots, snatcher"?
I'm gonna be real.
What porno you been watching, son?
My man.
Because these are all Kojima projects.
Look.
That's why.
Eris, I get it, man. I get it. I'm just saying.
I mean, what really, you want me to say? Zona Enders?
But for me, it's like really Otacon. You gonna break out the Met collection?
But here's my thing.
Like
if it was any of
all three of us being weebs, we're like, hey, yo, Otacon. You could have waited till like later on in the day.
But here's my thing.
Mention that you like
any other woman, their pussy would just dry up immediately as soon as he said, I'm an anime otaku. I'm just sorry. That's just the way it is. Right. But because Naomi is dying of cancer
or technically been
dead. Hey, why not, go on the last hurrah and I get this guy. I go on ahead and get this guy something. before I go.
Why not?
Inverse Jeff Goldblum.
Speaking of which, Jack,
Why not?
Eric, speaking of which, guys, ain't no way in the world that helicopter was that close to them on that field. Ain't no way, but we don't.
And
whatever,
the flowers ain't blowing off anywhere.
We're not even going to go there. That's a different story. But yeah, but that being said, yes, they have a moment on
They
the,
smashed on that chopper, by the way.
Yeah,
inside that chopper,
on that cot, on that military cot,
on the military cot.
Think about it, y'all. Otacon's knees cold while he's banging out her on his knees is cold.
Sorry,
he look his knees is on that hard steel. Just
and also no, and also right on the other side of it is the dried artificial blood from Ryan. Because remember, they took him all the way over to Eastern Europe just so he can get hooked up on that dialysis machine.
Ryan is literally recharging on the plane, literally while they're banging out, and he can't even move because his ass is recharging. He can't even do anything.
I don't know if y'all ever been in a room where two people were having sex, but it's one of the most awkward.
No, I haven't. That has to be awkward.
That's what I'm saying. If you ever was in a room where two people having sex, because at that point, who's ever in the room, everybody's acting like they're asleep. Okay, let's make that very clear. Right? Second of all, you're just quiet and you hear slight moaning, and so Rod is like this, like, what's going on? Oh shit, I can't move my neck.
I saw Otacon.
Rodden wasn't on the chopper. But
He
was bleeding out. Remember, he was bleeding out on that damn chopper.
Go to Big Mama.
So is he O positive? Is he A? What's the blood type here? Well, it's white blood for starters.
It's artificial, so it doesn't even matter the type.
So it's Aryan blood. Gotcha.
Yes.
That's the blessed blood around.
We agree.
Actually, he's agreed. I'm just here for the photo.
You know what? I'm gonna be
We're
real.
Still partners. We're still partners. We're still partners. I just disagree. Can I disagree and still be friends with somebody? Yeah, I can.
I'm gonna be real. Mark my word.
It's gonna be hilarious.
No. 2 years from now, it's gonna be some crazy ass white person, some tech bro that's like, guys, I created white blood. Oh, so you mean it's nanomachine blood? No. I just put white food dye on blood and I inject it back in myself.
Why? Why you want to do that? So you can know that I have the purest blood around. No, I'm not racist. What are you talking about?
But what's
going to come out?
What's going to happen? Well, what's going to happen if you ever needed a blood transfusion?
I'm white. Come on.
This blood is perfect. It gives me better. It makes my muscles stronger. It makes me dance better. It gives me a sense of. Are you trying to say that this gives you all the powers of black people? Why would I say that?
2 weeks later, diagnosis: you have AIDS, sir.
Well, you have hepatitis. Why? Well, probably because you put fake blood in your system.
Does the DOH? No, fuck all that. Does the DOH know anything about this?
We don't. All right, cool.
The Department of Health knows nothing about this. Yeah, I'm not trusting this.
I ain't trusting this shit. Yeah,
but nah, man.
Did you get any of this approved? Who authorized?
Look, it is wild that you're a cyborg, so you have white blood like Bishop from Aliens and stuff. So now you gotta take him to some super duper special doctor over in Eastern Europe that can actually specializes in this.
Not even so much the doctor; they just had the machine to recharge him.
Because of course they did. Happenstance, you know.
So.
Either way, this man saw another dude bang out a chick in front of him, and it's.
So we finally go back to Shadow Moses, and
this is the most jerk off nostalgia berry shit ever in a game that was already doing it before this.
Chris, you want to know?
I don't care what anyone says. This was what I was waiting for. This was the best part of the game.
Hey, Chris, and you saying that this was the most jerk off nostalgia in your face thing. And I loved each and every
The
second.
Metal
of
Gear
it.
Solid music
The
being
second
used.
you get over that hill and you hear the best is yet to come, and you're looking around, hearing all the memories and all that.
Did you love the Member Berries flashback to OG PS1 Metal Gear Solid?
Oh yeah, that was
Where
fun.
you're playing the demo, where you're doing the demo of it from the PlayStation Underground stuff, and then you go into it.
Like
and
the moment you get to the helipad and you're hearing the voiceovers from the old PS1 game of Liquid Snake talking, as well as Snake talking. My favorite, of course, was always every time you got to like a nostalgic moment, you just hit X and you could see the little flashback images that will pop
with the PS1 graphics.
There were so many of them. It was so
there was
many
a ton of them.
They could, what's wild to me is that it would have. I guarantee you, and part of me thinks it might have been on the floor or at the table at least of an idea. Can you imagine if the flashbacks, instead of it flashing back to just the PS1 stuff, they did like a redo of like sort of Twin Snakes kind of upgrade for those flashbacks?
The only Chris, as much as I want that to be a thing, trying to get the okay.
Do you think at the time though that they could have?
Hell no, they would have never got the okay from Nintendo to do that. I don't care. Like I don't care how much conversating that both Kojima and Miyamoto like had with each other that even got the okay for MGS1. I mean, for Twin Snakes to even be put on the GameCube. The fact that you're going through all of Nintendo to just get the okay to do that, they would never allow any asset of that, like of Twin Snakes, to be showing up in this game.
So that's why you probably think we might get like a Metal Gear Solid 1 Alpha.
It would have to be completely remade from the ground up.
I made up the name, by the way, but Delta and then Alpha.
They probably will call it something like that.
And I'm fine with that. Hell, I would love for them to go back and make the original Metal Gear and
Metal
Gear 2.
Where we get fake Venom Snake. Yay!
As the boss, of course. You actually do play as the real.
True.
You actually play as the real Solid Snake, and we get David Hayter back.
Kiefer Sutherland plays Venom Snake.
Which would make sense.
That would be awesome. Actually. The one thing that gives
circle.
It's like poetry. It rhymes. You see?
Don't you understand what I'm doing? Why does your voice sound like that? But the part that gets me is actually the part where I got real choked up, and it's one of the few times ever where a video game that does fan service like that does it to me. You sitting there and you're sitting in the room where you fought Gray Fox at, and you put Otacon down there so you can fuck with computers, and it gets real quiet, and you look at the little locker where Otacon was at. You just see the little head of the dude come up saying, "Not having any bad memories, are you? Here's me. Here's me. Your Otacon, shut up. I'm having a moment, bro. Oh, this game is giving this because I was like, this game is giving this right now.
No. Shadow Moses has been like abandoned for many, many years, and them
pretty much since the incident.
The cyborg ninja blood splats are still on the fucking wall. Old as fuck, but it's still on the goddamn wall. I'm like, holy crap.
Stain.
Here's a question. Here's a question. Because it shows up in the game. This place has been abandoned for almost 9 years. Why am I still finding rations?
Rations still good. Spaghetti meatballs. Crazy.
Fresh ration.
Dry
peas.
Love peas.
But Salisbury steak.
One of the things
Give me a lighter.
One of the things I wanted to point out was I did like when you go into that one room next to the hangar and you see a surveillance camera, and then you watch the surveillance camera fall off.
Oh yeah. Also, we get into they popped up earlier in the game too. We get the little ball hand creatures.
I'm gonna say the proxies.
Yeah, the proxies. They pop up.
I don't know what they call it. Yeah. But then
Yeah. They make a big time appearance in Revengeance in a way that's actually fun to play. Fighting
this game, they just come off.
But wait, real quick.
Just arms.
But real quick, something I want to point out. Another thing I want to point out was
of Geodudes.
One of the things I want to point out from Shadow Moses and why I get so damn nostalgic when I see it it's something that I learned just from running around and exploring everything, not trying to trigger any, here's some like story move, like forward moving shit that I can't go back to. I try my best to explore the entirety of Shadow Moses. And let me tell you something. Shadow Moses is small.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
is small.
You would think it would have been like big, but
it is so damn small. Like everything that you went through, and I get it, they had to recreate the game, but holy crap, it's small. You know, the one thing that I was happy to see, because I don't think you ever get a chance to see it in the original game, you get to see the crash chopper from when you fought Liquid Snake. You see the parachute, which proved to you that your boy got out safe.
Well, I think it's a testament. I think it's a testament to just like, what we saw in the PlayStation 1 era of Shadow Moses. We had this, it kind of tapped into your imagination of it being bigger, like this big, like Andrews Air Force Base-esque type thing. And like you said, in the grand scheme of it, when you play it in 4, it's like, this is kind of a low key, like Indian Head base where it's like, oh yeah, that's it.
It's actually small, like quite.
Because even when you think about the communications tower, that was probably the biggest part of that base, probably,
especially in the old. No, both of the towers are still there, and both of the PS1.
Yeah, that's where you face. That's where you face off against Crying Wolf.
Yeah, but I remember looking up, and I remember towers. I don't remember.
They weren't destroyed. Remember, you were fighting a freaking Hind D, and it was shooting rockets at the building.
It took out the satellite.
Yeah, the satellite was what got taken out.
Yeah, because you remember that was in the commercials with the.
And you gotta remember, because Hideo loves 80s movies. Remember, Snake got to rappel himself off of the building, which was like one big reference to Die Hard.
I get it. What I was saying was I just didn't remember looking up. I thought when I looked up, I didn't see the towers keep going up in the sky. I just don't remember. I just don't remember how they look. That's all. Speaking of which, brings up one of the worst fights. One of the worst fights in the game.
I like the idea. Again, Crying Wolf, the motif. It's a wolf. I wish they kind of made the head shape more like a wolf a little bit.
I think I don't have no problem with the design. I just think the execution of her as a boss sucked big balls.
It could have been dope because the cloaking of her being in the snow, because it basically, when you're in the boss fight, the snow of a huge snowstorm kind of covers like the whole battlefield, so you're kind of having to like pay attention to put in use of thermal goggles and all that stuff.
And for me, it worked better on when I was on hard mode and I dealt with that. Yeah, it was actually hard. It was actually hard to see. But if you know how to get her, it's easy. It's real easy. And I hated that it was so easy because, a lot of people are like, all you need to do is get a sniper rifle. Yeah, because most of the time she doesn't even see where you're at. As long as you're not downwind to her, you can light her up.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care. I don't care how you try to slice this boss fight. This boss fight was bad. This was not. It wasn't a good.
It was uninspired.
Shout out to Mad TV and just all around badass black woman Deborah Wilson for doing Homegirl's voice. But
dude, the whole crux of Crying Wolf was literally, in order to her brother, they escaped from their village being massacred. They didn't want to, get caught because her brother was a baby and was crying, covered his mouth, not realizing like she was basically suffocating him. He couldn't breathe, and boom, died. And it just broke her to the point that when they get to another village, she's carrying her brother's dead body. And then all of a sudden she envisioned a wolf killing the children, and turns out she killed the children and the adults, and thus she's a broken mess. And Liquid basically told all these girls, hey, look, if you kill Snake, it will free your mind. And all that jazz.
No.
Nanomachines.
Thank you. Nanomachines. So Nanomachines told her that.
Yeah.
Told them that.
Yeah.
Let's get that correct. I didn't make it up. They did. You know what I mean?
It's the midichlorians, like you said, D. If your midichlorian count is high, you're a Jedi. Yeah.
No, it's just more so, hey, if you ever encounter a scruffy white man, in a battle suit,
Do not inject anything into your body.
Take him out.
Yeah, just if he takes you out,
Don't
you
fuck
got
with
nothing
him.
to worry about.
If he offers you LSD, run.
Now, that being said, the suckiness keeps coming. Because after you're done with that and you go through all those geckos and all those centuries, you finally get down to Metal Gear. And it's like, all right, we can get the raid. Where's it at? It's gone.
Come to find out, they already took the.
They already took it.
They already took the rail gun.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, so we just suck, right? Is that what it is?
Well, I've already looked at it.
We suck at our job. What is it?
I know exactly what it was. They came and took it while we were fighting Wolf.
Hey, check it. Which ironic enough, Snake does get a railgun from Crying Wolf that you need to use at one point where you have to literally it's to what Sue you were saying, Sue. I think DU has stepped away. Where this game is doing so much at one time, it's a sensory overload because the game does this split screen shit where you're seeing this badass fight between it's this badass fight with Vamp and Raiden, right? And it's like, all right, cool. And it's like they didn't want to sit there and make shit overly long, so they just did it split. But it's like I want to enjoy this, but I also gotta pay attention to killing all the geckos that are coming through.
It's the worst.
And it's like it's badass over here. Why am I playing this? Why couldn't you just make this like after?
Why can't I just enjoy watching these two knife each other? Like,
or can you let me play as Raiden and I can be in a knife fight?
No, because you're not allowed to like him.
All right, so real quick, in the beginning of the scene, this happens.
Turns into a 90s R&B video.
Again.
I don't know why she wants his D out of nowhere, but she wants it.
Again.
That's
You're not convincing.
Wishes.
You are not convincing anybody, Naomi.
What was the reason?
I had a reason.
What was the reason? What was the reason?
I just explained the reason.
Is Vamp a simp at this point?
He is not.
Okay. I'm just saying, he says, as my queen wishes. That's some Hotep simp shit right there.
Shut up, Chris. That ain't Hotep. Hotep don't call white women queen. Anyway.
First off, Naomi is 1/16 Cherokee, sir.
First of all, both of y'all, shush. She is from Rhodesia.
Ethnic
you
enough.
Don't know where she's from, remember?
According
That's
to
probably where I got my skin color from, but I'm not even sure about that. Speaking of which, localization, I get it, Jennifer Hill. You're not using that voice no more. That was localization. That wasn't you. It's fine. But, okay. Here's my thing. So you fight Vamp. I hate that Vamp number one is real easy to fight at that point.
Just CQC and stab.
When you figured it out.
It's the Wesker fight from Resident Evil 4. Resident 5. My bad, 5.
And he runs at you actually slower than he realized. It ain't like he's jetting at you. It's click, 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 click. Like, dog, pop, headshot.
CQC. It's like, all right.
Just stab him with nanomachines.
And basically it makes him normal because again,
I love it too. He's like, nothing could kill me. I like how you say that shit, nigga. You don't realize that one bullet can take you out.
This is why I said it pissed me off earlier.
He got shot in the head twice.
That's it. Vamp in the second game, I thought it was some weird mystic shenanigans, right? But then this game is like, oh yeah, Vamp survived because nanomachine. So when you shot him in the head, he just needed a couple of years to heal up.
It was actually, Chris, no, it was a it was an experiment with nanomachines where it caused him accelerated regenerative abilities.
So he's Wolverine with nanomachines.
Pretty much,
yeah.
Dude is Wolverine. He's a vampire Majin Buu, if you will.
I mean, if you gave me that in real life, that'd be dope. I ain't gonna lie.
It would be.
So this motherfucker,
minus psychopath tendencies,
he finally loses to Raiden. He's on there dying. Naomi shows up, basically tells you that he's been only living because of the nanomachines that I've been giving him. It's the same nanomachines running in me. She stabs herself.
and slowly begins to die.
That's a painful ass death, man.
And this scene is probably some of the worst acting in all of Metal Gear Solid. They hold me down.
Well, to be fair,
come on.
Why does this keep happening to me?
Can we be real here? You gotta appreciate Kojima's writing, at least in this aspect of the.
I'm sorry.
No. The consistency of the Hal Emmerich family line of crime.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Again, I always go back to this in Metal Gear Solid 5. My legs, I'm gonna drown.
They bullied that disabled man. Fuck Huey Emmerich. We are getting to Huey. He's the next game, and we're going to be done with this series.
I swear. Me and Sue down here were in tears at that scene.
My shins!
They gave that man a tube, kicked his ass off the fucking thing, and said, "Get back to America yourself." And my man was like, "Fine, I'll take." Bro
had his metal legs, and they were torturing him by twisting one this way.
But they threw him on that fucking damn boat.
They put him on the lifeboat.
They put him on that lifeboat. He was getting cocky, like, "Fine, I'll go back to America." Wait, why am I drowning? Yeah, you want to get rid of them legs, dog.
Go back home to your wife. No. Go back home to your wife who is sleeping with your son.
Gotta crawl back, can't walk back.
Your son is caught up in one of the worst dojins possible right now. You need to go home.
That is some NTR territory, sir.
My man,
straight up NTR, stepmom territory of hentai.
Man, my man rolled up there like Lieutenant Dan.
No.
Shit in the wheelchair.
Wait, D.
Stepmom got
D. Huey returns home to a 6-digit code. A 6-digit hentai code.
Bro.
You get it?
Nah, but my thing is
Harris, what's the sauce?
Exactly. It's like, what's the sauce? What's the code? See, it's always two questions. It's either what's the sauce or what's the code, and it's always a code. And it's always 6 digits.
I am mad and I'm a degenerate. I know that.
My man is crying. It's like, yo, my dude, she had cancer. The clock was already ticking at this point.
Come on, man.
I know, but here's the thing.
She could have kept it going with the machine.
I say it like this. You slept with her once. Shut up.
Yeah.
Pussy wasn't that good, dog.
No. You gotta let him have that come to Jesus moment when he hooks up with the next woman where it's like, I cried over. No. He's gonna have that moment.
A married man.
No. Because what's gonna happen is he's gonna have a reflection of like, I cried over a 4 out of 10. Like, what the fuck was I going in my life? Like,
yeah.
First of all, it's Otacon. First of all, it's Otacon. For that being a 4, nah. In Otacon's case, she was clearly a 7.
No. I'm saying when he reflects back on another woman.
Also, you got to think though with how she was flirting with him. She said, "You know what? I actually think you look better without your glasses."
You know what that is? That's code for nigga. You were ugly in glasses. Take them shits off.
No.
My man was rocking My man was rocking the GQ, the white man GQ special of turtleneck and a turtleneck. Like and trench coat combo.
He would be a zaddy today for the ladies. Not so much back then, though.
Hey, all right, I'm saying this right now. We were saying all this. No, this is really what happened. Whoever was the girl that night at the host club, that's what she said to fucking Hideo Kojima. He was like, "Bitches like it when your glasses is off." Oh God, this part was terrible. I really hope something good happens after this.
Please tell me something. No, please tell me something spectacular happens. Number one,
You
right? Hold on.
hop inside of Metal Gear Rex.
Number one. Raiden when Raiden showed up, that was one thing. When Otacon said, you know, I think I can actually get this thing running again.
What does this button do? Dink.
Bro. It's like this. I said, wait a minute. Wasn't Rex destroyed? Well, not that Snake. That's not entirely accurate.
My man Snake sat there and was fighting for his life, and Metal Gear Solid wanted to destroy that thing.
You destroyed the Ray Dome.
No. We just assumed it was just done, basically.
No. The Ray Dome was absolutely destroyed.
No. I'm just saying, like, playing the game, just thinking back on it.
The game
you presume, like, oh, the Rex is done. It ain't usable. Yada yada yada.
Well, we didn't know that the Rex was
durable.
We didn't know that the Rex was a 1988 Chevy Suburban, and it was like, nigga, you didn't begin to use me,
sir. We got to date back even further. That thing was conceived in the 1960s.
Yeah.
The blueprint, son. The blueprint.
Shut up, Eric. You know what I mean, but I know I'm just saying in general, it was like an 88.
That was a 1969 bullet Mustang, son.
The point is,
yes, it was.
Don't do that, man. Hold on, real quick. I hate it when niggas look at old cars and see them getting wrecked. Dang, and I bet everybody survived. Like, you don't know what crumple zones are, do you?
No.
He's like, no, man. Anybody that says that old cars were safer than they are now, you sound stupid.
No,
you sound very stupid.
No, D, I'm saying that this is clearly just it's 1969 Steve McQueen. All right.
Nah, look, I get what you're saying, man. I get what you're saying, nigga. Point is,
it works.
And you start killing stuff.
Metal Gear
killing stuff.
Metal Gear Rex.
You start mowing down the gecko.
Look, my thing is this.
Oh my god, it's great.
It's crazy, and the game says, you know what would be even more dope? How about you fight against the Metal Gear Ray in the most like toku ass shit ever?
And here's the thing.
I could not.
I wish it was this much longer, but it was still good.
Let me tell you something. When they showed the trailer. And I remember.
I wish they didn't spoil it in a trailer.
I wish they didn't spoil it either. But they don't really spoil it so much. But you just see Rex, because I didn't even know that Rex. I didn't even know that you could control Rex. Mm-hmm. I just remember seeing Rex show up, and I was like, "Wait a minute, Rex is still functional." so when I saw Rex, and I'm like, "Wait, we get to control Rex." Ray shows up, and we get to have a fight. I'm like, this is the best game ever. This shit was like in my top 10 for almost 3 years straight just because of this scene alone.
Dog, the second I saw that, I'm like, dog, it is a good fight. And then after it's done, Metal Gear Ray does what it always does best, job. and Fox.
Liquid Ocelot like try to reenact Fox die.
Fox, motherfucking Snake die. Think again.
My Liquid hitting the "it was me all along" Austin.
That nigga, I like it because he gets out of range, does a like a barrel roll and hop up like, yeah, nigga. Snake unlooses himself, falls out, immediately dislocates his shoulder. He's
doing this,
holding the gun and trying to chase after Liquid. Because
Liquid is doing this.
Hold on, wait. And I think he also sprained his ankle too, so he can't even run.
This nigga over here hobbling and shit. Next thing you know, Arsenal Gear shows up. What? It's about to crush Snake. Snake is like me. I don't
No,
care.
that wasn't Arsenal. That was Outer Haven.
Yeah,
Outer Haven. I'm sorry. You're right.
Outer Haven shows up with the like full on vertical rail gun.
This nigga Snake is like me. Kill me. All of a sudden, Rod shows up. Poof. Spider-Man that thing, takes the katana, stabs himself in the leg. Ah!
My man.
You should be dead. You should be dead.
Errors. I think we already said it, but I think it needs to be said one more time. Metal Gear 4 is one of the greatest games ever made. That was insanity. And I'm like this. Is that the end? That's the end. Thank you. Wow.
Kojima and
that was a chapter.
I didn't point out something here. Kojima, again, in this effort of trying so hard to make Raiden badass. I'm sorry, but like Raiden just sitting up there with no arms and a trench coat. It's like see, he's still badass even without arms, and it's like I guess.
No, well, hold on, Chris. Remember, he turned into the real Foxhound by fighting with a knife in his mouth.
Symbolism, you see.
The symbolism. I'll take the tomato. I don't care.
Because you see the wolf. Because I am the lone wolf. I am the lone wolf, you see, and I put the knife on him.
No.
I am Foxhound.
No, he said, I am lightning. I brought the rain.
And it rains. Yes, folks. Raiden produced rain. It rained.
It rains. He commands the rain now.
Which ironic because the Revengeance originally was supposed to be Metal Gear Rising and then Metal Gear Thunderbolt or some bullshit like that.
It was called the game I remember it did have a different title. It was called like Metal Gear. Yeah, it was like Metal Gear Rising or something before it became Rising Revengeance.
Yeah, it was Rising. I know another one was Thunderbolt or some dumb shit like that, and I'm like, because he said lightning. Okay, all right.
Because the original concept for that game was had it been done by Kojima at that time, Raiden would have been able to run around cutting anything. I remember seeing the test footage.
It's been the most jank ass experience because been on some Metal Gear Solid 2 shit.
I don't think so. I mean, the original, because all Platinum Games did was took the concept that Hideo had and went with it.
No, but I'm saying though, it was a different team that did the combat for that shit, and it didn't have the pizzazz that Platinum Games did.
Well, Chris, you also gotta give Kojima enough credit. Dude was working on this, and he was gonna work on that Raiden game at the same time.
Where's my Zone of Enders 3?
Hey, look, I'm still on this lonely island asking for Zone of Enders 3 when he was still there. And once he left, I say, yeah, we're never getting Zone of Enders 3.
Where's my goddamn Gradius?
I'm like, son, I want to see more adventures.
Gradius?
I want to see more adventures of Dingo Egrid, man.
Sorry. I go Boomer or Gen X somehow playing Zone of Enders 2. I was like, is that the Vic Viper? Oh my God, Vic Viper. And I'm like, why am I excited over a fucking game that was like before my time or probably after? Is that late 80s?
What? Gradius? Oh, yeah, Gradius? Yeah, that was back in the 80s.
Yeah. So it's like, why am I excited over that? I don't know. It's a deep cut.
I still want to see freaking Vic Viper and Dingo again.
Yeah. I need
these guys needed a third game.
I need a Riggs and Murtaugh of Zone of Enders.
I need to see Noman's dead. I need to see
you're dead. What are we about to do? Come on.
No, I need Ken. I need the return of Ken.
We're one of four Zone of Ender fans in this world. Come on.
No. I'm saying I need the return. I need the return. I need the return of Ken and all of her titty glory.
Even if it's Robo Ken?
No, she wouldn't even be a robot. Now, if you're talking about Ada, that's different.
Yes, Ada. Because that would have been the next step for Kojima if they did a Zone of Enders 3. Ava is like a real cyborg body on some Makoto Kusanagi shit.
No, D. No, sorry, Chris. Like Kojima would turn Ada into into Cortana from Halo.
Man. Swear to God, man. Like, it just, yeah.
Double D's and all.
Yeah, maybe it was for the best we didn't get that Zone of Industry.
I still say we should have got it.
Well, when Konami gets out the pachinko game, maybe.
I mean, they've been out the pachinko game. Why
I
do
thought
you
they still do
think
pachinko?
No, they've been trying to pump out Metal Gear now, putting out these master collections, as well as them doing MGS3 Delta, because they're starting the franchise all over again for a new audience, which means we are going to get like a remake of MGS
1 and 2. Yeah, 1 and 2 probably, most likely.
Yeah, 1, 2, and probably 4. Probably.
God, that's going to look surreal as fuck.
It is, isn't it?
That's going to, because
all they would do is just take the audio. They're just going to take all the uncompressed audio from all the games and just process it through the new game. They're going to take that's really all they're going to do. They're just going to take the formula of Delta and just slap it on all the other games as they remake them.
Speaking of which, I think it needs to be said on how, I think we said it with 3, on how Kojima was able to draw out so much power from the PlayStation 2 with Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3, right?
Well, more so 3.
Yeah, more so 3. And it was amazing, like the pervading thing with the PlayStation 3 was always like a lot of developers was like, oh man, it's so hard to make games on, which it really was just code for we're used to making stuff for the Xbox because pretty much like a PC, and it's way different.
That wasn't really the case, Chris. It's the fact that it was the same thing with the Sega Saturn. When you make the architecture for a particular console as complex as it is, you're basically throwing roadblocks in front of developers that are unfamiliar, with this type of architecture, and therefore, how do they develop a product? How did they develop a game for something that they're not familiar with?
But how is it that Kojima and like Naughty Dog and
a lot of them in-house folks and probably people at
Sony. Would you say Kojima was in-house that much? Well, yeah, PlayStation 1. Yeah, you're right. Never mind. I don't know why I said that.
Given his history with PlayStation, I wouldn't be surprised if he had something, which is why he used his own team of under Kojima Productions to produce this game. Okay. Now, as far as everybody else goes, everybody else that's outside of the world of PlayStation that was developing games for PlayStation, they looked at this shit and said, what the fuck is this? So they looked at Xbox and said, hey, how about we just develop games for this platform and they can just be ported over to that platform and keep it moving.
But it's just so weird to me that you have somebody like I said, Kojima, he was able to draw out so much power. Like at the time this game came out, it was like graphically, everybody was like, man, this shit look fucking dope as hell,
Because he was I would say he was probably one of the early adopters who probably had special access, unlike other development teams working for that were making games for PlayStation at that time. He probably had special access to Sony and saw how the shit looked and how they can develop in Metal Gear. Because let's be real, Metal Gear was one of the system sellers for PlayStation, years ago.
And my thing was always like, it's just amazing to me that it did hold up, and I can't imagine like what a new updated one would look.
But Hideo has always been known for taking whatever power he has with whatever system and using as much of it as possible, using it to its peak as much as he can. Because even with Metal Gear Solid, we look back on and look at his graphics for what it was doing to the PlayStation at the time. It was different. And the same thing with Metal Gear 2. Metal Gear 2, I think, really laid out a lot of the cool ways that everybody can really use their engine on a PlayStation 2. Same thing with the third one, and the same thing with the third one, the same thing with the fourth one. Like Hideo just has it, even Death Stranding to a certain extent.
Oof, yeah, Death Stranding got like.
That's what I'm saying. Hideo has always had a track record. And I think this is the reason why a lot of people give Hideo a pass with all the stupid shit we have been saying. The reason why I think he gets a pass is because he makes good games. The games look good. We ain't saying that the story or
visually
gameplay.
Visually, they look amazing.
The way these characters moving around, there's a reason why you two keep on talking about Zone of Enders. There's a reason why people to this day who played Snatcher will always bring up Snatcher. You know what I mean? So like Hideo has made good games before. You know, he knows how to make a good game.
You got folks out on the internet that really took the time to navigate and translate the entirety of Police Knots and put it out through emulation as a special translated ROM to play.
Hideo made like we could like I said, I think Hideo deserves his tomatoes for writing. I think he deserves his tomatoes in a critical sense for his direction. But when it comes to him as a programmer, I think we throw the word around a lot, but that's where the word genius should come up. Him as a programmer, him as a video game maker, that's where that comes up. Not as a writer, not as a director, but as a video game maker. That's what makes Hideo Kojima so good. And like I said, we're still talking about his shit today, nigga. That's how good that's how good it is, yeah.
I mean, because that's what makes like the fun, like when so because there's a moment that gets surreal is that when they're on the ship that Mei Ling is commandeers,
the Missouri.
There's a surreal moment where they're in the debrief room.
I'll be colder than cold. There's the cold ground before I recognize Missouri.
No, there's a moment where they're in the debrief room, and it does feel very cinematic because of the way the camera kind of cuts of who's in the room and stuff. And there's a moment where you just see Rodden there, just standing there with the trench coat, and I'm like, this feels very awkward. Rodden's just standing there, just watching all this. Like,
my favorite part, your boy Snake over there.
Thank you. That part
sounds like a death wish.
Sounds like a job for me. I got this one.
I'm the Huckleberry.
Dude, it's the camera angle of it because it's just you see him doing that, but you also see everybody behind Snake that's sitting in the room just looking at him and stuff. And I'm
there's a moment between him and Otacon right after that, and Snake is going for a cigarette, and Otacon like, nigga, I got you, man. Here you go. I'm like this. Hey, yo, Otacon, that nigga. I don't think you need to be giving him a cigarette. But at the same, look, Chris, you know this. There's two types of people. Old people that need two types of ways of going with old people that smoke cigarettes. Grandma, put that down. Or, hey, grandma, here you go. There you go. No, she needs this. The Snake kind of needed it, man. So at this point of the game, Johnny is like open with Meryl. He keeps on trying to touch her butt. He tries to touch Mei Ling's butt. Why? No, we're almost over with the game. I don't feel like it. You finally
the amount of attempted ass touching is just something.
There's this weird scene where this guy is telling Mei Ling that he's scared, and Mei Ling says, like, you know what the audience said, or some bull crap. I don't know. She tries to encourage him. Snake and Carl Campbell is giving a speech which just goes on forever. And he says
Rosemary apparently in the during the codec calls has jiggle physics.
Because reasons.
Thank you, Hideo. You didn't, seeing that she has brown hair
on Maine 24/7.
That's what I'm saying. Seeing that she got brown hair, she's meek, covers everything up. That's
every time she even shifts to the left or the right, we're getting DOA physics going on.
Hold up. Get it right. DOA hardcore.
Fine. Whatever DOA game. It's dead or alive.
Oh my God.
Physics.
Chris, I want you to look up at the corner. All right, let's hurry this the fuck up. We're not arguing over semantics of physics.
It's fair.
I wish I put money on this because I said exactly what I said and I was right. And that's
so Johnny, Meryl, and Snake on last defense. Shoots over
Ejectocito into Outer Haven.
And two people missed the ship.
Johnny.
No, Johnny misses the ship. Meryl is like somewhere and she rolls her ankle or some bull crap like that. And Snake has to find her. and that whole section you're fighting gecko and frogs, and it's cool. It's actually very cool. You got to sneak around. Oh shit! You get to use all your weapons. It's awesome. It's over. It's over. Oh my god! I hate this game. I hate this game. I hate this game. I hate this game.
Because what we're given at that point, where after it's really just you mowing down frogs, gecko, proxies, and then you go down this long catwalk. It goes from a catwalk to a hallway, back to a catwalk to another hallway, and then you reach the door. And this door puts you through the microwaves. And the microwaves.
You skipped one part. Hold on, you skipped the part. You go down that elevator and you fight. What was her name? Screaming Mantis?
No. Well,
remember the hallways after that.
No, yeah, you're right. The hallways after that, but yeah, you get through. Yeah, we finally meet our final B&B core member, and that is Mantis,
and it's very surreal.
And it is insane what you have to deal with, because not only you fighting Mantis, but you're fighting Mantis, who then decides, hey, you know what? I do have the power of the Sorrow and Psycho Mantis through dolls. And remember, she starts stringing up both Johnny and Meryl.
Yeah, you also have to do the thing where she also has them on puppets, and she's trying to shoot Meryl in the head, just like, you know, Psycho Mantis did.
And you got to shoot the puppets like off of the like off of Mantis. Ugh. Because if you're able to shoot them off, she'll drop them and you can pick them up.
You can use it on her to kind of make the boss battle go by quick.
Yep.
And you could also collect it as weapons too. I think Sorrow revives, I believe.
Something.
Yeah. The Sorrow revives and other. It's a weird fight, and then Psycho Mantis, the spirit of Psycho Mantis, takes over and tries to do the whole put your controller in the other port. Oh wait, you can't do it.
Well, no, there's a
all right. No, it's the dual access now.
Yeah. Well, so what I was gonna say was, after you've beaten Mantis, and you've beaten her human form as well, the spirit of Psycho Mantis comes out of out of the suit, and you get to go through the whole flashback from MGS1. Put your controller on the floor. If you had the OG launch edition PS3, where you had no rumble, it was just a 6-axis. It would say, there's no rumble feature. But then if you do get the 6-axis with the rumble, they actually updated the game just to add that part to it. And if you didn't have what was it? It couldn't read the hard drive, so it would say, there's no memory card.
What is going on?
But if you have the rumble feature in the controller, he will move it and he'll say, I still got it.
It's kind of cool.
Yeah, it was a nice.
It's nostalgic cool. It's nostalgic cool. It's not really cool. It's just okay.
It's gonna be real. Gonna be real. Hey, Hideo, that microwave section again. You did that same bullshit where you're showing me what badass thing of fighting the frogs in there, and
it works better with that though.
It does.
Yeah,
in a very weird way, it does.
Yeah,
because I like it, because when you get to the end of that hallway, you see Raiden shows up because he's lightning now. But
that whole thing is a bitch and a half though, with Snake just dragging himself up through the microwave thing.
I hated it.
I love it because at one point, Raiden is over there trying to talk to him. Like I said, they're both still hitting poetry with each other. I am a robot, but you're a man. I'm not. I'm something different. You're all man. That crap. You know what I mean? That whole
Either way, if Raiden tried to run through that, son, you're cooked. Okay.
That also
your structure. Your mechanical structure would completely collapse on itself. You would melt away. At least with Snake, the thing we saw with Snake is that as he was crawling and making his way through all them damn microwaves, his suit got roasted. We seen the freaking solid eye literally explode, and his suit just started tearing apart.
Bro.
Dog. So that's fine. Raiden is fighting for it. Yeah, Raiden's out there fighting those frogs with no arms. Good for him. So what else is happening? Something stupid is happening.
We get the Mr. and Mrs. Smith Kojima edition.
Oh,
so
can I mention?
Let's make this quick as possible.
Real quick. Can I mention that one part from the Eastern Europe episode where when Johnny shows up and he tries to protect Meryl, he finally took his glasses and his freaking mask off and whatnot, and we actually see what Johnny looks like.
Oh, he's gorgeous.
I was like, oh, okay, sure. What happens here is both Johnny and Meryl are pinned down, and Johnny in a weird way, because Meryl was the one who was also getting pinned down by the frogs at first. Johnny goes full Mike Lowry and leaves her ass at a gunfight to come back with the freaking 50 cal sniper rifle.
I got bullets because of Drebin. Here you go.
And yeah, it was a courtesy. He was a courtesy of Drebin. Bullets for days. And I think he said something like infinite ammo or whatever. But then when it happens, and he tells her, he's like, Meryl, I joined the team because I wanted to be close to you, and yada yada yada. And then she realizes, oh yeah, no nanomachines, no control. Wait. Johnny, so you knew about all this? In my brain, sir, I want you guys to understand where I was thinking at the time before we got what we got. In my brain, I was thinking, I would love to have heard Johnny say something like, every day that we had to go take our shots and stuff, I always wondered, what are we injecting ourselves with? Is it really the nanomachines? Is it something else? I mean, how come we never got debriefed on what's actually in this stuff that we're supposed to be injecting ourselves with every day to keep us in sync with one another? What are the drawbacks? What are the side effects of any of this stuff? I just never trusted it. So, that was one of the reasons why I never took it. I'm sorry I never told you, Meryl. It's just, I just could not trust it. What we got was, no, I just don't like needles. You asshole. That sapped all the credibility and cool points out of Johnny for the remainder of this game.
How cool would it have been if Johnny's intuition saved everybody's ass? How cool would it have been if Johnny, who is a badass at this point, who's not rocking on SOP, who had to keep up sync with everybody, who had to be on his handheld just to make sure he was up on stuff. This
man
dude
was Rock Lee before Rock Lee.
This man went the extra mile to survive in the fight. Nah, I just hate needles. So Snake is crawling through the microwave, right? He finally gets to the end, and like Chris, like you said earlier, tap, 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 tap. Yeah. It's done a lot better in this one, because what I found out was all you have to do is do regular tapping and it will give you the same fucking result. But that's another story with all that. You finally get to that. You finally make it to the heart of the fucking AI, and AutoCAD goes right to the computer. Here come the little itty bitty
the proxies.
They coming out of nowhere. Snake over there got one hand. Pop, pop, pop. AutoCAD. Pop, pop, pop.
AutoCAD.
And finally, it's over.
We did it.
Shut down the system. Yeah, we did it. They shut down the system. Everything falls over. The frogs like, oh my God, I shot a little girl. What did I do? All of that happens. Everybody's freaking out.
Everyone's going through withdrawals.
You see a whole little speech from Naomi. Sure. Here's me. Hey, Naomi, who recorded that shit? Anyway.
One thing is this is where, to me, I Ain't gonna lie, I low-key thought this was a badass moment. We get the battle between Joe Biden and Donald Trump and what they think is in their heads.
How dare you? How dare you? How dare you, CJ?
How dare you call one of these man Donald Trump?
How dare you call one of these man Joe Biden?
Joe Biden is old snake.
I don't know. Joe Biden is all 80. No, come over here. Rip off the shirt like Kxxdo. I did this in Scranton. Hold on. I used to do this in Scranton all the time. Let's go.
No.
Slows down.
No.
Slows down. Vice President of the United States, Joe Biden.
No. I'm not co-signing none of that. This is clearly George Bush Sr. and Clint Eastwood fighting each other. All right. This is Clint Eastwood. This is Clint Eastwood and George Bush Sr. going at it.
Stop it.
Clint Eastwood,
I have nothing to,
chairman of the Eastwood clan.
Yo,
both of these fools are injected in nanomachines. And
I love this because first off, Harris, I like how he just drags Snakes up there, and Snake is just like, do whatever you want, nigga. I don't care.
No, we're fighting like men.
No,
it turned into
It's when he dropped him. It's when he dropped him around and he tells him, "Rise and shine."
Snake got that. Snake like, look, dog.
Look,
today,
look,
do your shit.
The war is over.
Bro,
why? Like, you could have stopped us. Stopped you. Why would I want to do that?
Kojima.
This is exactly as I hoped things would go.
And Eris, that's when it hit me. This isn't what Liquid wanted.
This is what Ocelot
This isn't
wanted.
what. That's what I'm saying. This is not even what the boss or Big Boss wanted. Ocelot is the greatest anime villain of all time. This nigga triple crossed everybody for 3 straight games, and now it's like, this is what I wanted. There ain't no more Patriots. We free.
Like,
oh no. Stand up. Because we fighting.
Bro.
This is the only thing left is for me and you to run the fade.
And let me tell you something. This man is fighting the inferior clone of the man that he loved so much.
Well, no, technically, well, yeah, he was the inferior one.
I personally, I think Liquid was the inferior clone, but whatever. I got my his clone's arm. I'm fighting his other clone, and I did what he wanted. Oh my God, this is the greatest moment of life. If this nigga beats me to death, it will be the best thing ever. And that's exactly what happens. I gotta say,
my favorite.
This was a favorite of mine because it went from Metal Gear 1 to Metal Gear 2 to Metal Gear 3 and to the last one. And the last one, Hideo. Now I cry at this game. Seeing both of them. I like that. Care for smoke.
Care for one last smoke.
That's exactly what he wanted. This smoke, nigga. And I loved it at the very end. Just both old men breathing hard.
Gotta be honest with you.
No. Wait. D, stop. Hold on. Look, I know we want to end this, but we're not gonna overlook my favorite moment was these two are fighting for the last nanomachine dose.
Yep.
And one is ejected, the other with it. And they both injected each other, but no, when it was down to that last one,
I love it.
When it was down to that last one, and I remember when Snake had broke Ocelot's finger and big booted him off of him, he took the joint and he goes. I remember he shouted, "Look!"
Gotta be honest with you. There was a moment when they played.
See those meters fill up. It's like this. This is actually the last boss. Hideo, there was a lot of retarded shit in this game.
You are fighting.
Thank you.
You fighting on top of Outer Haven.
Dude, it turned
Hey,
into
yo,
it
we
literally
find each other.
it literally turned into the fucking last act in Lethal Weapon 1 between Joshua and Riggs and shit. It's like
Boy.
only thing missing was everybody from the Metal Gear Solid family in a circle fucking egging the fight on and shit, like it's a schoolyard fight. Only thing I was missing.
Like it's the fighting Rocky 5.
No, Chris, it was the old man version of I'm sorry, it was the old man version of McClane versus Carl, except there was no hook.
No. D said it best. It would have turned to Rocky 5. It would have been like hit me and I shoot.
Bro,
but also
these two were throwing haymakers at each other.
I did love the Ocelot transformation in each iteration of the game, because when it goes to Metal Gear Solid, was it Metal Gear Solid 1? No, Metal Gear Solid 3.
Oh yeah.
Doom.
Personally, he should have did this.
Man,
I'd have laughed if he pulled out the meow. But no, MGS1, he's fighting like Liquid. MGS2 is apparently what I guess would be Ocelot if he was
two, so
that's what I'm saying. But even though the bars did say MGS2 and you're hearing the music from it, I'm like, okay, so I'm guessing this is him where he's got one hell of a punch. And then we go back to MGS3. And then we get MGS3 where it's classic Ocelot, who is apparently the overnight CQC sensation.
I like how he gets punched into each iteration. It just be a hard.
He does.
That's how hard he got punched. And then, like I said,
sir, you don't have CTE, sir.
This man got punched so hard that he went back to a different version of himself.
So you have CTE so after that.
He heard the sound of his death.
You hear that, Snake? You hear violins?
Punch.
Snake is sitting there like, I don't know what you're talking about, dude. I don't hear violins. What is he?
I don't know. Everything smells like pennies too. You taste that?
It's my foot.
Yes, my man.
Like nickels.
My man runs that right hook one last time, knocks him on his ass. And dude, while he is knocked out, he is telling he finally snaps out of that nanomachine psychotherapy he was under and tells him, I am Liquid's doppelganger and you are his. And he dies a fox die.
Gotta be honest with you.
That nigga died the death he always wanted.
Gotta be honest.
He imagined dying like that for so many nights.
He's like, you're pretty good.
I'm just saying.
He always wanted to do that to Snake. He always wanted to do that to Snake too. First time I saw you, I was like, you're pretty good.
Gotta be honest with you. I see why after Snake goes through all of those exhaustive chapters, he wants to fucking actually eat a bullet at the grave.
So
it's not even so much that. I mean, after what Naomi told him of what the fox die was doing to him, he's like, you know what? The only way that this cannot happen is if I'm not around.
Yeah.
But we got, after learning again the other info dump from Liquid Ocelot before he dies, come to find out there's still more to do. This is when we get to the whole ending with the wedding between Johnny and Meryl.
Shoulders, Meryl.
Bruh.
Got the Michelle Obama arms.
Son, never skip shoulder day. Never skip shoulder day, apparently.
You got the old white junk on Johnny. I give him that.
Hey, look. She been working them traps. All right.
But listen, even like with the wedding and everything, then we get another info dump coming from Drebin about what this whole thing was all about. And notice that he's drinking Narc. Did y'all notice that he was drinking Narc Cola, aka another Konami product, the Narc video game?
I thought that was Midway, but whatever.
Yeah, you're right. But in any case, he was drinking Narc Cola.
Deep cut.
And and he's explaining with everything that's happened. And with SOP going offline and all these companies that backed it going bankrupt, they got a shitload of money out in the world. And I got the dribbins.
Here's me. So war is still going on.
Oh, it's gonna keep going. It's just now we have free will.
Because of course.
We have free will. I got the dribbins. We gonna be in business for a long ass time. Drunk dribbin is fun dribbin. That's all I
So okay, you know what? It's okay. Hey, Uncle Otacon, where's Snake? And I give it up, Otacon.
Otacon fighting back them tears. Fighting back them man tears.
A line that actually I think we all felt. Snake's had a hard life.
No, it was Snake is sick. He's had a hard life.
When you say he had a hard life, I'm like, yeah, man, he gotta go. Like, yo, Snake, man, I understand, bro.
Put him out.
Next time we see Snake, and what we see was, then we go to riding in Rosemary.
Mm-hmm. And
I already
long-winded
explained it earlier. I got it out the way earlier, and I got nothing to add to that. They're a happy family. Let's just put it that way. And
they lived happily ever after. I repeat, they lived happily ever after.
Meanwhile, at Arlington Cemetery.
We get the big reveal, which is Big Boss.
Let
me tell you something. I was like everybody else. I was like, "Oh my god, is he really going to do it? Is he really going to do it?" Because they showed even in the trailer when they teased that shot
in the trailer. Yeah,
in the trailer. Well, it was like cryptic as hell because they were like, "Yo, does he? Why is Snake old, battle beaten, and about to take himself out? What the hell is this?" And everybody had questioned that for like almost 2 years when this game was in development. So when it happens of him trying to shoot himself, which again, the game also shows him doing this in the main menu of like when you fire the game up for the first time, you actually see him at Arlington Cemetery and he's kneeling down and he puts the gun in his mouth and you actually see the camera move up and you hear the gunshot go off. So we're thinking that he finally does it, but then it cuts and it shows him again. Obviously he didn't go through with it. I'm thinking, he couldn't go through with it. And we just hear old man Richard Doyle say, "That's right. Good. No need for you to go just yet. It's been a long time, Snake."
CQ sees this nigga into a manly ass hug.
Wait, they both draw guns on each other, but the freaking Big Boss is like, "Whoopsie. CQC. Let it go, my son. I'm not here to fight."
My man, Big Boss.
It's time to put aside the gun.
My man got out of a coma, saw his boy Zero was pretty much Stephen Hawking.
They were at the same hospital. That's
he saw no. Sorry, CJ. Let's get it correct. My man got on that clean ass suit with the trench coat. He goes to visit the husk known as Zero.
Yeah, it's a husk. It's a husk.
I'm sorry. This is not Zero. This is actually a picture of who's that? Roger L, the motherfucker that raided on Fox News.
First off, that's my man Jericho. That's my man Jericho from the New Adventures of Johnny Quest.
I hate both of y'all.
I want to go to sleep. I'm ready to go to sleep now.
But he will.
I'm ready to go to sleep. Thank you, Chris.
He wheeled him. He took him to Arlington Cemetery just in time to catch Snake, and he told him that Naomi told him everything, and we get this whole entire info dump again.
And it's a hell of an info dump.
from the perspective of Big Boss, but this time he's adding so much more about JD, the Patriots, who every single member of the Patriots were, including him. And he said, after everything, this whole thing started with a bunch of old fools, and it mostly started with him. Once and of course he goes into this whole spiel about, it's one thing to return stuff back to zero. 0 becomes 1, 1 becomes 10, 10 becomes 100, 100 becomes 1,000, yada, yada, yada. But he says, I'm going to take this time to return 0 back to nothing. In other words, I'm going to kill an old man, an old husk in front of my clone. And I will say, I
thought y'all was going to kill me years ago. This is still 1991.
And I will say that the part where he says, you've erased me 2 times, and today will mark the 3rd. I'm thinking, all right, they probably just gonna shake hands, and he's just gonna go on about his business. Fox die slowly starts to kick in because I think even more so, he knew that he doesn't have much time left anyway. And he also lets it be known that, by the way, Eva died from the new strain of fox dye that's in your body right now, along with Ocelot and anyone else that died from it. They all, they were all from the same strain of fox dye that you carry in your system now. Which, by the way,
when you said that, here's me. I guess so.
Which, by the way, Naomi also told him that the fox dye, according to her report, the fox dye that was originally mutating in your body is now being uprooted by the new one. However,
which pretty much is just for 3 people.
What?
No, that's what I'm saying. I thought the new strain was supposed to just be targeted specifically.
Yeah, it was targeting specific people, but I'm saying it was also doing the other thing. It was killing the old fox dye that was turning Snake into a weapon. But he did mention that, however, in time, this new strain of fox dye will do the same thing and will become, it'll mutate and turn you into a weapon again. That is, if you even live long enough for it to even do that. But, but the part that I almost had the choke up on was when he said, I never thought of you as a son, but I respected you as a man and as a soldier. I was like, damn, that's some hard shit. Then
everything, and also I would like to put this part to it. You also have to realize that there are two people who are stand-ins for Hideo Kojima. That is Otacon, and is also Snake. Yes. And in this case with Snake,
this whole extra ending was him saying goodbye. Was him saying goodbye to his father.
Yeah, I think it's very obvious. In some ways, you can tell that Hideo didn't have a good relationship with his father. He didn't have a good one at all. And this scene was cathartic for Hideo, and you can really tell. There's a lot of this whole game. There's a lot of love in this whole game, even if it's directed in the wrong kind of direction. There's a lot of love in this thing in this game, and that speech at the end kind of tells it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, especially the part when he, when they were talking about the boss, and I think this is probably the second time that the Solid Snake learns about the boss and what this whole crazy venture was about to begin with. It's about someone that he never even met. The boss.
But this is what happened. But much like in war and like a lot of stuff, this is what happens when niggas play the telephone game, man. They hear one thing, and about five people later, it's something totally different.
And he
that's
said
pretty much what happened.
He said it himself that Zero and the High had 2 very different views of what the boss wanted, and how the boss saw the world,
and it destroyed the world.
And together we pretty much destroyed it. Whereas the boss, I think what the boss was really trying to say was the world was better off being left alone as it was. Then when we see him collapse in front of her, like in front of her tombstone, and we get to see him stand up one more time to salute. And I was like, brother, like, who is chopping onions right now?
I mean, it's
hitting you in the feels. That's...
While I'll put it this way, while I was tired of Eva talking, I could say the same thing about Big Boss, but I felt like Big Boss had something to actually say. You know what I mean?
Very much so.
Where it felt
Very
like
much
Eva
so.
was like, Eva, you're not the same woman that you was back then. And yeah, people grow and change and different. But no, seriously, you're not even the same woman to me. So everything you're saying right now is waxing poetic about a nigga that you started simping over 10 years after. You started simping over a nigga who woke up out of the coma going, I'm sorry, y'all did what with my nut? Like,
what was
like,
that?
so, like, that's kind of what it is. But when it comes to Big Boss, it was like there was a purpose there. Like, no, I gotta say this shit.
But I wanted to I also want to mention, and I remember you actually see it through the flashbacks. He said, if you were in my position long ago, you probably wouldn't have done what I had to do. And I think he was referring to him shooting the boss, because he said, ever since I killed the boss, a part of me died with her. Because let's be real, Jack was never the same after he killed the boss.
Jack, remember, we said it as a joke, but that actually went into the whole thing. This is a man that probably slept with her and was truly in love with her. Yep. And she disappeared on him. And when he sees her again, she breaks my arm, throws me throws me into a river.
I mean,
and then the next time I see her, I have to kill her. And I have to do this mission because I got to be on point and everything. He does it, and he becomes a hero. He does all this, and what he learns is that she has a vision of the world that nobody else sees, and he kept it to himself. And then he gets to the cemetery, salutes, and then the nigga cries. Oh my God, that's a perfect ending. Because he has to carry that. But because we had to make a fourth game, you had to do all this and all the rest of that. And I will give Hideo this. With all the madness, you still made it to where it was like, I'm sorry. I fucked up the division that you really wanted. That was my fault. If I had to do it all over again, I never would have shot you. Because doing that created a whole line of death, a whole line of people getting manipulated, the world morphing because of what we did. And guess what? That's what war does. And that's what the boss was like. Let it go. Nigga, you a soldier, I'm a soldier. This is what happened. Do you think, and I'm with her on that one, even though we're enemies today, I'm with her. You think Russia and America is going to be still hating each other? I doubt that. I doubt that. I doubt that we're still going to be doing this shit.
I remember.
She's right, though.
No. Do you remember when we first played that game and she said it back then? We were playing in 2004 when she said, "Now consider that Russia and America would be enemies, but like in the 21st century." Somehow I doubt it. And the both of us are like, huh. Fast forward to the 21st century, and look where we are.
This is right. Hold on. And D's Dairy. Everything was all good. Mr. Putin, I'd like you to meet the president. What is President Black Man? Oh, he's Black Man now. Let's interfere with their elections.
but no. When he tells him that, you've been given a chance, unlike the rest of us that are going away. That world, you've been given a chance to live on the outside, not as a snake, but as a man. I'm like, Game, why? Why are you doing this to me? Why are you hitting me with so much of this good shit?
And Ludacris from fucking Hustle and Flow over here.
He pulls out the cigar.
Shut up, Chris.
Please shut up. Stop.
That was a good one, actually. I give him points for that one.
Yeah, I know. But he pulls out the cigar and he starts to smoke it, but he can't even smoke it. My man tells him, Boss, you only need one snake now. No, I think the world would be better off without snakes. You see Snake. You see Solid. No. That shot when Solid Snake was looking at him, I swear you could see Snake was about to cry at that point. That man quickly picked up the cigar, lit it, smoked it for a hot second, passed it to Big Boss, and they had him smoke it. And then we get, oh my God, the beautiful line of, "This is good, isn't it?" And then dies peacefully.
Idio Morricone, get in here.
I cannot tell you, that moment was, oh God, that was in my top 5 like best ending moments in a video game of all time.
And Eris, that's why, and I think this will be a good way of closing this. We've been on this podcast for nearly 5 hours. And this game has been nothing but talking, stupidness. I mean, stupid plots that kind of didn't have to be explained, but to explain them. I mean, we had just dumb stuff left or right. We had a guy. We had a guy that thinks he's the lightning. We had a bunch of frogs get shot and burn up and disappear. We had like all the dumb shit that we've been through in this game. The whole thing with Vamp, the whole thing with Naomi, the whole thing with the octogenarian titties. We've been through all of that. And you know how we end it? This is good.
Isn't it?
It just dies.
And in the middle of it all was just an old killer hired to do some wet work.
Yeah.
Crazy.
And that is the official end of the Metal Gear timeline.
The end of Solid Snake's story.
Now, is there going to be anything afterward? I doubt it, but I feel like Konami's going to do something. I doubt it, though.
I don't think we're going to get anything after.
Yeah,
we're not going to get nothing new. As far as anything to go with Solid Snake, if it ain't past stuff, we're not getting anything new.
Yeah,
and I said it. I've said it for so many years. Like Kojima, damn it, son, you went out of your way. You took the scenic route of scenic routes of scenic routes to wrap up this story in the best way that you could. Yes, it was batshit insane, but holy shit, there was some heartfelt moments.
I think, and that's my whole thing. It really just ended up he had to tell the whole story and he had to tell it his way. This was his way of saying, y'all wanted me on here. When I tried to get somebody else to write it, y'all was like, hell no. When I wanted somebody else to direct this, y'all was like, no. So I did it. I sat down, wrote this story, apparently had no one check over me. And like I do with all stuff, and this Hideo has a real history of this. Like I do with all stuff, I go over budget and I forget how much time I got left. And I forget, oh my God, we got to cut all of this out. So with all of that said, they still, like I said, we still got this game at the end of the day, and it's considered a classic by a lot more people than I thought it would. As like as much as like I said, that's just weird to me. You would think everybody would hate this. I see nothing but love for this game.
People have love for the game, like I would say narratively and visually, people would love this game. Oh, this is a 70-30 of a video game. 70% cutscene, 30% gameplay. And I will have you know that this game, yes, we joke about it saying the MGS4 is a mistake. I've always said that this game is a mess, but it's a beautiful mess.
Yeah, it's like going outside and it stinks, but it's a beautiful day.
Anyways,
yeah. So I guess that's it. That is it. Next episode is going to actually be a short episode for us next week, but you know what? It's going to be a fun one. Party on, CJ.
Party on, dudes.
Party on, DJ Sue.
Party on, guys.
If my name
Three
is
Black
D,
Geeks. Wait.
If my name is D, aka Dwayne, aka Wayne. It's Wayne Squirrel, party time, excellent.
No, I was going to interrupt you before you did that, D, and say 3 Black Geeks is brought to you by Noah's Arcade. Party on, gentlemen.
Party on, gentlemen.
It's 3BG. It's 3BG.
Party time, excellent.
I guess that's something.
A movie that we haven't been dodging this. It's just every time it came up, ooh, let's do Black Sheep. Or, ooh, you know what, guys? We're doing Naked Gun this year. Okay, that's cool, D. But can we do Wayne's World? No, all right, we got. Okay, we're gonna do Coneheads. Coneheads.
We would always end up picking some up.
What about Wayne's World?
We would always end up picking some other Saturday Night Live movie.
Guys. You know, if you stab a man when it's cold outside,
steam rises.
I know what you want to do. Want to get him. Want to take out his cold. Was that the second one or was that the first one?
That was the first.
It
was the first one when he asked him. He's like, you know what I'd like to do? Yeah, I know what you like to do. He's like, beat the guy senseless, and he's like, rip his still beating heart out of his chest so he can see how black it is before he dies. Actually, I was thinking about filing a complaint with the union.
Ed O'Neill didn't need to be in that movie doing anything. Imagine if you will, LeBron James leaving the Lakers to go to a soccer team just to do a header and to leave. It's like, it'll be weird, but it'll be cool because, oh shit, LeBron actually went out there. Ed O'Neill, who was already on, not in the top 5, but everybody loved it, married with children, didn't need to do that and be that memorable. He said, no, I want to be the guy that went to Vietnam and should have never came back. Oh my God. And we finally get to talk about Dana Carvey. Seriously, we never talked about Dana Carvey. Wait a minute. How did we talk about Mike Myers either on this show? Well, here we are. Anyway, guys, party on. Let's go. See y'all next week, y'all. Peace.
I need to get ahead and get some sleep.